And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
RS-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Water towers fly! Yes!
Echo down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
R45. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Decollage. Look at this! Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
Nothing to be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
All right, folks, you know the drill. It is Starship Launch Day, Flight 6 coming up. We are live from the Margaritaville Beachfront Resort at South Padre Island. This behind us, not a green screen. That's the actual view from the fantastic room they set us up here with at the hotel. You know how it is. Let me know in chat. Give me some 5x5s. Let me know that you can see and hear us right now as we get the rocket views back on the screen. But you know how we do these, right? I don't just show up. My name's John, but I like to surround myself with folks who know a lot more or a lot more excited than me sometimes about rockets. So with me here on the stage, I've got Mr. Gene Rowley. How you doing, Gene?
Das, I am excited to be here. We've got the penguin shot. My space penguin is going today, and we are looking for an amazing launch. And again, right out the window here at the Margaritaville. It's amazing.
It does look like a penguin. They removed some of the tiles there, and it's got that little finny flap little detail there. So that is the thing. We're going to be answering your questions. We're going to be reading some chat. We're going to be thanking some people who make this possible, like the hotel here. We have cameras on the roof, cool new toys that we've set up today. We've got cameras all over Starbase. If you're watching our stakeout stream, you may know that we have been streaming since, what was it, 5 o'clock this morning?
5 Eastern, 4 Central.
Good grief. We have been live online for quite some time, but this is now the main show. We have hours of special content coming up to launch. Last update I got, everything was ticking along, isn't it, Gene?
It is. We are about 3 hours, 20 minutes to no earlier than the opening of the window. And we are looking for an amazing launch today. And we're joined by our friends and colleagues from NSF. We've got Adrian Bile, who's going to be doing some super chat for us and thanking everybody and answering some questions. Adrian, are you excited today?
Yeah, absolutely. My main thing today is we want to be interactive here, right? So I will look at the chat very closely here today, and if we have any questions that come up a lot, I will make sure to pick these and we ask them to everybody here around and answer as much as we can. And of course, we get a lot of support on these, and we want to make sure that we thank the people that support us that well.
Y'all have heard Adrian's voice on the streams before. You'll be hearing it some more today as our official reader, keeping up with all the stuff that we don't have enough eyeballs to keep up with. We're going to be watching the rocket.
That's right. We're watching the rocket. We're watching the rocket launch. And to answer all your questions that come in chat, the one and only Alejandro Alcantarilla Romera. Around here, we call him Alex.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll try to answer all the questions out there. I'll also try to keep up with all of the updates as well. You know, final few hours of the count, a lot of things get active. We're going to see lots of events. We're going to get a lot of questions about what are we looking at. And so I'm going to be here trying to get those as we get closer to T0.
Excellent. Thank you, Alex. So not just the folks you're seeing here on the stream. Remember, we have a cast of thousands who sort of make these things look. I guess it looks like we have a cast of thousands. Actually, we've 30, 40 people involved?
It is an entire crew of people in the field setting cameras, doing all kinds of backstage work, setting up all the graphics you're going to see today. And, of course, everybody asks earlier about the maps. And, yes, Ryan Caton is back with his maps.
Hello, everybody. I knew everyone would be looking forward to it, so I'll just give you a quick teaser for now, shall I, of what we've got to be looking for. Let's check out the clouds, because the clouds, well, Adam's forecast that he was putting out on Countdown to Launch yesterday has pretty much come true immediately. I'll put a little red square over there by Brownsville. Texas is clear. Texas is just entirely clear. There is some clouds out in the Gulf of Mexico, but look at this. This is the last couple of hours, time-lapsing up to the present moment. they're going that way. They're going towards Florida and Alabama, Louisiana, that way. It's going northeast. So weather, at the moment, clouds looking good. So keeping the fingers crossed.
Nice. We don't want to jinx it, but that is a good-looking map. And looking out the window here, looking at all the cameras towards the sky, that's looking good as well. Last couple of days been kind of tough. That original date on Monday, they pushed back from the Monday date, and we were setting up yesterday. Believe me, it was windy.
Yeah, the wind was really kicking yesterday, and that's why it fell out of the parameters for the launch. We believe, we don't actually have the details, we believe it fell out of the parameters, and they pushed it to today. And if you've been watching the stakeout, you heard Adam Suker talk about the weather, and the winds have died down. And as the day progresses, it gets better and better and better for a potential launch today.
Excellent. And look at this. What a problem to have. We have so many cameras, we can't even fit them all on the stream.
That's right.
Remember, we do have some special content for members of the channel. We've got some multi-views and stuff like that, or special behind the scenes. I'm not sure exactly which one we're offering today, but we've got cool stuff for folks who are in the YouTube membership program here too. So you see views, we can't fit them all on the screen all the time, but we do have some special behind the scenes content for folks who are members here on YouTube.
Yep.
Where are we at in the, I mean, time is it now?
We are 3 hours 17 minutes.
3 hours and 17 minutes
to the opening of the window.
Till the opening of the window.
You know, speaking of members, we want to thank them. We cannot do what we do without your support. And let's bring Adrian back, and let's thank some folks that have generously support us. Adrian.
Yeah, it's already going crazy here. I can already thank Robert here for 50 Red Team memberships. That was before we started the stream. By the way, at the moment it started, Robert came in with 50 Red Team memberships gifted. I hope everybody thanks Robert for that, because you get access to some amazing perks there. And I also have to thank Ben Crazy here with a $200 tip. Just saying thanks for everything you do. Watching from the Margaritaville too. Go Starship and go Lucky 13. So absolutely crazy support here at the beginning. But I also want to ask a question here, because we have Iho here wondering, where do you think this flight will get to? And before we answer that, I wonder if we first can even talk about what is the plan for today's flight. And Alex, maybe you can give us a quick overview. What is the plan for today's flight?
Yeah, so pretty much just like on Flight 5, we're going to see the full stack rising up and getting over the Gulf of Mexico. Booster 13 will shut down 30 of its 33 engines. We'll come back to the launch site. Hopefully, we'll see if they actually decide to go through that. Because if you remember, they have this manual command that needs to be sent in order for the booster to actually, go for a catch. As my green screen, you can see that there from Booster 12. In the meantime, Ship 31 will go out and do its about 6-minute burn with its 6 engines and insert itself into a trajectory that brings it to the Indian Ocean. And so in that regard, it is pretty much like Flight 5. Where things change, though, is on, for example, what does the ship do when it is out in space? So it's going to do a relight test of one of its Raptor engines.
Right.
Very short burn, about 37 minutes into flight. And then during the reentry, as you can see there, they have stripped a bunch of heat shield tiles to be able to catch ships in the future.
Yep.
Things that are essentially very important for the future of Starship in general.
Good deal. I think that was an Elon tweet. There was an Elon tweet, or X post, sorry.
Yeah.
That when there's so many hours of saying it that way. I got to rewrite those neurons.
Yeah.
But I saw that post with the 4 different things that he was sort of saying they were going for beyond taking off, clearing the pad, and the catch.
I'm interested in some of the things he talked about with the re-entry. He's talking about a steeper angle after the relight test. They're really going to push the heat shield, even though they took some of the TPS tiles off.
Yep.
Also, the entry for the booster attempted catch is going to be harder and faster than we saw on Flight 5.
Yep. So they get one under their belt and they already start pushing the limits.
Yeah.
This is a rapid iteration. It's not just iterative development, it's rapid iterative development.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the plan here as we go through the countdown, checking in some questions, saying thanks to folks who make this possible. Again, we are here live if you're just joining us. Not a green screen behind us. It's a little tough shot. I know it's a little bright out there. That's how it works. But as that sun goes down, we expect the views here to improve. Also, The rocket's just out the side here. There's
Right
this entire
there.
big balcony behind us, and if we step out there, we can see it. But the way we had to set up the camera, it's just around the curtain on this side
But it's
over
okay.
here.
It's okay. Rocket is really big, and I have a banana for scale.
Of
just so
course.
that everyone
Oh,
what?
How big? We're gonna like hold that up like
Yeah,
this
we'll just
for
hold
scale
it.
at
See,
some point.
This is a banana, and there's a rocket out there. It's really big.
Painted on the rocket as well. If some people follow along with our daily videos or our Starbase updates, you saw there was sort of the mascot that they painted on the side, and it was like an 8-bit banana holding another banana, and on the banana that was holding the banana, no, on the banana that was being held, it said for scale. So you know how big the Starship was. Now, what I never verified was whether or not the banana that said it was for scale was actually the scale of an actual banana.
Alex, that sounds like a question for Alex.
Did anybody validate
I
that?
think so, right? I think it is about the same size of a banana.
Yeah.
It seems small, but it's, Starship is huge. It's 9 meters in diameter, 121 meters tall from the bottom of the booster all the way to the tip of the nose cone. It's quite amazing. It's such a huge vehicle. But yeah, I think it is for real the scale of a banana.
Like looking through the videos and the photos, they're all like telephoto zoomed in so you could get the detail, but I don't remember seeing one with a person standing next to it. It's
Right,
like, oh, that's
right.
actually the size of a banana. Either way you slice it, banana pun not intended, rockets are big. So...
And you see it there on the screen, and you lose the scale of it unless you're standing on Highway 4 looking up at it.
Yep.
And it is so massive. When Alex can say all these numbers, 121.3 meters tall, and from the bottom of the booster to the top of the ship, the brain can't really comprehend that unless you're standing right next to it and looking up at it. It's astonishing.
And that is one of the coolest things about Starbase. It's still on a public road, so you can drive all the way out Highway 4. It's like a festival in the days before launch. People on either side. There are a bunch of folks camped out on the beach, but you can get within a couple hundred yards, couple hundred meters. Either way you slice that. That close to the rocket, and you can sort of get that sense of scale. Take selfies with it, bring the family and kids. It is unlike any other experience in the world. Never have we had a rocket this big on its actual launch pad that the public could get this close to.
You can get that close. And I know for folks like us who love rockets and space flight and everything, this is holy ground. This is just sacred ground. And I don't know about you guys, but like you guys have been out there a lot more than I. This is my third time here at Starbase, and every time I drive down Highway 4, and you start to see the high base, and you start to see the rocket guard, and you start to see it. I get this feeling of excitement, this electricity within me, because I know I can keep going past the build site and roll right up past Starhopper. Yes, the actual name is Starhopper, and pull in and get out of my truck, and there's the rocket.
It's just
amazing.
right there.
It's incredible.
I see our hotel rooftop camera. You see how it flickers a little bit? Bring that to everybody's attention. It's right next to a big cellular emitter for the cell network, and I think that one of those cables is picking up somebody's cell signal there. We get a little flicker on that camera sometimes, but that's how clear it is. From here, top of the Margaritaville Beachfront Hotel, South Padre Island, you can actually see Isla Blanca in the foreground where those palm trees are, and you see the ship channel. That's where the public can watch from. They can go right up there in Isla Blanca Park, roll up early in the morning, park along the side. You bring a cooler, you bring some sandwiches. There's people all over the place watching from right there.
That's an amazing thing. You can get even that close to watch the rocket launch. And when the rumble hits, you feel it. You feel this thump in your chest. And by the way, you can see that view on your screen right now here at Margaritaville Beach.
It's a
Resort.
mouthful, isn't it?
The south side of the building. That's exactly what you see. You can come here and do that.
If you're on the, what is it? It's the 5th through the 11th, 12th floors. If you're on the 5th floor or above, you have that shot south facing straight off the balcony, out your hotel room, down to the thing. This place always fills up. It always sells out before launch, even when the launch date gets announced. But if you want the best views from South Padre Island and air conditioning, air conditioning at Isla Blanca, Margaritaville Resort beachfront here is fantastic.
And the weather, like we said earlier, is improving throughout the day. And we have an update from Ryan on his maps with some WB57 information. Ryan?
Well, rather lack thereof, I saw Adrian saying saying there were some questions coming in the chat about the WB57, so I've brought up Ellington Airfield here. There is no transponder on at the moment for the 57 at Ellington, which is where it is based, where we expect it to take off. But we are still, about 3 hours from launch. It only takes, about half an hour, 40 minutes to get down to Starbase and then to their little racetrack pattern there with NASA's aircraft there. So we're not expecting it airborne just yet. It will be, fingers crossed, going airborne in a little while because, the conditions are looking clear. And if you are unaware, the WB-57 is NASA's really, really good imagery aircraft. I'll put it that way. It's got some incredible optics on the front of the aircraft, massive wings so it can fly at a really high altitude, and fingers crossed we get some really cool imagery from it for Starship's 6th flight. I don't think we've actually seen anything from the 5th flight, which I believe it is airborne for as well. So I don't know if we'll actually end up seeing it, but fingers crossed we can see some booster return from the air.
If they get footage, it almost always comes out. It takes a little bit of while. There's like a freedom of information thing sometimes, but if they get good footage, it almost always makes it to us eventually. It's a short flight. I'm not worried about it. I do that little hop from Houston, IAH, down to Brownsville all the time, and they don't even service drinks on the plane. It's such a short flight, so no worries right now. Coming up on T-minus 3 hours, that WB-57 hopefully will be making its way down here in probably 2 hours or so. We'll be watching the radar for it.
And as we come up to the 3 hour mark, Alex, can you kind of fill us in, or Adrian, let's go with Alex. Fill us in on what's going on with the tank farm. What are they doing right now as they prepare to start loading propellant?
Yeah, right now they are conditioning the tank farm. We are sort of right now in more or less of a lull. If you see me that I'm looking here, it's because here right now is where I have all of our cameras and everything. It's I'm looking at the activity and whatnot as we progress here through the countdown. And we had that Pope vent about an hour ago. That's the start of the process. Sometimes it seems almost as if the tank farm is completely inactive, but there are things going on. Especially one of the things that happens is this transfer of liquid oxygen and liquid methane out to the subcoolers, because those transfer lines from the storage tanks, you can see some of those on the middle top image there on your screen. That's essentially where the liquid oxygen is, and so they need to transfer all of that out to the subcoolers so that in the future, later in the countdown, it can actually be subcooled before being loaded onto the rocket. So still very early steps on the countdown, very early steps on the tank farm activity and conditioning. But hey, there's still 3 hours until the launch, right? So there's a bunch of things that need to happen, and they'll happen when they need to happen.
I think that's the thing, Alex. You see that top middle shot there, and people who might not be avid followers of Starship or our 24/7 streams like Starbase Live, like, what are they showing? What is that right there? That's an important piece of equipment that we watch, isn't it?
That's the vaporizers, as their name indicates. They vaporize, in this case, nitrogen. So what they do is it's like a lot of loops of liquid nitrogen, right, that go through that, and that allows the liquid nitrogen to be able to be able to condition some of these tank farm systems and everything. One of the things that for example, some of these vaporizers do is also work on the pressurization of the liquid oxygen tanks right there at the storage tanks. You see all of those horizontal cylindrical tanks behind those vaporizers. Those are for the liquid nitrogen and the liquid oxygen that are being used for today. Liquid nitrogen, it is not one of the propellants, but it is one of the things that are used to be able to work out, that propellant needs to be subcooled. You have a lot of purges, a lot of things that need to be conditioned, and also as pressurization systems need to be also pressurized, these vaporizers enable that sort of thing to happen.
Gotcha.
But there you can see that transfer line, that black one with a bit of silver sort of in between. That's the one for the liquid oxygen. It goes from the ground tanks all the way across. You can see it there as we pan across out to the subcoolers.
That's one of the things with the roadside rocket science here. Like, one of the things that we do, we don't just look at the rocket, we watch all of the ground infrastructure, the GSE, the ground service equipment, right? And we know when this vent starts to open, we see a little vapor coming from here. We see ice starting to form here. Some of these lines, you can see these lines start to ice over, and that tells us where they are in the process. So when there's the rocket in the background if you're looking for the rocket. But when we're looking at things like this, know that that's what we're looking for. We're not just staring at a random piece of junk on the ground. We're looking at things that are critical to stepping up to the launch of the rocket there out at Starbase.
And
that liquid oxygen in about 3 hours is going to be there. So
yeah, it's going to be
they
in
need
there.
to condition all of the systems. They need to get ready for that. It's a very thorough process. Yeah.
And when you see these cameras on the side of the road, the long shots from the hotel, we need your support to keep doing that. Adrian, let's thank some folks real quick.
And I have tons of people to thank here, starting with Derek, who gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Then we have Michael Coviello. By the way, why was I picked to read this? I'm the worst in pronouncing names here at NSF. Michael Coviello with a $50 super chat saying, thank you to all of NASA spaceflight humans and Jake for the year-round coverage and everything spaceflight related. Thank you so much for that very, very generous support here, Michael. And I also want to thank, and here comes a few names now, Activex, Apocalypse Cow, Doug Burnett, Daniel Hogbin, and Reefhead for all gifting 5 Red Team memberships in quick succession right after another. So all of these people just enabled a lot of people enjoying the membership program. But if you right now think, oh, Adrian's just reading the people that are contributing super chats, that's not true. I'm very much looking at the chat here. And if you're just watching and contributing with tagging at NASA Spaceflight in chat and contributing questions, I very much have questions here. And I'm throwing this to you at Margaritaville because there's a difference on this flight. And the questions we are getting here from Andre and from another person is, do we expect footage of the belly flop? That's the first question. And will we have a daytime ship splashdown? So do you mind going down that rabbit hole?
So that's one of the things we've been looking at here. All the previous flights up through 5 have been early morning launches. We stay up all night long. It's sun's coming up. It's 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and then they launch super early in the morning. Here we're coming up in the afternoon. We're already well past noon, and the window opens at 4 o'clock local time. So one of the things they're doing here by shifting that launch time later in the day, Central Standard Time, South Texas, they're trying to make it so that the sun is up on the other side of the planet where the ship is going to splash down. Indian Ocean is where it's headed. So think about a globe and, the normal, look at that. Perfect timing.
There it is.
There is the splashdown zone. And what they're trying to do is, that's the difference between Flight 5 and Flight 6. They're heading into the daylight instead of into the nighttime. Thank you for flipping that back and forth. That's perfect. And we hope that means we get daytime views of the ship splashdown over there off the coast of Australia. Some ships, actually, we were tracking some ships going off the coast of Australia, taking what we think might be the camera buoys and other sensors out there. But I already did it.
You did
bingo.
It.
Put that on your bingo card if you had the buoy versus boy.
Let's hear it, Chad.
Pronunciation. Jeez, sorry.
I'm going with buoy for the record.
I wonder how the camera gimbal on Flight 5, because it was coming in, you could see the engine exhaust coming down, and the camera gimbal on the buoy. Was pretty good. I'm really looking forward to seeing some belly flop action from Flight 6 in the daytime.
There's a couple different ways. Not that I've looked into how you could build an unattended buoy system that might be out in the Gulf sending you live camera feeds or anything like that, right? 2 ways I would do it. I'd either use a 360-degree camera that you can then sort of stabilize in post. You can sort of fake the pan and tilt because you're taking a really wide angle. Or I try to use like a gyro-stabilized gimbal cam out there. Both of those exist. You'll see the fancy gyro-stabilized cameras on yachts and ships. And then, of course, you can get a 360 camera that's just recording the entire sky, higher resolution. Then you sort of crop that in and stabilize that in post. But I would imagine if I were to build a buoy, I'd put both of those things on there if I could afford it.
Yeah. I'm with you. Let's get as much more data, more better. Right.
That's always
what Jack says.
Part of it.
So we're coming up on 3 hours to launch here from South Padre Island at the Margaritaville Beach Resort. And again, they asked about what's going on the roof. What kind of footage are we going to get from the roof?
We have some fancy new stuff that we've just put together for the roof. In the past, we've played with all sorts of different systems to robotically or manually track it, and I've basically put together a gaming rig that controls a big robotic camera system. I'm going to be trying to track the rocket with an Xbox controller.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, hey.
There's some behind the scenes footage for you guys. That's what it looks like.
You can see my Xbox controller on the table there in the middle. We were doing the checkouts and stuff this morning. And so the robotic rig is the one on the left-hand side. You can see the spotting scope on top, and then the main scope is sort of pointing straight away from the little behind-the-scenes camera here. And then the control system, multiple screens in the Pelican case there, and an Xbox controller. So I'm going to be on the roof watching the rocket launch using my thousands of hours of video game muscle memory to track this thing. We'll see how it goes.
I have faith in you. And just so that everybody knows, we are going to be here. We've got great interviews coming up for you here in the hotel room studio. But we are going to make our way up to the roof. So you're going to hear live footage when we go up top right before the launch.
Yep. Hey, I want to do a thing real quick. I haven't read through the entire schedule. So if I'm stomping on something that's scheduled later, oops, sorry. We do this because we can share this show with people all over the world, right? So we ask the question, we give the mods a break for just a second. Tell us in chat, I've got it on my phone right here, where you're watching the stream from. That's part of this. Maybe you can't make it down here yourself. Maybe you've never seen a rocket launch yourself. But because we're able to put this on all the different places, YouTube, X, everywhere that we put this out, we make it so that people can join us. I'm going to try to read some of these.
They are going by at light speed right now.
I saw York's People of Republic. That's just because that was a highlighted yellow there. We got Denmark, France, Bergen, Norway,
Germany,
Netherlands, Poland,
Kansas
Scotland.
City.
Just say something out loud.
It's amazing. I mean, they're just going by so fast. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Yep. Connecticut's in there. We got some states, places I've never even heard of. That's not saying too much, though. That's a lot more stuff there, too. Gosh, they gave me a larger screen so that I could read all of the places that y'all watch from. It is really a thing that we do.
Wow.
I apologize if we were scheduled to do that later, but I wanted to make sure we did it and got y'all checking in from where you're watching from. I even see some folks that are here on South Padre Island, watching from Isla Blanca, watching from the hotel, or all over the place. Some folks watching from Rocket Ranch. It is cool.
It is cool
that we're able to share this with you.
Yeah.
We're not a big media organization. We don't have billions of dollars behind us, or nobody's feeding us scripts of the information we should give you. We're rocket nerds.
Yes, we are.
That's where we came from originally. A bunch of enthusiasts who came together and sort of reached critical mass so that we could take my work with cameras and take Kevin's work with streams and take folks' work with audio and folks' work with commentary and folks who follow the program. And we take all these space nerds and we roll it together into things like this. But at the end of the day, it's us.
It really
We're
is.
independent.
It really is. You can check out NASAspaceflight.com for the news side with all the great articles from the NSF writers.
The forums are there
the
too.
Forums. I mean, and like he said, it's a bunch of people who just love rocketry that got together and just it grew from there into what you see right now. The merchandise that's on all of this goes to support what NSF does. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and you can ask questions in the chat right now, just at NASA Spaceflight. And Adrian, who is probably sweating bullets right now because the chat is flying by. We thank you guys for your support, and we love to answer your questions. It's just there's a slow mode. It doesn't work. It just goes. It just goes.
Well, when you got enough people watching, what do we got? 26. I don't know if that's an up-to-date number. Almost 30,000 people watching. Everybody posts one message.
Yeah,
that's a lot of messages.
Yeah, and the shots you see right now of this beautiful rocket that's going to launch in just under 3 hours. That's when the window opens. All come from the people that are in the field. There are so many people that were out there late last night setting up the cameras.
Yep.
The folks this morning setting up cameras, the audio people. There's just this huge background. There are people in the control room that are talking back and forth.
We say control room.
We can't hear. The control rooms all around the world.
Yeah.
We can't luckily hear in our headphones. We hear each other. That's good. But there are so many people that came together to make this possible.
You got it. This view right here is actually from the trailer. We have the trailer cam that's deployed over there on SpaceX property. I'm pretty sure this is trailer. It's close in enough. We didn't go out and buy a $50,000 fancy trailer with a bunch of pre-built camera stuff. You know what I bought? I bought a $300 welding trailer that a guy stripped all his welding gear off of on Craigslist, and we modified it into an off-grid solar-powered camera platform. So we didn't spend a ton of money on it. We just got together and put some blood, sweat, and tears into it and made a solar-powered system that hosts multiple cameras. You can plug other cameras into it, and we park it over there with SpaceX's permission on their danger lot. We call it danger lot, and we get you views like this. So for all the folks who support what we do, cannot say thank you enough. The biggest thing for me, if you support us, you put a like in the chat, you put some money in the hat, you join the membership or whatever it is, I don't care. But we always turn that around and we turn it into hopefully cool experiences. I hate even saying content. Oh, we make cool content for you. Nah, we just try to give you cool stuff like that shot of the full stack rocket.
If we weren't putting it on YouTube, we would be sitting around on the couch watching the rocket launch, talking about it just like we're doing right now. Yep. We would be doing the exact same thing. We just get to bring it to you. And we want to thank all those members. Adrian, tell us some folks that jumped back in, because I'm seeing lots of stuff fly by.
Yeah, I have a very cool one here from Jake Jones with a super chat saying, "You guys started my career at SpaceX. Thank you guys for all that you do for all of us. Keep up the great work." And that's something we from time to time hear, right? We hear people that have been watching now NSF for several years or have watched other channels for several years and are getting inspired by that to pursue a career in aerospace. And I mean, it doesn't get cooler than that as a person that does this. Like, inspiring people to do this for a living, amazing.
Adrian, real quick, we've hit a record this time. We're out and about. We've got the NSF truck. It's got our logo on the side, our old logo. Need to get that updated. This time out here, I've gotten pulled over, waved down, flagged down by more people than I ever have in the past. People coming up saying they watch us online, that my mom sent this to me. I went to school because we love aerospace engineering because I watched your channel. This trip, I've had so many people. I'm out of patches. I gave away all my patches. If you find us out there, we give you a patch, right? A little NSF patch. So many people came up to me this time. I am dead out of patches.
I'm astonished because I just joined the NSF crew just a couple weeks ago, and they asked me to come here and do this, and of course I said yes. Of course.
Twist my arm.
Yeah, go watch a rocket launch. Oh darn, okay. And the first day, I go out to the launch site. I get out of my truck, and someone walks around, and he says, you look like Gene." I was like, "Oh no, do I owe you money?" No, he said we love NSF. We love watching the content and what everybody on the team does. And I was just astonished. So many people are like, "Thank you guys for what you do." And reality is, thank you for what you do.
Yeah. All right. So where are we now? We're getting just under 3 hours. We're ticking towards the launch. We try to thank people. We asked people where they were from. Talking about weather still looks pretty good outside, but I'm not sure we're quite ready to go back to the weather. Roads closed. I can see on the map the roads, or the middle right camera there. That's actually further back road closure. See some cars coming and going, but SpaceX can come and go 3 hours before. The public is way back. The public can't get in there anymore. Where else are we?
There are some telltale signs that we're looking for when as the clock ticks down. There's my favorite shot.
The penguin shot.
I want that on a t-shirt. Space penguins.
Space penguin.
Adrian is shaking his head right now. # space penguins. But when it goes into an orca,
I can't unsee it.
It's like
I'm sorry, I'm shaking my head because once you pointed out it looks like a penguin, I'm now like, yeah, you're right. It looks like a penguin without these tiles.
Like a penguin,
so they're going to say orca when it belly flops, but it's penguin when it's on its head. Kevin the other day, or I think it was Jay, they superimposed the penguin over it. It looks just like it when it's standing up.
By the way, I heard, by the way, that we have a certain Ryan on standby here to maybe give us an update on the weather situation.
Excellent. Let's hop into that.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same as it was half an hour ago. Essentially, Texas remains clear. This big bit of cloud here is still moving that way, which is wonderful to see because that's the exact opposite way to where we are. So, that's brilliant. I'm sure all of the photographers will be very, very happy. If you look really, really carefully around the red square, that's where Boca Chica is. There are a little bit of clouds around to the south over Mexico. This is... that's making me a little bit nervous, but it is moving that way with everything else. So the wind is blowing in the right direction. So fingers crossed that, kind of clears out a bit. But as you can see, essentially everywhere north of Brownsville, perfectly clear. Everywhere south, you've got a little bit of some wispy clouds coming in. But hopefully things remain clear for launch in just under 3 hours.
Can I say real quick when Ryan's on? Oh, hey, this is the helicopter fueling station. Yeah. It looks like, There's a spot near one of our camera platforms where the helicopter refuels, and it looks like no helicopter right now, but they're working on the fueling. And here's the other roadblock. This is the hard roadblock. This is sort of the keep out zone. To the right is the keep out zone. SpaceX still coming and going. Public can't get anywhere near here right now. They're blocked all the way back at Brownsville on Highway 4. But this is one of our viewing sites. This is our river viewing site where we have these cameras. Can I just jump back to Ryan real quick? Ryan built the set that he's standing in front of, right?
Yeah.
You know, the map in the background and even his shadows there with the clouds behind it, and Ryan's in frame and he's got the wireless. This isn't a studio that somebody put together. Ryan made all this.
Look at that smile of satisfaction.
He should smile.
I did this. Yeah, it was just fantastic. What you do is amazing.
He was like, hey, I want to try a thing. And we were like, all right, you do cool stuff. And we just got out of the way and let Ryan sort of cook. And this is what you came up with. Ryan, you can smile. We're just going to leave you on.
Right.
But that's what we do. We just give opportunities to do cool stuff. Thank you for doing this, Ryan.
You know, you were talking about the roadblocks, and that's one of the major things that happen. They have three roadblocks where the public stops, and then they have another one in the keep-out zone.
Yep.
And then the very last one is no-go.
Yep.
That's an absolute no-go zone, and they blocked the road at what time this morning?
8 was the road closure starting this morning. Yeah.
So there were some people out there at 6 a.m. still taking pictures, and then at 8 a.m. it is get everybody out of there. We're launching a rocket.
I'm going to rename this camera Mars Cam. It's got a very red tint to it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which camera this is, but it looks like it could be the surface of Mars.
Someday we could do this from the surface of Mars and have that exact shot right there with a Mars cam.
I hope there's less grass and snakes on Mars.
Look at that. It's just, it's wonderful. 2 hours, 48 minutes. Let's get some more questions for Alex. Alex, he has that face that I want to answer questions.
I have questions. For Alex. So we have so far not really tackled the catch, which is the catch. So today, of course, SpaceX will go for another catch. And we have got some question here about is there some difference on this catch versus on this catch potential versus the last one? And also, is there any indication how the chances are that we see a catch today, Alex?
Well, one of the things that we do know, at least from Elon, is that this catch is going to be faster and harder to do, something along those lines. Our guess is that they're probably going to be coming in a little bit faster with the booster, try to maybe not have as much of a horizontal velocity this time around to go between the chopsticks. Other than that, we have also seen from SpaceX on their website, they say that they have made modifications to the booster so that if it actually is caught, then they are able to do a rapid, detanking and get rid of all of the propellant on board of the booster quickly. In fact, I don't know if we may be able to go to one of the roadblock cameras, but right now the roadblock is essentially the transport stand for the booster and one of the lifts that, if they actually are, the other one, if they are actually going to go for a catch and they catch the booster, there you go. So, what makes sense is they're going to be putting it back on the OLM, unload the propellants, and then put it back on the transport stand, save the FTS, and put it back on the production side. So that's what they did with Booster 12. It took 2 days to do that whole process, 5 hours to put it on the OLM, another day or so to be able to remove the flight termination system, and then another day until it actually rolled back to the production side. If I were to guess, they're probably going to want to do that a lot quicker, a lot faster this time around to be able to prove the whole thing of rapid reusability.
Alex, I got to ask real quick. We're looking around, we see roadblocks and all that sort of stuff. Are we not seeing enough activity? I mean, it's less than 3 hours before launch right now. Should we be seeing more venting and stuff like that? Or are we still good even though we don't see a ton of vapors right now?
Yeah, this is more or less what we expect. This part of the process, as I was explaining before, it sort of looks like a bit of a lull in the activity, right? A bit of a pause. But actually, there's things ongoing. There's this, as I was saying, they're transferring some of that propellant from the ground tanks to the subcoolers. They're priming all of the tank farm conditioning hardware and everything, like the fluids bunker and everything
Yep.
was venting just recently. I'm starting to hear some vents as well. We see some of venting as well from the vaporizers. So there's some activity ongoing. It's just not as noticeable. And it'll become a lot more noticeable in the next perhaps 30, 50 minutes from now. That's when they start loading very quickly the subcoolers with liquid nitrogen so that they are able to, subcool the propellants. We may talk about what the subcoolers do a little bit later in the count because it's very technical, I guess, and we're still early to go through all of that. But
Okay,
yeah.
so no concerns that we're not seeing tons of venting and plumes and vapors and all that sort of stuff all over. Still 2 hours and 45 minutes away from the opening of that window, but you expect the activity to spool up here in the coming 30, 45, 50 minutes, right?
Yeah, and I can actually hear from our feeds and everything.
Yep.
There's a lot of venting. There's a lot of stuff going on already. This is normal. Sometimes it's not as noticeable. It's actually, I tend to say that it's quite interesting because when it is near launch time, that is actually when the propellant sequencing, for example, has wrapped up,
Right.
and it's when we see the tank farm being completely bonkers, right? It's sort of the opposite.
And there's
Technical science term.
It's like, are you the official
bonkers.
NASA channel? And we're like, we just
Yeah,
said the
it's-
word bonkers
yeah.
on the show.
just to chime in here as well, we hear right now a sound that I always love to hear, because you hear right now a bit of like a hollow sound, almost like gas going into a very hollow container. And that's
Right.
exactly the sound. If we look at previous countdowns and the previous recordings, this is the sound we want to hear at this particular moment. This is always what we hear, and that's one of the clues we get. We get audio cues for, yes, this should be on track.
And that's another part of it, right? They're dealing with cryopropellants here.
Yep.
Liquid methane, very cold. The liquid oxygen, very cold. You want all those things to be very cold because colder, they're denser, they're fluids.
Yep.
You can put more of them in the rocket than carrying, say, like methane gas, right? But when you start putting it in the rocket, you have to control those temperatures. You put it in there and it's like a big teapot. The methane wants to boil off. And we're here in Texas. It's November, the middle of November. It's 88 degrees outside. It's
I know what it feels
warm.
like. I'm wearing a sweater.
Why are you wearing a sweater?
Because it's cool.
I feel like I missed a memo today because I have on my NSF fishing shirt, I guess, my work shirt. And y'all all have the jumper sweaters on.
Yeah.
But as soon as they start putting those cryogenic propellants into the rocket, they have to maintain those temperatures and pressures.
Yep.
And as it wants to boil off, they have to keep that within bounds, within limits. So there's no reason for them to tank up the rocket right now. One of the big things we've seen them work on is that rapid filling.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask Alex about that. We saw the time, it's about 43 minutes, and then it went up a little bit, then it went down a little bit.
Yep.
Alex, best guess, 42 minutes today, or do you think they're going to break the record?
For what again?
Fueling. For
Sorry,
fueling.
Oh no, it's pretty much going to be the same as the last the last flight. It was at 49 minutes and 50 seconds. That's when they start with the ship fuel load.
Right.
Then they go into the liquid oxygen, and a few minutes later they go into the booster. But it's pretty much going to be about the same timeline as for flight 5. They have not changed much. Maybe in the future flights we'll see a lot more differences.
And what we're looking at here is the last of the Block 1 boosters. So when we go, Block 1 ships and Block 1 booster, when we go to the Block 2 ship, they have slightly larger tanks, right, Alex? And that might increase some of the fuel time, but it's, they're paying off from Block 2 to Block 3. The tanks go larger on Block 2. Then we get that massive payload bump on Block 3, right?
Yeah, on Block 2, the ship will have about 300 more tons of propellant, which for the Starship scale, it's not a lot, but that's about the same amount of propellant that, for example, the Falcon 9 first stage has. just to put it in perspective, they're adding about as much propellant as a Falcon 9 booster.
That's crazy.
Jeez.
That's crazy.
So, yeah.
Mind-boggling.
It's a lot.
Really is. It really is.
It's
not
a
playing around.
small upgrade
Yeah.
compared to what we'll see with version 3. Version 3 will be completely out of the scale. It's like 800 tons of extra propellant, I think. So that's going to be more propellant that they're going to be adding to the ship.
We're currently at 2 hours and 40 minutes from the opening of the launch window. We're going to see things start to spool up in the tank farm.
Yep.
You'll slowly, when they start fueling, you'll start to see those frost lines rise up both the booster and the ship. And guys, I want to say thank you to everybody NSF. I'm sitting here next to Dos, and I want to say thank you to everybody NSF for believing and bringing me on board, because it is a family. It's a community of people that just love rockets.
Dude, you sound awesome too, by the way.
That's a bonus. And I want to thank you guys, all of the guys, everybody viewing and liking and sharing and inviting your friends to watch this. What a time to be alive.
Yeah.
With SpaceX and other launch providers bringing in full rapid reusability, and we have the privilege of bringing it to you. And then you go and you support us. You hit the like button, you share it, you ask us questions, you go and you order the beautiful, by the way, the beautiful new Flight 6 patch on shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's amazing. It is gorgeous. And then they animated it. Did you see that? When they animated it, it's fantastic.
Because it's got the catch. We're always coming up with what's the new design, the patch going to be. And here, it was sort of a reflight, right? They flew 5. That was the first catch. Here, they're going for the catch, but what's the big thing? And so this was sort of an inspiration patch. The view on the patch is actually sort of inspired by the view from the danger lot. You have Hopper, Star Hopper there in the foreground, the booster being caught in the background, and that is actually the perspective that some of these cameras get. Of course, way too close for a human to be standing during any of those flight operations, but that's what inspired the patch this time. Then going forward, we're going to look at the milestones.
Yep.
If they're doing orbital refueling, we'll probably have an orbital refueling patch. Goes by the moon, right? I imagine they're going to do you think they're going to do a fly by the moon one day? They're just going to go straight for it. Like, if we're going, we might as well try to land.
Why wouldn't they?
I know,
Why wouldn't they? That's what SpaceX does.
It is what they do.
It's crazy good. Let's take a minute and check back in with Adrian and thank some folks who have been so patient. We thank you guys. It's going by so fast. We just want to take a minute to thank you for your support.
Yeah, and I am at this point, I will apologize. I will probably at some point will not be able to read everything here, because we are getting so many people here. It's if I would start to read everything here, the others wouldn't talk anymore. So we have Mike Pollock with a $50 super chat, just saying thanks for all you do. Well, thanks for supporting it.
Thanks for showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. James Barr becoming a launch director. Thank you so much for that. Jeff Boomer become with a $50 super chat as well, saying watching my first in person from the Raptors and enjoy the launch. I mean, first in person launch and the Starship flight. That's not too bad. Good luck topping that. Frederick Dalmeida with a $20 super chat saying, watching on vacation from Ghana. Keep up the good work, guys.
Wow.
We will for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's we can check on the continents. We have definitely people watching from Africa. Thank you so much for that, and enjoy your vacation. Then we have Ron with a super chat here saying, does NSF have a hot stage ring tracking cam for this launch? Thanks for all you do. Last, do you want to spill some beans?
Yeah, that's a question for you.
Actually, we're not going to spill the beans on that. It would be silly if we didn't have some camera watching for the hot stage ring, but stand by for some behind the scenes when we end up on the roof, and we'll talk a little bit more about that.
And you wanted venting?
There you go.
We got venting.
Did they select a new space pope?
Apparently, and there is also, I have to throw to somebody here, because we also have an aircraft update.
Ryan, what's in the air?
I have spotted right here. There is a plane flying in, and it has a very unique livery. I believe this could be Jared Isaacman's aircraft coming in now. So he could be arriving, if he is indeed on board, which I believe it is his aircraft. He might now just be, he might now just be arriving in Brownsville. So that's another VIP coming in to watch the launch.
Where'd it come from, Ryan?
I can zoom out now if you want me to, but I have to go over there to do that.
The north. It came from the north, as you can see by the
Yes. It came from this direction.
Thank you. Very insightful there. So a lot of VIPs coming to town, it seems like. We actually saw some special TFRs, those temporary flight restrictions that were up for VIP operations in the area, where they have special control of the airspace during certain areas and times. And we saw some of those VIP TFRs pop up yesterday. So maybe on the lookout for some. Wow, that is a lot of planes. I can see it on the other. That's too many planes. All
That's
right.
incredible. Zoom back in. The whole country is covered in aircraft. And yeah, we do have some VIPs coming in, and we have some VIPs watching right now on NSF. You guys, thank you so much. And 2 hours and 35 minutes. And there's a lot of moving parts going on behind the scenes getting ready for this launch.
So we're sort of talking about all sorts of random stuff right now, right? And it is going to get more and more busy, I guess.
Intense.
It's going to get busier, more intense the closer we get to it. So now we're sort of hanging out. We're asking you where you're watching from. We're talking about cameras. When it's go time, things are going to start happening very quickly. And you can see with the lighting of the fires there, the vents that are popping up as the tank farm starts to visually come to life. They are continuing on that count, rapidly approaching 2.5 hours, almost 7 minutes.
2.5 hours.
I'd had to run up to the roof real quick. 2.5 hours before the window opens.
If it was 2.5 minutes, something went very. 2.5 hours until we go, and you see the venting starting, and it's going to get more and more. And you think normally it was a morning launch where that vapor spread out all over. It
was so calm and it just made
it was
pool
like
of vapor. Covered some of the cameras, by the way.
With the heat of the afternoon, what's going to happen?
Look at the sky behind it.
It's
beautiful. It looks fantastic right now. In the wind direction, is a little tough because it's blowing some of those plumes in front of our view. We always look out for that because we can get clouded out on occasion, but we're going to keep watching it. Adrian, do we have some more questions that you could maybe grab us? I really want to go through chat. There's no way I can scroll through and just find questions. But do we have some good questions from chat that we can ask or answer here?
I mean, absolutely. We have a ton of questions here. First off, the question is, I will quickly answer this one because it's a very short one. What's the length of today's actually launch window? It's 30 minutes. Just to point that out, it's not a single-digit number we are counting down. They could move as much as 30 minutes into the window.
That's 4 to 4:30 local time, right, Adrian?
That's correct. It's 4 to 4:30 local time or 5 to 5:30 Eastern.
Probability that they hold until 4:20 local, just for the memes.
I'm not betting against that. Knowing SpaceX and knowing SpaceX history, if everything is green at 4. I could see somebody saying, we're going to hold 20 minutes for a funny number.
There's one person on Earth that can say, wait, now. And we all know who that is.
Wouldn't put it past him.
All right. Just for the shirt.
Absolutely. Then we, of course, getting some more questions about the catch and what odds we would personally give it that there will be a catch today. That's always the most fun, right? Because we have so much insight and can easily answer a question how the odds are. But what's our feeling? Will we see another catch today? What's your thinking?
Well, it's always I can't give you numbers, right? And on the one hand, Flight 5's successful catch. Mm-hmm. They got it first try, right? Now, they didn't just declare success. They're not doing the exact same catch profile this time. They're actually going for a more aggressive catch profile. So if they were just doing the same thing, I'd probably give it a little bit higher number. Here, continuing to push the boundaries, I think they're probably, I can't guess what a number would be, 50% likely to do it. Who would have said? What was your guess for the first flight that they nailed?
Yeah, and remember, there's 1,000 things that have to happen before the flight director, launch director, gives that manual command to the booster to come in and attempt a landing. Cool. And, last time we heard Elon when he was playing his video game that we were 1 second. Now, in human times, 1 second is 1 second.
Yep.
In computer time, how many cycles are going by, it's a longer time. The computer's thinking much faster. In this one, because of the more aggressive landing profile that they're trying to achieve, and they've taken that goalpost and they've moved the goalpost for themselves to test that equipment, I'm with you. It's really tough to put a number on that. I am the eternal optimist. I say they go for it and they get it on the second time.
Cool.
Alex, what do you think?
I'm going to say what I said on Flight 5, that, they have this sort of manual command that they need to send to actually commit for the landing. But if they send that, I think we're going to have a catch. And I said that for Flight 5, and I'm going to say the same for Flight 6. I don't think, if it were truly not ready to go, right, they will probably say, you know what, let's not make it go back to the launch site. I think that will only be the case if it was actually all ready to go. And if it's ready to go, I have no reasons to think that it will not make the catch. But hey, we'll see in 2.5 hours.
One way to find out.
It's either catch or contingency.
I
That's
mean,
Excitement guaranteed.
excitement guaranteed. 2 hours.
I absolutely share that, by the way, by Alex, because there's probably no smarter, there's no smarter team on this planet to judge if a catch is go than the team that operates this rocket, right? And they have clearly communicated they are only for the going for the catch if they feel super confident. Everything looks good, booster's healthy, everything looks perfect. And if they think it's good, who am I to dispute that? Like, what do I have to say there? So, yes, I agree with Alex. If they commit, I expect a catch.
What do y'all think, chat? Do you think they're going to go? By the way, I call them chat.
Yeah.
I say chat. That's you, people that are watching at home.
That's right.
If I say, hey, chat, I'm talking to you. What do y'all think? What are y'all's estimations for pushing the boundaries, have a successful catch under their belt? Where do you think they're going to end up today? I see some catch, go. I did just call you chat, actually, Razor.
Or chat.
There was a 3 in your name.
All 30,000 of you.
They got this, 55%. They can do it.
Yep.
100% on a catch. It looks like chat is very optimistic as well.
I don't see any contingencies because we don't say the other word.
Hey.
It's catch or contingency.
One or the other, we'll have cameras pointed at it. So.
That's exactly right. And thank you guys. Yeah, it goes by so fast. It's hard for us to.
Yep.
Are you in super slow mode?
Oh,
or
no.
You're just trying to catch it.
I just have hundreds of hours letting the chat wash over me.
Yeah.
And when it is past, I remain.
Like the Mars cam.
There you go.
The Mars cam is washing over in red.
And folks, that's another question that is very related here, because on the ship side, we have that stripped heat shield, we have that higher angle of attack. So a lot of questions we also get here is, what about the ship? Have they removed too much? Maybe that will increase the risk of a successful splashdown. So what's your thought on that?
You want to go first, Gene?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have seen penguins jump off the rocks and belly flop into the ocean.
But have you seen orcas do that?
I've not seen orcas belly flop as much. No. So I'm 100% no. I think that the engineers at SpaceX have done the math. Adrian just loves when I say penguin. He loves it. They've done the math. They're pushing the boundaries. And remember, by stripping off all those TPS tiles on both sides, the thermal protection system, they're saving weight. And when you save the weight going uphill, that means more payload.
Yeah.
And that's what they're going for. No part's the best part. So if they can come through reentry with the heating at a steeper angle, because they want to overheat, they really want to stretch those boundaries. When they remove all that weight, that's more mass to orbit.
Less mass on the ship is also less kinetic energy that you have to bleed off blazing through the atmosphere. So if you're lighter, that atmospheric density can slow you down a little bit more. I don't know if efficiency is really the right term to use there, but every little bit of mass counts, both on the way up, how much payload you can take, how much fuel you need to do it, and on the way down, how quickly you can utilize that atmosphere, because that's what the ship's doing.
Yep.
On the way down, it is plowing into the denser and denser atmosphere, and the denser that atmosphere gets, the more energy it takes to push the air out of the way, and Starship slows down. They don't just use engines for that; they use the atmosphere.
I have a lot of friends who are skydivers. I've jumped out of planes myself, and they go into that flare, they go into that position, and if you can imagine the skydiver, that's what those flaps are doing in the belly flop maneuver. It's controlling that, and you see the cameras moving when we see the SpaceX feeds, and that's what it's doing. And you can actually control, once you get to that terminal velocity, you can control your pitch, your roll, your yaw, and then set yourself up for that success. We saw that on Flight 5, where they landed exactly where they wanted to in the Indian Ocean.
It's almost exactly like a skydiver. I've never really said it that way, but you're exactly right. Those flaps moving up and down just change how much drag they get fore and aft and on either side of the ship. And the denser that atmosphere gets, the more roll and pitch authority they get from the air, as opposed to having the rocket engines online.
And remember, this vehicle is coming in near orbital velocity. We're hoping Flight 7 might be orbital. We'll see when we get there. This last Block 1 is coming in at near orbital velocity, which is fast.
They need to confirm that they're going to go for orbit so that we know how to make the patch. It's always a challenge knowing what we're supposed to put on the patch. So I love that to get confirmed. Adrian, any other questions? Hit us with another question if you could.
Absolutely. There's a question here about a bit of the future of the program, because of course, right now we are more on this, I would call it, test trajectory. And Travis Villard is wondering, when they launch to deploy Starlink, will the trajectory be different, and will they overfly the continental US?
Oh, that's one I think we can toss to Alex.
Yeah, it's an Alex question.
Yeah, I can handle that one.
Start the timer.
Oh boy, no, I'll try to be short on this. So for Starlink right now, what they are looking for is a 28, I think it was 32-degree inclination orbit, excuse me. And for a 32-degree inclination orbit to deploy Starlink satellites to that orbit, they will need to thread the needle instead of between Cuba and Florida, just like they're doing now on these flights. It will have to be, instead of the north of Cuba, it will have to be to the south. So basically between the Yucatan and Cuba. And so that's what we should expect as a difference in the trajectory. Otherwise, I will not expect any overflights of continental US so far, at least this early on. Later in the program, though, as you've seen for Falcon 9, they now have some times where they can overfly very quickly some places of either the United States or other countries, because they have the autonomous flight termination system, essentially the system that allows them to, the rocket itself senses that it's going off course and it just blows itself up, right? Starship has that same capacity. It has also an autonomous flight termination system, but right now it is not approved to fly such flights from, in the case of Falcon 9, for example, from Florida. It does this sort of wiggle around Florida, very close to the coast, and overflying Cuba to get to a sun-synchronous orbit, which is about a 97-degree orbit that is slightly retrograde, kind of a polar orbit there, as it goes sort of, around the peninsula and all the way west to southwest of Florida. And so that is something that is only allowed because of that. In the future, perhaps SpaceX may try to get some of these. You can think, for example, trying to go around sort of the narrowest parts of Mexico to the south, maybe get to a polar orbit from there, maybe cross over Florida, maybe something like that. Something can be worked out. At the end of the day, it's a probabilistic kind of thing. And if they overfly parts, but they are not very much populated, then that can still, fall within the threshold and be allowed. So those are the things that we should be looking out for in the future.
And also, the more experience you get with it, the more confidence they have to overfly land, and also where it is in its trajectory. So satellites and spacecraft overfly land all the time, populated or not. Once you get into that more stable orbit, it's really the launch or landing phase that we're mostly looking for those overland flights. Once they're up there in orbit, satellites fly all over the place, right? That's not really a constraint. So it's really, when taking off, how can they get into that right trajectory to put those satellites where they need to be?
As we say in aerospace, launches are optional, landings are mandatory.
Nice. Launches are. That's an interesting way to put it. Real quick, that's a nice vent there in the middle of the screen. What a fantastic looking vent. I think we did elect a space pope who chipped in $50 in a super chat.
Thank you.
and blessed the launch. And blessed the launch.
Blessed the launch.
But we're also seeing some subcooler. Alex, help me out.
Yeah, subcooler activity already at the tank farm. That is great news. That is pretty much what I talked about 20 minutes ago. I said, wait 30 minutes. I was actually a bit more pessimistic there on my timeline, I guess. We are already seeing that ramp up of activity on the tank farm. So that's great news.
Excellent. We'll continue to watch. And Alex, if you notice something on the cameras or in the back channel, feel free to jump in and be like, oh, the subcoolers have ice on them, or whatever you're observing.
Right now, there's nothing critical that they just like, move the camera here. Right now, it's normal stuff and everything. It'll be more critical when we go down there. So I'll just put the updates via text.
2 hours and 20 minutes until that window opens at 4 p.m. Central. And, we've been thanking everybody. We've got a lot going on, all the people in the field. And don't go anywhere. If you just joined us, we've got about just under 2.5 hours to go. And we have some amazing things that we're going to bring you later on. We're going to have some interviews with some folks doing some great science in the field. We're going to talk about how NSF is doing some STEM work with folks.
Yeah,
it's
the
just, we got
Starbase
a lot
Science
going
Fair.
on. Yeah, we have a lot going on, and it's going to be coming up. And also, I don't know if you can see, I'm proudly displaying my full stack sweater. I as soon as it came out, I grabbed it, and you can have one too. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Get all the patches. You can get all the metal prints. When you see the photographers from NSF out in the field and they take those amazing shots, they are metal prints just immediately up on shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And you can go get one, and that supports that photographer and the work they do here at NSF.
You got it.
I want to add 2 caveats here. A, for the Christmas sweaters or for the holiday sweaters,
right.
There is only 3 more days to order them. If you order after that, they do not longer have guaranteed Christmas delivery. And I just want to point that out. If you want to buy that as a gift or want to have that for the holidays, just make sure to order in the next 3 days. Otherwise, that might not arrive in time.
What's the deadline, Adrian? Is it the 22nd?
The 22nd.
The deadline for the custom knitted stuff for Christmas?
Yep. Basically, an order placed at the latest on the 22nd will we can still say will arrive before Christmas. Everything after that, it could, but you shouldn't risk that because we cannot. Yeah, yeah, of course.
We don't talk about
that always. And for the patch, I can very much confirm we're in the second half of our patch stock. So. Just pointing that out because I know Chris Bergen gets a lot of DMs about the I missed patch 5. Well, if you want patch 6, it's flying off the shelves right now.
Do you all understand this? Like, people are like, oh, they make too much money. There's like a huge corporate thing. The founder of NASAspaceflight.com answers the customer support emails for the shop. So if the shipper loses your package, do you know who responds to you? Chris Bergen reads the message and responds to you if you get something from the shop. So I can't stress it enough. We're not a huge billion-dollar corporation or anything like that. Chris is the front line here for shop support. I think we've got a special check-in from the field here shortly. Let's see if we're ready for
Max and D. They're coming in.
Here we go.
I'm so excited. Oh, it's Max and Jay.
Wait of them.
What's up, everybody? How you doing, Max?
I'm doing great, and welcome to the Rocket Ranch Outpost.
Well, we are here, and it is Flight 6 day. Are you all excited for Flight 6? Let's go! This is going to be another epic moment in the Starship program. We're going to see some serious milestones with the ship and hopefully another booster catch. But let's take a walk around Rocket Ranch and see what it's all about. Of course, this is the outpost. Rocket Ranch proper is way up the road. But for a good view, now we're here.
It doesn't get much better than this.
Max, we love you! Max, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Did you get some rest last night?
I got about 3 hours. But currently we are about 3.8 miles away at the Rocket Ranch Outpost.
Yeah, let's give them a view of the rocket behind us here. Let's see what that so they can see what that looks like. D, I know D is the one operating this right now, so thank you, D. But yeah, this is the sort of the crowd here at Rocket Ranch. Everything's looking good. But you did get some sleep.
I did get some sleep. Yes, I did. But as I was saying, about 3.8 miles from the rocket right now, about as good of a seat in the house as you can get. So we are very fortunate.
It looks like we may have had a little hiccup there.
That's a fancy hat.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that hat.
The buddy movie out there at Rocket Ranch. Max and D are at Rocket Ranch, and they're using one of our mobile packs.
Sending 19.
No, they're back again.
I think we may get them back here shortly. Yeah, let's see if we got the cell phone situation there figured out.
Yeah, there they are.
Oh, they're stepping back in front of the camera.
Back, apparently. Hey,
welcome
back.
All right. We'll we'll stay on this side of the thing, so that way, we're better off.
I think we're back now, Jeff.
I think we're back.
I think we're back.
I think we're back.
I think we're back.
We are so back.
We are so back.
All right, where did Gomi? Gomi, come on over. Can I steal your microphone, Max?
Absolutely, you may steal it. Is that a magnet? I can't remember. Safety first. It is a magnet.
Oh, you're good.
Anthony, it's a magnet. Be careful. Be uber
so
careful.
This is Anthony Gomez, the manager of Rocket Ranch, who is kind enough to allow us to sort of come here and glom all our cameras everywhere. So thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome. I love you guys. Thanks for coming.
It's taken 6 launches for me to be here.
It's only been a couple of years.
It's only been a couple of years. But no, from the bottom of all of our hearts here at NSF, thank you for hosting us. Thank you for hosting our cameras.
Thank you.
And thank you for making Rocket Ranch the amazing community for rocket nerds that it is.
Thank you for being here. We love having you guys here, and we love sharing this with you.
So what do you think? Are you going to catch it?
I'm going for yeah, man.
You're going for yeah?
Yeah, I'm going for 90% at least.
90%?
Yeah, it's not that windy. Hold on, wait. Oh, that's good. We'll be all right.
All right.
I think they're catching it.
Well, man, I know you have so much to do, so I don't want to keep you too long. But if there's anything you want to say to the viewers out there in NSF land, all the tank watchers.
Yeah. Just thank you for supporting this program. This is an amazing thing. Thank you for supporting Rocket Ranch. Thank you for supporting NSF. Thank you for supporting SpaceX in this incredible mission. It's going to be a great day, and we look forward to seeing a successful launch and landing. So, thank you guys for watching. Love you, Jack. I love this guy.
All right, let's get Max's microphone back.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean,
thank you, sir.
I'm not sure what else we should do here, but this is the outpost. This is a fantastic place to watch launches from, and everybody here is like a committed rocket nerd, right?
And you kind of have to be here. I mean, we're as I was just saying, best seat in the house, literally.
Best seat in the house.
And it's even better up there. So, Jack, really quick, what are you running up there in terms of camera gear?
Good idea, Max. My brain is fried. Thank you.
Yeah,
so
me too.
I'm going to be running a Canon R5 Mark II with a Sigma 150-600. That'll be at 6 shooting stills. I will also be running the stream camera of mine, which is a Canon R5, which will be at 1200 millimeters. It's a 600 f4 that's doubled. And then I have 7 or 8, I forget, remotes out in the field as well.
Many cameras.
One of which is a slow-mo rig that I'm going to be operating from here. Tech gremlins permitting.
Tech gremlins not wanted. not welcome.
Right. What about you, Max? What are you running?
So I'm on the very top platform. I'm just running 2 cameras today. 2 Canon R5 Mark 1s, I guess you could call them. One is just on a Sigma 60-600, getting a more wide horizontal landscape crop, just to show, I guess, a broader scale or a broader picture of the entire environment. And then the big guy that I've been talking about a few times in previous streams is the Canon RF 1200 millimeter lens.
That's what you got to do for the 1200. You're gonna go wah!
And I have to tell you, it's borderline too much. At least from this distance, I was genuinely terrified it would be too much. Like the rocket itself literally takes up almost the entire. Like if this is your frame, rocket takes up like this much. It's stupid with how tight it is.
Yeah.
So maybe a bit too tight for initial liftoff imagery, but in flight is what I'm after for it. After with it, I should say, and that is why I have it. So. And as of for now, the skies are behaving and the weather. I'm sorry. It's just where's my phone?
All right, so yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I don't know where we go from here, Max. Do you have any other bright ideas?
Views out that way.
What's that?
Let's take a look at the views out here.
Yeah.
Setups people have here.
Yeah.
Looks like you lost them again. Yeah. Didn't he just say we're not going to go past this point, and then he did it?
And like he did it.
Typical Jack.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jack. Thank you, D. Thank you, Max.
The group of 3 out there at the Rocket Ranch viewing outpost. So where they were, you can actually buy tickets.
Keep going.
Oh,
Here they come again. More Max and Jack.
You there?
I think we're back.
Are we back?
I think we're back.
All right. So yeah, we were just taking a look at everybody's setups. You know, everyone goes with like a different vibe. Some people go with a binoculars. Some people go with just a cell phone on a tripod. We got a guy over here with binoculars. You know, of course, plenty of DSLRs and other sorts of cameras strewn about. Everyone trying to
catch views of the rocket.
Yeah.
Finish the statement.
Setting
for
up their
there.
tripods.
You know, I think next time we do a little bit more testing here at the outpost. The way they're sending us the video signal right now is all LTE. All they have is cell phone there, and the more people who come down here to see the launch, the less cell network there is. So coming up 2 hours and 10 minutes before launch, I have a feeling those cellular networks are currently getting overloaded, and it doesn't matter how many modems we throw at it, the cellular network down here can only hold so much. So we've got some tricks up our sleeves for the future, but that was Max and D and Jack all checking in from the Rocket Ranch public viewing outpost. They sell tickets. And they do tours of Starbase for launches. They sell tickets. You can set up tents. You can do all this different cool stuff there. They have like refreshments and all sorts of things there at the Rocket Ranch. So I don't know that we're going to be able to go back to them. We're just getting lots of hiccups with the signal. But hey, you know something? That's really cool that they were able to do a little bit of
It looks like a lot of fun. It looks like a lot of fun.
I've never watched from there, but maybe one day I'll be over there running a tracking rig instead of over at the hotel.
Look at it. They're out there. It's a lot of fun. Thank you guys for doing a little behind the scenes action there. Do we want to thank some folks?
Sure.
Thanks some folks.
This is different, right? This one's a little different.
It is.
We're here at the hotel at Margaritaville Beach Resort, right? And we've got a bunch of fans. We tell folks that, we're going to be setting up, yada, yada, yada. So yesterday I got a DM. And they said, hey, check out the front desk. We left you a care package. And so I went down to the front desk, and I had a package waiting for us there that they handed to us. And it was this big Buc-ee's bag. If you're in the South, you know about Buc-ee's. Not sponsored by Buc-ee's, unless. And there was a card on it that said, to the NASA spaceflight crew, care of me, from the Libick family. So Libick family, thank you so much.
Thank you guys
for sending us snacks. There's all sorts of popcorn.
We have not looked in here.
Oh, we
Libick
haven't.
family. We have not looked in there.
Kettle corn. We've got some M&Ms. We've got some pretzels. From Buc-ee's, the beaver nuggets.
Oh yes.
Have you had a beaver nugget?
I like how he's sending them all to me. I'm not sure.
You've got hands. I've got this.
I've got hands.
I'll have the pecan halves, and you have the beaver nuggets, and we'll just sit here. We'll let y'all watch the rocket.
NSF fuel.
Hey, Libick family, thank you so much for sending us the care package. We're people, we're tired, we're hungry, we like snacks, and we will dig into these shortly. We're trying not to chew on the microphone or anything. But thank y'all so much for supporting what we do. Like you say, there's all sorts of different ways to support what we do, liking the video, retweeting it, or reposting it, or whatever. Just sending a link to your friends like, hey, the rocket's launching today. I know you couldn't make it, but you can watch here with these space nerds. Whatever you do to support us, thank you so much for everything you do.
You can take those. Hitting that like button, sharing with your friends. I know my family is super excited. Everybody back where I live is watching. I have buddies from the Army that are watching. And, I just tell everybody, just spread the word about SpaceX and all of the other launch providers and Starship and Super Heavy and especially NSF. And
that's a huge part of this, right? People look at it and they're like, wow, y'all must have so much money. Look how professional you are.
That's event. I hear event.
I do hear event as well. That's probably a good sign. We'll check in with that.
It's that good sound Adrian was talking about. Good hollow venting sound.
But you don't have to do anything financial to support us. It doesn't matter if you're not able to super chat, you're not able to buy something. That's okay. Everybody's welcome here. We want everybody to watch. Please don't feel bad. People DM me and they apologize.
No.
Like, don't apologize. It's fantastic that you're able to be part of this, and everybody who does chip in and can support makes it possible for everybody who can't to just be here. But send a link, do all the free things, click the little thumbs up or whatever.
And I'll tell you, that's what I did for years. I was a fan of NSF for years and years and years. I watched every live stream, Starbase Live, Space Coast Live, McGregor Live. Don't forget about McGregor
There's
Live.
McGregor Live.
Don't forget about McGregor
Engine
Live.
testing.
And you hit that like button, and that's all it takes. And it does so much for what we do. That's a great sound.
Yeah,
it really does.
I think
it feels like a turbo almost.
I think, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong here, but what we might hear is even the vehicle here right now, because this might be the vehicle releasing some ambient stabilization pressure in preparation for getting fueled, right? Because that sounds a bit like vehicle vent. Potentially.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm trying to look at right now. Go through our footage and everything, all of our cameras, and trying to see all of that activity.
Frantically switching from camera to camera, trying to see what's going on. We have a lot of cameras that way.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at, and so it can get very distracting very quickly.
But usually, just to explain why I was thinking that, because you can hear if you have a container that you empty, right? Everybody probably has that sound at some point. If you lower the pressure, the sound gets higher, right? The pitch goes higher. And that's what you could also hear on this vent for a bit. Like, it was first a bit lower, and then when the pitch went higher, which usually means the container's a bit emptying. And that sounded a lot like when we have these vents that are emptying the vehicle in preparation for fuel, because there is some pressure in there for stabilization, so they let that out for then to put in the good stuff. The liquid oxygen and the liquid methane.
The good stuff. The Pope vent still going fast and furious there. Does anybody even get that joke in chat? Like, I know that people who watch all the time know what we mean when we say Pope vent, but does nobody else understand what that means? So you stop calling it.
You know, it's an interesting point. You know, if this is your first time watching an NSF stream or a launch, there's a lot of things that we say that they may not know what the Pope vent is. There's an obvious reason why we call that the Pope vent, but that's why we have Alex. That's why we have Ryan and all of the Trevor and everybody, Sawyer, because they know these secret words.
It's another cool thing about the community. So if you're watching and we start talking about, so we don't always remember to go back and we can't explain everything every single time. But if we say something and you don't get it, like, wait, why is that? What's that vent? What is that important? Why is that important? Ask in chat.
Yes.
People are pretty friendly. Like, we want other people to understand, appreciate what's going on. So even if we don't answer it live on the stream, the community is fantastic. And a lot of times folks are answering the questions in chat before we can even get them. So thank you for that. And don't be shy. We're all hanging out watching rockets here.
Yeah. And I can't wait to get all my patches. You know, when you go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and get the patches, I'll put them on a jacket.
Yep.
And there you go. Look how beautiful that Flight 6 patch is.
You know, the huge thing. All right. Look, we do this ourselves, right? For the longest time, people wanted stickers.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh my gosh, we do just-in-time production. We don't have like a warehouse filled with 10,000 of every single thing, so it's a little bit more. And so we bent over backwards trying to find a way that we could offer stickers so folks could have them. I'd feel like an idiot if I charged people $15 or $20 for one sticker. That'd be ridiculous. Yeah. So the solution we came up with, if you're one of those people who really wanted those stickers, was we have sticker sheets. There are 4 stickers on each sheet. You can sort of get a couple different combinations. You can get a sheet that is 4 different stickers of just the flight patch. There's holographic types of stickers as well with that sort of sheen if you put on your laptop or whatever. We have the flight patches in a mix as well. Here's the thrust collection stickers. So for the longest, Adrian is shaking his head.
They look
the
awesome.
Little camera that y'all can't see. Adrian is shaking his head at me. We spent so much time trying to come up with a cost-effective way to offer y'all stickers for everybody who wanted it. So that is the solution. We have these sticker sheets. People yelled at me. I got so many DMs. Oh, when are stickers going to be up? When can I get stickers? I want stickers. So if you were one of those folks asking when the stickers were supposed to be back, well, they're back in the shop. Say thank you to Adrian for figuring that out.
Yep.
I'm glad that people enjoy them, and I'm actually glad about that because, we wanted to do it right. We like to, if we do this merch, we want to do it right. That's also why we take great care with our patch, right? Like I can tell you, Das has a thing for making our patch right. There's a thing about that. So if we don't get the patch right, Das will be the first one to complain.
Maybe we'll tell that story someday that I am a stickler for patches, like exactly how the patches are made and the quality of the stitching and stuff like that. Like I get angry. I'm like, what is this?
Yep.
No, send it back.
I just get to listen in and hear hear Adrian talking about the stickers and yay stickers and those stickers and yes stickers good, stickers bad, stickers is all I hear about in what goes on behind the scenes. And speaking of what's going on behind the scenes, I think we've got some video so you guys can see what we see when we're not here.
Yeah, we recorded some stuff. I'm going to talk very slowly to see if that's ready to roll. All right. Will take us just a second to get that video ready.
Well, they showed us some earlier of what's going on the roof, some behind the scenes. We set the tables up, we set the cameras up. But what they don't get to see is what goes on out in, and that's what this video is. I mean, I walked through this amazing room they gave us here at Margaritaville Beach Resort. And took some, and this is a really amazing place to watch rocket launches.
Oh yeah, it is.
A gigantic patio. They have some roof access.
But I want to go jump in the pool.
Oh, the pool!
Honestly, it's hot
outside. The size of the building. It's amazing. And it's really fun. You just get the room on the south side. Anything from what, floor 5 to
5 and up? Yeah,
5 and up?
You got to sort of be on the beach side. I think you can kind of see from 4, but it really is a thing. The thing is,
this would be great for a group.
It is. Oh yeah,
this would be great for a group of friends to come together and watch the rock.
This would be fantastic. We're sort of hitting our stride with the behind-the-scenes stuff. The first flights, we were so busy. We didn't have enough people. We didn't have all the cameras ready to go. Like the cameras just weren't installed, weren't deployed. We had a limited amount of resources to do that with, right? So we were always struggling. And I felt bad. I never had the time. I always wanted to. Always had a little camera in my pocket. But I barely ever had the time to record behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And here, Flight 5, now we're up to Flight 6. We're, in SF, really sort of feeling like we're hitting our stride. Things like the infrastructure are falling into place. Dan's been doing some fantastic work getting our off-grid solar-powered sites in much better shape where we can just roll up and plug stuff in. And now we've got the opportunity to record some of the behind the scenes.
Yep.
So we've got some of that here. Dee runs around with the cinema camera and records little interviews and stuff like that. Dee was with us when we set up our SpaceX property with the trailer there and stuff like that. We have the ability to catch some of that stuff, and it makes me personally happy just because I always felt like we were missing. We were just too busy, too tired, didn't have a chance to record it, and now we're getting to capture this behind the scenes footage. Let's check in real quick and see if we've got it.
Today is Sunday the 17th. Launch is Tuesday the 19th. Yeah, so they're doing a wet dress rehearsal or a partial loading test, whatever you want to call it, right now, out at the launch site. And we are live. I am not needed for commentary right now, but I do have a stream camera set up out there. So yeah, I'm just doing I'm just going to speed it up really quick and post it on X, the Everything app, so that we have a little bit of socials to, promote the stream with, like, look, a frosty thing.
We are attaching the mast to the tower, and
that's not terrifying at all.
That's what's happening, though.
That's true.
On the outside, so I can get to it.
I'm doing things different this time around. We've already seen a catch, so I'm hooking up to our infrastructure in order to get, hopefully, both remote control of the camera and the ability to pull my slow motion remotely well before we're actually allowed back out here.
Can you tell me what you're working on?
A couple of very risky engine shots that I've never really tried before. And given the wind direction in the forecast tomorrow, might open up a window of opportunity to catch that. So I'm almost aiming blind with this one, or really I am aiming blind.
This is going to be a 4K 120 frame a second slow-mo tied on the chopsticks. This is going to be a stills camera. It's an 80D running a 75 to 300 millimeter lens. I'm at about 200, also tied on the chopsticks. So focusing on the booster return. Hopefully it does return, because that's what both of these shots are for. It's been a nice chill day. I feel a lot more relaxed. I mean, it's not the first of anything. It's like there's nothing I have to worry about documenting. I'm comfortable with everything that will be visible to my cameras, because I've already filmed all the things.
Everybody just said everything was going great. You don't want to talk to me.
Oh, I want to get it. I think everyone wants
because I get to see all the stuff that isn't going great. We're trying to repair one of our area security cameras that we use to see if a positioner's fallen over or something like that. And we're pretty good right now. A lot of dust in this. The trailer's pretty rusty, but it lives outside. It's sort of its job. It's not supposed to be in the garage. And we need to bag the positioner. We've got those things, but I'm getting a green blink on the positioner left-hand camera, the FX405, which means that there's probably dirt or something in the HDMI port or the cable's bad. So we'll try to switch the cable. We'll unplug and replug everything. We'll see if we can make the green flashing go away.
Everything aimed correctly.
All right.
That's amazing.
That's pretty cool.
I love seeing behind the scenes.
So that was happening less than 24 hours ago. 3 p.m. yesterday, we rolled in. A lot of that footage there coming from what we refer to affectionately as Danger Lot. You saw our converted welding trailer into the camera platform there, doing some troubleshooting. We try to do so many things, but we push ourselves as well. We always have stretch goals. So when I'm there, like, oh, one more thing. I will never finish everything. Because if I finish everything, it means that I had opportunity to do more stuff that I didn't do. So thanks. That was D. That was all D doing the recording there, doing little interview snippets and stuff like that. I think a lot of folks watching don't understand how much work goes in behind the scenes. So much of that footage was just from one site. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 discrete sites where we have people or cameras, and what you just saw was us setting up less than 24 hours ago at one of those sites.
It's
Man,
amazing.
8 sites, actually.
It's amazing. But I do see the Pope vent is starting to slow down.
It's trying to tell us something.
It's sending smoke signals.
Anybody know Morse code?
Yeah. Alex, what is that saying to us?
Well, unfortunately, I do not know Morse code, but this is part of the process. It's just more of that conditioning process, and if we there we go, this camera view, we can see some of the logs, subcoolers, that liquid oxygen subcooling. What you see on the red ticker, 4 p.m. CST, right? If you go a bit above the grass, there's no longer, you cannot see that, but anyways, that's where those log subcoolers were located. As you can see, that pop vent is coming back and on and off, and as you were saying, it sort of looks like Morse code. I do not understand Morse code, unfortunately, but hey, that's part of the process.
They're back to full speed now on the Pope vent again.
I was watching it and it was saying DRINK. I think there was Ovaltine somewhere at the end of that.
I think so, yeah. I'm old enough to know that joke.
Is anybody in chat old enough to get that joke? Sorry.
Tang. Drink Tang.
Dating ourselves.
There's the penguin can. That's what I'm naming that one. Can I name that one?
I don't know. I mean,
Adrian says no. Adrian, why can't I name that one? I want to name it the penguin can.
I have no problem with you naming it. I just have the problem that I can't unsee it. I have this penguin is like burned into my eye. Every time we see this camera, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's a penguin. There we go, helicopter.
So this is interesting. Last time I said I thought this was a Coast Guard helicopter. It's got the stripes, it's got the winch in the door, and all that sort of stuff. But apparently, this helicopter is operated by a private group. And they're doing things like looking around the pad and ocean area based there at SpaceX. So that is sort of, I think, a SpaceX range helicopter that's supporting flight operations, clearing the range, that sort of stuff. Even though it's got those Coast Guard stripes, it is not operated by the Coast Guard, if I did my research correctly.
I did the same thing. I saw it. I thought that was working with the Coast Guard like they do for the not Mars. I believe they come in, they refuel, and then they go back out and fly the TFR range, the temporary flight restriction. They'll go ahead and make sure. And if they see somebody inside of that, with a helicopter, you can come right down, give them a little, hey, you guys need to evacuate, and then away they go, and then they come back.
They just took the door off, I think. Was that a helicopter door they just moved it? Maybe they're going to do a photo flight.
I don't know, but I'd love to jump out of that helicopter. Maybe we can make that happen.
We do photo flights at the Cape, and when we do, we ask that they take the doors off so we can lean out and take better pictures of the Cape. So I saw the door being taken away there. But
there's nothing better than jumping out of a helicopter and landing in the ocean.
Really?
Water jumps are the best.
I would not know.
Has anybody in chat ever done a water jump, military or civilian? It's all the fun of parachuting without the bump at the end.
Out of a helicopter?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. That's a ton of fun.
It sounds like a good way to get cool camera views.
Yeah. It's fun. It's hot. It's like weird. It starts out hot and then it gets cold.
Yep.
And then it gets cold again. It's really fun.
The helicopter crew just waved to the camera, I think.
Oh, did they really?
We
Yeah,
know
I
what they're
think
watching on their
if I'm not completely mistaken, I just saw a wave very much directed into the camera direction.
And away it goes.
Oh, here we go. This is a normal thing. Look at the angle on those the main rotor there.
Yeah, they stow them. I mean, it's in a neutral position. Now they pitched forward so they can roll back. But
It looks like a Mission Impossible movie. Like there's a bad guy running away from in front of that helicopter. Clearly not.
yeah, they do a hot load in the fuel, and away it goes.
All I see is why fly if driving does the trick.
So the helicopter is going to drive around the range. It actually saves fuel if it just uses Highway 4. SpaceX notorious for using the public roadway there.
It's called taxiing for anybody in an aircraft. I'm just going to point that out, and then off it goes.
Yeah.
Get a little rolling start. Off it goes.
Okay, that's cool. And there's the launch tower in the background.
Shot. Great shot.
With the open chopsticks and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. These open chopsticks always have like a special signaling for me. Like the moment that's in launch position and everything, that feels good.
Good tracking there, by the way.
That's practicing. Yeah, we've got a tracking operator practicing tracking a flying object. Helicopter flies a slightly different trajectory than the rocket.
Slightly different.
More vertical than horizontal here from this perspective. But
if the rocket flies like this in 1 hour and 49 minutes, that's a problem.
We'll track it.
Yeah, right.
We'll
Exactly,
watch it. Keep your eyes peeled on the stream.
Straight to the end of the flight. All right, what can we expect in the next? We're under 2 hours, and I'm going to go back to Alex on this one because, we're under 2 hours from the opening of the launch window. What can we expect from the tank farm, from the vehicles? Alex, talk us through what's going to happen in the next hour and 49 minutes.
Yeah, very shortly, our attention will move from the tank farm to the launch mount and launch tower because, we've been talking about how they need to prepare the tank farm for propellant load, right? That is because they're going to be about to put a lot of very cold stuff on the rocket to be very non-technical, I guess, here.
Yeah, that's a technical term. Well, cool.
And so right now, the same deal happens with the launch tower and the launch mount, right? There are cryogenic lines that are not currently putting out any cryogenics. And so they are at ambient temperature, whatever temperature it is right now at Starbase. We may do a checkup on the weather later. But, whatever temperature it is, I can tell you already it's a lot hotter than whatever is the cryogenic temperature of liquid oxygen and liquid methane. So those lines on the launch mount and the launch tower need to be conditioned, aka they're going to pass through a little bit of that liquid oxygen and liquid methane through those pipes to be able to put them at the right temperatures for propellant load. That will not start the propellant load though. They're going to have vents for the liquid oxygen side of things. We're going to see venting coming from the launch mount and from the launch tower. That venting will be gaseous oxygen coming out from the liquid oxygen line. In the case of the methane, since they cannot vent that, they return the gaseous methane back to the tank farm so that they can, not pollute by, being very bluntly here.
That's a good thing. Yeah, thank you. And we're going to see more of that. And then we'll see, we have kind of a timeline. We know we're going to get to that in a little bit. And then we'll see that magical frost line start to build up.
Yeah, we will definitely be watching for those things to start happening. But coming up in an hour and 45 minutes from the opening of the window, if you're just joining us, we're NSF. We're an independent media organization. That sounds super formal, doesn't? Honestly, we're a bunch of rocket nerds. And we reached critical mass. We had people who love cameras. We had people who love networking. We had people who love video and streams and stuff like that. And we took all of our different talents so that we could share these sorts of experiences, events, rocket launches, whatever, on YouTube. If you want to hang out with us in the future, you know how to get back to us, like and subscribe or whatever you're supposed to do. You know how YouTube or wherever you're watching us works. I've seen a ton of people doing the thumbs up and stuff like that. That's fantastic. We do weekly videos. We've got a Starbase summary video that comes out every Monday if you want to keep up with Starbase, but you can't watch every single 24/7 video constantly. Starbase update is about 20 minutes that comes out on Mondays. We also have a This Week in Spaceflight, which is sort of around the world general news. You can catch those on Fridays.
I watch every one. I watch every single one of the This Week in Spaceflight. Fantastic. And also the Starbase, don't forget the live, Rigger Live, Space Coast Live. You can tune anytime to see what's going on from the NSF cameras, from any one of those live cameras. And again, this week in Spaceflight on Friday, and then the one and only Jack Byer and our Starbase updates.
And the Starbase updates, exactly. So we do all sorts of different stuff. Like maybe you can't watch every single rocket launch stream, the 3 a.m. Starlink or whatever.
I also and the rocket side, the Raptor side chats don't miss those either.
Yep.
So there's so much going on with NSF. You can catch us everywhere. And again, we're like you. We are just rocket fans. It doesn't matter who's launching. It doesn't matter what's launching. We want to see it, and we want to bring it to you guys. So thank you guys so much for your support and what you do for us. You can catch us everywhere. Send us messages. If you see us anywhere, say hello. And if we've got a patch, we will give you one. I promise.
I need to restock on my patches. Working a bunch of stuff right now, but it looks like we've got a crude feed out there. Somebody with hands on a camera from that perspective coming over on the side. But again, my point there was, if you want to keep up with stuff, it's not just the live streams. It's not just these big events. We're here every single day of the week. We got the 24/7 stuff. We do the submarines. Twice a week, I do like a Starbase low, what's the right way to say it? Like laid back commentary.
It is laid back.
I literally just watch the footage that came in and I just talk about what I see in the footage. It's not scripted or produced or now I'm going to tell you about what's happening at the assembly
He'll
yard.
tell jokes and he'll make movie references that nobody gets. I promise. I get them. I'm old enough to get them all. It's a lot of fun. Just watch.
All right. But that is the plan. That's what we are and who we do. Make sure you follow us so you can get back to us, because it's sort of the thing. So many people show up for things like this, and then I'll see a comment in YouTube that's like, oh, I didn't know y'all did this video.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, we do this video every day, and YouTube just didn't show it to you. Or, oh, I didn't know you did commentary on these. Well, yeah, you didn't know that we did commentary on these. We produce so much different content that there's tons of different ways that you can catch up with us.
And you can follow, you can also, if you want to read the news articles of what's going on, the writers of NSF have it out on NASAspaceflight.com. Join L2, you can read all about it. And, they follow all of the launch providers. They bring you their views, and it's news. They are bringing you the facts about spaceflight from NASAspaceflight.com. Adrian, do we want to say some thanks to some folks, since we're talking about all the stuff we do and they watch it all? We can say thanks to some folks.
Sure, absolutely. I have tons of people to thank here. Starting with Mr. James Wise here with a $20 super chat saying, thank you for that. And then we also have a $50 super chat from John Scully. We'll be adding your patches to my jacket, joining, let me get this list here correctly, joining Apollo 7, 11, 13, 14, several shuttle missions, 1985 US Space Command, Intercosmos, Soviet Shuttle, MiG-29 Air Combat Medallion, and many more. I feel like that's quite a collection you put next to our patches there. So thank you so much for that. And then we have Redness here. Amazing work for all of you. Love all what you do. Let's go IFT6. Indeed. Thank you so much for that. And then we have a $20 super chat here from Philip Nicholson. What hotel are you set up? It's the Margaritaville in South Padre Island that we are set up. Or they are set up, I should say. I'm set up in Germany. JP Ona gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that. Derek S. gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you a lot for that. And yeah, we are. I mean, I'm struggling at this point to keep up with here. But let me also grab you some questions here and make sure that we are going through that as well. Alex, do I have you on here?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of talk here about the flip maneuver, which the ship will do, and the fact that it's quite a big moving, right? So how would crew even feel if they would be in Starship during a flip maneuver?
Well, I guess that what they're going to be doing is just, have some kind of seats on gimbals and things like that to be able to keep them stable and in place so that they don't feel dizzy or anything like it. Very similar thing, for example, we have seen on Dragon how the seats rotate, right? And so they accommodate that inclination, that position for a splashdown. And so that is something that at least we could expect maybe for Starship as well, for them to implement some kind of gimbaling for the seats. That could be probably a better way to feel more comfortable during the flip.
Thank you so much for that. And here's a question we get quite a lot, Alex. And I know you're also our resident Falcon 9 enthusiast. And there's a question here. Why wouldn't Raptor... So Raptor engines are amazing, right? So why are Raptor engines not also implemented on the already established Falcon 9? And why is SpaceX not switching to that engine on there?
Yeah, that is a great question. And it's all down to, if you change, Falcon 9 is sized for the Merlin engine and for using RP1 kerosene, right? If you suddenly change the engine is the heart of the rocket, if you will, right? If you change the engine, you're changing the whole body of the rocket. You're essentially changing the complete thing. And so if you were to change Falcon to, for example, Raptor is about 2 times more powerful than Merlin, bit more than 2 times. But essentially, all those 9 Merlin engines on the first stage, for example, you could change those maybe by 4 Raptor engines. But then methane is less dense, so to have the same amount of mass as the kerosene, then you will have to have a larger volume, larger tanks, longer first stage. It will probably be larger overall. Also, at the same time, the methane is more efficient, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you have all of these things that will need to change, including, for example, the mixture ratio is 3.6 on Raptor. On the Merlin engine, it is 2.5. You could, in theory, this is not to say you could not create a rocket with Raptor engines that it's Falcon 9 sized, but you will not get a Falcon 9. It'll, I don't know, be called whatever 9 or something, right? It will be a complete different rocket. And so you could, but again, it will no longer be Falcon 9.
And Falcon 9 already has some interesting problems it has to deal with, right? Because, for example, the Merlin engines are almost quite too powerful for the landing maneuver they perform, because they basically just land on one single engine as low as they can throttle it, and that still is quite a landing.
Yeah, and to be fair, for Starship, for example, we don't see any hovering, even though it could. But it's one of those things is that if you can avoid doing that, even though if you could do that, it's very inefficient. It's something that it will be something in a sort of an emergency kind of thing rather than a regular standard procedure. We saw Booster 12, for example, it did not do any hovering. It just went all the way down. It did not stop in the air, essentially, which will be a hovering, sort of like we see with New Shepard, or any other kind of, like some of these smaller landers and things like that are being developed. And so, yeah, it's one of those things that definitely for Falcon 9, if you change to a Raptor, especially for the second stage, which packs a punch, essentially, right? It's a high thrust engine, that MVAC engine on the second stage. If you replace that with a Raptor, you will have a lot more thrust, so you will have a harder time to keep G's in line, that acceleration.
All right.
Absolutely.
I like cheese.
Oh, we have
cheese. Cheese or cheese. Alex, Adrian, you got us?
Yeah.
We got you just perfectly.
All right. A little bit of a hiccup there. I have a story to tell.
Yeah, that
and
was
we are still working on the hiccup, but story chat. Y'all want story time?
Story time.
You want network reality of the outdoor environment story time? I'm going to read chat for a second and see if people are actually interested in story time or if they only want to learn about rockets. Which one of those?
Oh, I'm seeing story time.
Do y'all prefer?
Story time. I'm trying to read them.
So we have experienced this at Cape Canaveral before. Every now and then, launches are big events. They're very exciting events. and very important people like to come to very important events and watch them
I mean, we're
happen.
here.
I mean, yeah, Jane's here. I'm here. Right? But we've experienced this at the Cape before. But if an aircraft or a motorcade carrying a very important person comes near your wireless transmitters, saying that you may be using to send video signals across the ship channel up to the command center at the hotel, or the packs that you may have your cellular connections on, sometimes they go the extra mile to protect those very important people, which may cause your network to stop working. So I think if you saw quite a few cameras freezing there and then us not changing cameras, and then you saw a snippet of a plane flying over, we totally lost control of everything that was in using the RF links out there to send you video signals.
Real life
and
happened.
We had to sort of fall back to the very few backup cameras that we had and communicate with the people whose hands were on those cameras. But the little hiccup you saw is the very real situation.
But we're back.
When folks who are very important come to see launches and affect our ability to control our remote equipment.
I like peanut butter and jelly. They like peanut butter and jam.
I see people in chat calling it networkant.
Networkant. The net was working, and then the networks workant anymore. We're still working on getting all of those links back up, but you can place the blame squarely on the snippet of aircraft you saw flying over. Now, hopefully that lands somewhere and gets us a shot from some other completely unrelated location, or puts the very important people at other unrelated locations. But that is the story of what just happened. Now, we are going to have to hold off on just a couple other things we were doing. So let's keep with the live Q&A for now and keep answering your questions while we bring our wireless networks all back online.
That's our look. That's what
that
we
is
see.
From the roof of the hotel.
That's what we see.
That's the roof of the Margaritaville right there.
Adrian, give us some questions.
Give us some questions.
Oh, absolutely. Let me go into the question queue. And first off, you saw just how cool it is to have some questions, because I could throw Alex for more. And actually throw this next one to Alex as well, because it's the one I for sure think Alex would love to answer. No, it's not about penguins. It's about Starship methane based. So the third Eve is wondering, why is Starship methane based? Because of course the Falcon 9 is Carolox based. So why did SpaceX decide, methane, that's the fuel we want to use?
Yeah, there's a lot of considerations there. I'm not gonna go into the full details, of course, because it will be a lot of a longer answer, even for my type of answers. But bottom line, on Mars, you need to be able to create your own fuel to be able to come back. And if you look at all of the available materials on Mars, you have two options: hydrogen or methane. And the problem with hydrogen, you could do that. There's no problem. At big scale, you could produce that. The problem is not the production of hydrogen on Mars. It's actually the way of being able to construct and build your rocket to be able to work with hydrogen, which is very complicated and also makes your rocket a lot bigger because hydrogen is very low density. And so those considerations alone just make it a good choice to choose methane over hydrogen. So that alone is a very good option. Many other options as well, but that will be a much longer answer.
Speaking of things that use fuel and fly through the air, you like that little intro there?
That's what I call a segue.
I think we've got an aircraft update.
So I have zoomed in once again to Arlington Airfield in Houston, and right there is one of NASA's WB-57 aircraft, and it's popped up on the map, which means its transponder is turned on, which means it should be taking off soon. If you can see just behind it, there's a little bit of a dark grey. It's difficult to see at this scale. Trust me, there's a dark grey line behind it. It has been taxiing out from the apron to the runway. Fingers crossed it takes off soon. But yeah, this is the, if you are unaware and you're just joining us, this is the imagery aircraft from NASA. It's got incredible optics on the front, so they can essentially take high frame rate, really cool videos of rockets from the air. So we are, I can't see the clock from here. What's the clock at, Das?
Just about an hour and a half. 1 hour, 31 minutes.
So that lines up. So it'll take them 45-ish minutes to fly down to Starbase, because they're not landing at Starbase, right? They're going to be doing a racetrack pattern in the air over Starbase, out of the way of the rocket, obviously, but so they can get a good line of sight to the vehicle as it ascends into the sky. So yeah, we're about maybe 50-ish minutes. It looks like it's about to take off, so just under an hour from the WB-57 arriving at Starbase, which is it's not a critical sign that the launch is proceeding as planned, but it's a good sign to add on to all the other signs that the launch is proceeding as planned.
It's an exciting sign to observe that
yes.
the WB-57's on the way, and we may get some of that imagery after the fact of the launch.
And everyone in chat loves the maps.
Nah,
they
everybody loves
love
the maps.
Ryan's. I could watch Ryan do maps all day.
And the sweater. I love the sweater too. It's got the car on it. You know, it has the car on it.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got that one from, 2 years ago?
Nice.
Last year?
So that is our update. Ryan's going to keep us informed on any other flying objects that we observe en route to the launch pad. It is right behind us. Again, if you're just joining us, we are live now, just under in 8 seconds, about an hour and a half away from the opening of the window. But we also have a little bit of an update in terms of what we're not seeing happening on the rockets. Adrian, or actually Alex, what do you think about venting that we would expect to see right now at T-minus 90 minutes?
Yeah, this is one of the things that we should be expecting right now. That OLM and tower vent should be appearing around right now, and we still haven't seen it. And usually when this happened on previous flights, we were already sort of thinking maybe we'll see a little bit of a slip inside of that window. Remember, the window for today opens at 4 p.m. Central Time. That will be 2200 UTC, and it lasts for 30 minutes. So they have 30 minutes to work out whatever things they might want to work out. But I will not be surprised if somehow accidentally this supposed slip were to be 20 minutes long.
Purely by accident.
Just,
at
you know,
Yeah,
Oh,
it's by
no.
accident.
Purely by, I mean, there's no reason why, but purely by accident.
And I want to point out another thing about this, because Alex, correct me if I'm wrong here, but this would be the 420th rocket launch of SpaceX as well.
Yeah, so let me take a look. It will be the 420th launch by SpaceX. It will be the 421st mission, but that's because there was a mission that was not on launch. Anyways, but yeah, it will be the 420th launch.
Yeah,
And one day after, they were shooting yesterday. They were shooting for yesterday, which would have been 2 years to the day, from Flight 2. Right?
Yeah.
Was it Flight 2?
I think so.
And the winds brought us to today. You guys want to thank some more folks?
Hey, we keep thanking all sorts of people. Adrian, we've got some super chats or questions or anything like that.
Tons.
Yeah, a lot. I have Helga Comfort with super chat saying, "Thank you, folks. Great job." Thank you. Always glad for that. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. Then we have Tim Simmons. I'm sorry again. I'm not sure why I'm the one pronouncing names. With 20 Red Team memberships gifted. Thank you so much for that. Matthew Dahl with super chat saying, "Thanks for the coverage as always, guys. And here to a successful flight of Banana Ship." Also, and that's I'm just reading the super chat here. I'm saying also chat only 9K likes. Show some love. I'm just reading the super chat. Then we have a super chat from Dave Wolf. How will SpaceX detank the ship after the catch? Dangle it at the height of the SQDs? Ideas? That's a good one, because of course the boost. That's a good one because of course the booster they can put on the OLM. But what are they going to do with the ship? I don't have a good answer. Anybody here has a good quick answer?
Put it on the booster.
Quick. That's what I was going to say, was put it back on the booster. Yeah. No hot stage ring, but the Block 2 boosters will set right back on there.
That's
how would they do
I mean,
that?
that's
very
yeah,
carefully.
I mean,
yeah,
very carefully.
Yeah.
I mean, it's either putting it on a booster, or you had like a dedicated interface for just chip key taking, which doesn't sound like SpaceX, or you have so little fuel left that you can just open the vents.
See, that's like a step 22 question. We're on step 12.
Yeah, I know. I just found it funny.
That's a good question.
It's still a long way to go on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. I don't think we have a good answer for that. So sorry for that. And yeah, absolutely interesting super chats here getting in. Besides that, there's also some questions about the future of Starship with Artemis and human rating. And basically the requirement making Starship human rated for HLS. Do we have a good answer about what the process would like, Alex, to get Starship to the point where it allows to fly humans, for example, Artemis 3 astronauts?
Oh, wow.
Well, there's a lot of things that need to happen, right? They need to get that refueling underway, getting that test going on and everything very well thoroughly tested and everything. To be able to just at least send that ship out to the moon, right? That's for starters. But also, they have been doing some of that development of the crew quarters, the environmental control and life support systems, or ECLIS, as they call it. And you know how in aerospace they love acronyms, but that's just to give you like a very broad details of what might entail that kind of process. There's a lot of little things going on, even down to valves, right? That need to be very thoroughly tested and qualified and many other things.
Hey, Alex, do we have some venting happening on the tower there?
Well, I'm trying to look at it, but I don't see it right now.
We all just lean closer to the monitor to try and see.
Yeah, there's a moment where you don't see the cameras, but we see it.
Chad, help us out. Do y'all have venting on the tower?
Here.
We're like looking through the different cameras, seeing if we can catch any.
Very faint, but
Brian
I think
is doing the math in the back channel of when exactly you're going to start venting to launch at 420.
It's almost like a purge or something like that, like a very faint opening of the valve. We're jonesing for some rocket launch activity here, y'all. You can say that, right?
You can.
Jonesing.
I mean, it's a 420 reference, right? We're going to launch it. We don't know what.
I also think we potentially see some early venting from the OLM. So we might have both critical vents here. We are working on some more shots here, but I think we see both the orbital launch mount and the tower venting.
You can see the OLM in the lower right-hand box, just above the red bar. A couple little vapors coming from the booster quick disconnect area. It's that little leech-looking thing on the bottom of the mount there. And I saw some puffs happening there, and we've spooled up an enhanced camera.
Excellent. There you can see it.
Yeah, see if we can't catch this one. Oh, look at that.
Right
You
there.
have amazing vision if you can see that.
There it is.
Well
we have
done.
amazing cameras.
That
That's what it is.
Look at that shot. Yeah, definitely. I didn't see that.
Alex, what is the vent we're seeing there in the huge box on the screen?
Yeah, that is part of the chill down process. That is actually for the liquid oxygen line that goes up to the ship. So, as I was saying, there's very cold liquids that are about to flow through here. That line needs to be conditioned. Whatever temperature there is right now in Texas at Starbase, that's not good to flow that liquid oxygen through very quickly, or the liquid methane for that matter.
They don't want to difference, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to a big temperature swing all of a sudden, so they're a thermal shock. I think is right.
Exactly. Yeah, and again to reiterate this, that they are venting that's gaseous oxygen. The methane, it also heats up and becomes a gas, but they drain it, and put it back on the tank farm. They don't want to vent that. That is not good. Either for hazards, right? That's not good to vent something that flammable, and also as well for pollution. That's also not a good deal. We need to care about the planet Earth as well while we do this.
It's also isn't it a cost saving measure when they cool the lines down? There's less boil off on the way to the ship.
Would make sense.
Yeah, it helps all the way around.
Yeah. No, the big thing I've heard is they don't want to thermally shock it and then crack a pipe or a joint or something like that. So you flow through something to slowly bring the temperature up, and then you hit it with the cryo propellant that you want on the way to the ship.
You also have factors like rapid expansion of fluids, because if you have, so there's a temperature difference of up to 200 degrees, right, between liquid oxygen and the outside of a pipe that is not cryochilled. And now imagine a temperature difference of 200 degrees, that you just pump propellant through. The instant expansion of that could just burst your pipe. It's at that point where you just destroy a pipe. And Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but we are looking probably at the 15 minutes into the window here. Am I like rough guessing?
10, 15 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if it went to 20 minutes. Yeah. And maybe like one quick little note here of what we're going to see, because this is not just it's venting and that's it, right? These vents actually have some behaviors, if you will, right? And this vent that we're seeing right there on the big screen, that's the tower vent. The tower vent is more or less like this about, for about 15, 20 minutes or so. Then it dies off, and then it comes back at a very much more powerful rate. And so that's the behavior of this. So when we see it, stop, that'll mean we're essentially in that process of changing from low power to big power, so to speak. And then on the OLM side of things, that vent will continue. It will not stop. When it stops, it's actually when we're gonna see that liquid oxygen load on the booster. But in the meantime, what it'll do is it'll get bigger and bigger, more powerful. And so we're going to get what we call the waterfall mode towards the end. And that's going to be amazing because, depending on the weather, sometimes it creates some amazing spectacle.
Absolutely, and it's progressing well here. There's the OLM then, also very clearly visible. Progressing on both booster and ship front. And again, this is about 45 minutes before propellant load. So we are probably looking at now 40 minutes or so before the loading of propellants on booster and ship will commence, and we might get a Starship launch today. So it's everything.
Another thing to think about is precisely that propellant load, right? We're waiting for SpaceX to say anything, so we'll see.
Absolutely, and I think we have an interview here coming up, but before that, we have a neat little video we want to show you all, so watch this.
We talked with Kent Gee from the BYU acoustics team, and we looked at some of the data they gathered, I guess, from Flight 5. Well, we talked about some of the limitations in that single point of data, I guess. So they are back out here with us again for Flight 6, and they are setting up one of their scientific acoustic measurement devices here at one of our Starbase properties out at our North Beach site right now.
So this right here is our main data acquisition system, and that is talking to our computer right here.
Okay, is this like a little micro PC sort of thing or something?
Yes, right here is our GPS time clock, and that allows us to get exact time synchronization between all of our different measurement stations.
So this Pelican case talks to GPS satellites to figure out the exact time down to the less than a millisecond. Yes, I don't know how accurate.
Less than a millisecond.
Really cool, really good timing.
Yes.
And it provides timing to the other devices that are recording the audio and sending it to the computer.
Exactly. But we have 4 different microphones here, and they will all feed into the system. So this is what we call a vector intensity probe, and this is actually specifically pointed at the rocket. And so we're trying to do a little bit of vehicle tracking here to understand a little bit more about the directionality of the sound. You can't really get that with one microphone.
Yep.
You need multiple microphones in this particular setup in order to get that information.
That's the microphone?
That is the microphone.
Pointing at the plate?
Pointing at the plate, and that is intentional.
Why does it point at the plate?
Because when you're doing these ground-based microphones and you want to keep it above any water or anything like that, we don't want it on the plate. Because any water gets there would, get into the mic.
Mess up the mic.
So you want it a little bit above. There were several studies related to aircraft noise and helicopter noise about how to do these kinds of measurements in the 1970s with NASA.
Okay.
And NASA said, above the plate, and if you look at the diameter of the microphone, you want it half of a 1 diameter above it. So we have this little, very carefully 3D printed that works for our 1/4-inch microphones and our 1/2-inch microphones.
It's a little calibrator.
And you slide it under, and it tells you how how high to set it. These microphones are meant to record rocket-like levels. Right?
So they're tuned
terrible for conversation, right? You'd pick it up, it'd be very hissy, right? Because of just the low sensitivity of the microphone.
Gotcha.
But they also go from infrasound all the way into the ultrasound.
Excellent.
So in terms of a response, they're better than the humans.
So we care a lot about the frequencies of the rocket as well as how loud it is.
Right.
And for these really big rockets, you get down to like really low frequencies, under 10 hertz or so. And so we care about how much energy is behind the different frequencies.
Right.
And so that's important for these specific microphones. And so what we had to do is know really precisely how they behave at those low frequencies, how they respond.
How the microphones respond?
Exactly.
Gotcha.
And so to test that, to generate some really low frequencies, we put these all in the car, had them recording, and then just drove our car on the freeway for 30 minutes.
Really?
And that helps you get to like really low frequencies, the ones even below what we'll expect with the rocket.
We brought out, well over a dozen different measurement systems for this particular launch, and it is a challenge to try and get good quality data at all these different distances. We have to use different microphones up close to the vehicle, like at this location, and then we use different microphones farther away that are, a different sensitivity, work in a different frequency range.
Right now, we're just getting the initial data because this is the second time the world's most powerful rocket.
And we have no idea if our first data set was representative of every Starship launch or if it was an outlier. We have no idea.
Excellent.
And so hoping to solve some of those mysteries for, the whole community.
All right. As you know, we caught up with BYU out in the field, but we've also got BYU here with us on set at our command center. Please welcome to the stream Dr. Kent G. from the BYU Acoustics team. How's it going?
Good. Thanks, Doss. Glad to be here.
So we really wanted to get you on here because you are basically an expert in rocket acoustics. I think I can say that, right? We wanted to talk a little bit about Starship, world's most powerful rocket. You had the opportunity with your team, your students, to record some last time for Flight 5. What did we learn? How loud is it? And what are we putting together for this launch?
Well, as you might expect, Starship is loud.
It's pretty loud.
Right. I mean, the level, on some sense, the level of a rocket just scales with the thrust, right?
Right.
And so you think of a small rocket, right? Medium loud levels, certainly louder than an aircraft, right?
Sure.
But then you get to something like this, and it's just going to be a lot louder.
It's like off the chart almost. We could talk more about how our normal ways of mapping sound, rockets don't really care for those. They're way above those.
Right. But yeah, we measured at the last launch distances from about 6 miles to about 25 miles, right?
Okay.
10 kilometers to 35 kilometers. And we measured sound levels at 10 kilometers, right, that are similar to things like rock concerts, chainsaws, when measured on kind of metrics that relate to the human ear.
So like there's all sorts of different ways, and we would spend 3 hours explaining all the vagaries of decibels and how they work. A decibel is not a decibel, as it turns out.
As we already have, right?
We have on our live show. But if you were over at around Port Isabel, it was like rock concert levels.
That's right.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about other rockets that you've measured. So rock concert here, how did it stack up to, say, SLS, previously the world's most powerful flown rocket?
Right. So what we did as part of our analysis is that we looked at SLS, right?
Right.
And SLS we measured in kind of similar distance ranges, right, out in the community kind of levels. And what we found from this is that if you were to take Starship and you launch it once, right, and then you were to take somewhere like 4 to 6, call it 5, right? Call it 5 SLSs, and you were to stack them right next to each other and launch them all at the same time.
At once.
That's about what Starship is.
No kidding.
It really is. And that's based on looking at measurements at 10 kilometers and 20 kilometers. and several different metrics. We kind of just averaged different metrics, different ways of looking at the sound together, and said it's about this, right?
It's about that.
Yeah.
So one Starship, about 4 or 5 SLSs.
Sure.
How many Falcon 9s? Okay, I'm just going to ask off the cuff.
Yeah, Falcon 9s, right? So when we look at the Falcon 9, I mean, Starship is about 10 times the thrust, right, of Falcon 9. And I would say, based on our analysis, that it is at least the equivalent of 10 Falcon 9s
10
launching
Falcon 9s
simultaneously.
All in along, it's like a Falcon heavy.
Yeah, imagine
strapped
stacking
together.
them. Yeah.
Okay. So you got to record some information last flight, and you had these microphones that calibrated scientific instruments, not like my cell phone with an app on it or whatever, right? You gathered this information. We also know that SpaceX did some predictions as part of the environmental analysis. SpaceX said, hey, we've modeled this. We think it's going to be about this. How did SpaceX do in terms of accuracy out here at the community levels? And I know this is really complicated, but let's start with liftoff and then talk about the sonic booms.
Great. I think when we look at liftoff, there, again, as we've talked about, there are different metrics that get quantified different aspects of the sound. And some of those are modeled in the different reports produced by SpaceX and then the FAAs.
It's like the difference between like raw energy, like raw physics energy, but then how do humans perceive it? And that's sort of, it's complicated.
So we call that unweighted, the physics, and then weighted human response, right? Weighted sound levels. And so for the unweighted sound levels, it turns out that the reports under predicted were below what was actually measured.
So SpaceX's models over predicted. It was actually quieter on liftoff than they thought it was going. Did I say that correct?
Absolutely, the reverse.
The reverse.
It was louder on liftoff than what was predicted for just the raw measured energy.
The raw physics energy.
That's right.
Okay,
but then another metric, for example, how much human weighted sound is present during the entire liftoff event. We call that the sound exposure level.
Right.
And when we look at that, it actually the predictions over predict, right? In the sense that they predicted a lot more energy than what was actually present.
And that's like the total exposure, right?
Yeah,
like
the total
rocket
exposure was less measured than what was predicted.
So think about it this way: like how loud the sound is for a brief instant, like a second or something. That's one number, and the rocket was louder than they thought in that sort of like raw energy. But when they looked at the other way, that prediction was a little bit under.
Correct.
Now, the reason we're talking through this is because these models are important, right?
These models are very important. They're used to determine environmental impact.
Right.
And as they get these launch licenses and things like that, they're constantly reviewing new information and looking at environmental assessments, right?
Right.
And so having data helps to interpret, right? Are we on? Are we off? Where do we need to improve? Especially as Starship's launch cadence increases.
Right. And that's the thing. This is the world's most powerful rocket. We have not had a rocket like this before. How loud is it? Well, we need to measure it. Are the models for smaller rockets and other things like military jets and commercial jets, are those models relevant to the rocket? The only way to find out is to put sensors in the field and actually record it, which is what your team's doing.
Correct.
Excellent. Let's talk about the sonic booms.
Correct.
We saw all sorts of information, PSAs, public service announcements, warnings about the sonic booms, because not a lot of people experience those. They're surprised down here. All of a sudden, there's a crack of thunder. What was that? Well, it was the rocket coming back. How often does that happen? But you measured the sonic booms as well, didn't you?
We did, actually. Yep.
How did those stack up?
And when you compare it to their predictions, right? What's really fascinating is that they had predictions before flight 1, right? And then just before flight 5,
right?
They, like the day before flight 5,
the day before,
they updated the predictions.
There's like a paper file.
There was a paper filed on October 12th that flew on October 13th, right?
Right.
And the predictions are a lot closer.
Really?
Yep. So from 10 to 35 kilometers, they are closer. Now, the one exception is that at 10 kilometers, we measured it being higher on average with multiple stations than what was predicted, leaving an open question. Well, what happens on a second flight, right? A second attempt to catch the booster, and also what happens closer to the rocket.
Yep.
both questions we're trying to answer as part of this flight.
But that's what science does. Science asks questions. They go out there and they record information. And once we have that, we'll have actual facts instead of speculation or guesses or models or whatever about how the world's most powerful rocket outputs its energy. How's that say?
We are all about facts. Yeah.
All about the facts. Excellent. So that's a huge thing. You measured sort of farther field distances last time, sort of where the community, where the public is, and looked at the sonic booms. You also caught the sonic boom of the hot staging ring, didn't you?
We did. It was fascinating.
Wasn't like expected, but there's a little jump in the graph, I think.
There is, right at the end of our paper, right? We are inside our paper, right at the end of the waveform that we show.
Yeah.
There it shows the flyback boom event, and then it shows the landing noise, and then just I don't know, was it 30 seconds after?
Yeah.
You just see this jump, and it was measured at all 8 of our stations.
Okay.
From 10 kilometers all the way about 35 kilometers, again, 20 something miles out there in Brownsville. And it's very clear and it's very clean. And I don't know that I would have expected it. Just this ring falling from the sky, right?
To create a sonic boom,
to create
as
a
well.
sonic boom, a supersonic ring falling from the sky, right?
So a couple different things on this, y'all. We sat down as part of our Flame Trench live show a couple days ago. It's just a couple of days ago now. The time flies, and we talked for almost an hour and a half.
Yeah.
We dug into the data. We looked at all the graphs. We looked at the paper that you put out. And we talked about that in depth. So if you're interested in the more in-depth conversation about everything that we went through, the Flame Trench is really the place to do that. We had live Q&A with the audience, and you talked us through not just, here's some results, but how we can understand the results, right?
And I just got to say, that is a very rare opportunity.
To be able to talk about your work?
Yeah, exactly, right. I mean, I think there are more people probably watching this live that have ever read my papers. like all 200 papers I've ever written.
How many people are watching this right now? Look, I'm going to look at my phone real quick. What are we up to? 50,000 people watching right now?
Guaranteed. There are more people watching this right now. So, but no, it was a really neat opportunity to be able to dive into the science and carefully, in context, go through and talk about not just, to be able to set up the story, right? And I think that's critical.
And the understanding.
And to be able to, because I think that's the neat thing, is that if we can take the time, and communicate science in a way, right? It's just about building context. Everybody can understand what's going on as long as we build some context, right? I think about this on a daily basis. Most people don't. Right.
But if your shirt says that, BOE
that's
Acoustics,
right daily basis, really, right? but it was a really neat opportunity. And what's also cool is that this paper, which I think the link is provided in the Flame Trench.
It is. We're going to get there. In fact, let's put the paper link in here now. Mods, just please. You made it so this paper was open to the public.
That's right. We published it specifically in a journal.
Right.
That A, was rapid publication, and B, we paid a fee so that it would be open access so that anybody in the public can download this. And we tried to provide as many real-world comparisons to make this as interesting and digestible as possible, not only just to academics, but to the whole public.
To the whole public. So that's a whole thing. Have you ever clicked on a scientific paper link and it takes you to this paywall thing where you have to be a member of the journal or whatever, or pay a fee to read it? For this specific research, knowing that so many people would be interested in the results, they made the paper free to the public. You can click on it, you can read the whole thing, you can look at the graphs, you can make your own decisions. That's what the new world is all about, right? And watch the Flame Trench, where Dr. G here talked through in detail exactly how you can understand this. Well, this is the raw physics energy, and this is the loudest point over 1 second, and this is your total exposure, the amount of energy that you are exposed to for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever. We had such a good conversation about that.
It was. Can I just shout out one thing?
Of course.
Right? Got to shout out the Acoustical Society of America and their journals for making this happen so quickly.
Turning a paper around.
To be able to turn a paper around, to go through the review process, the editing process, the publication process, in the time that it happened, it was phenomenal and frankly just unprecedented.
Excellent.
Everybody understood the mission here, right? Was to get something out for the public before this flight.
Before this flight.
Because
everybody would be so interested. So your team went above and beyond. The journal went above and beyond, made it open to the public. So here's what I need y'all to help us out with, right? We want more scientists to come and help us understand things. So the metric that they're interested in is how many people went out and checked out this paper, right? So the link that is going in chat, mods, please get the link if you don't have it. spam it in a chat a couple times and give it a read. It's got some technical stuff in it, like the A weighting and the Z weighting.
And you can engage me on X if you want to, or LinkedIn if you got questions.
Yep.
Myself, my students, we're here.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
No, go and download the paper. There's the link. I can see it being spammed over there because there's a little counter, and at some point, the journal is going to see how many times people were interested in looking at that paper. So if you want more science fact to go along with what used to be science fiction, you like that?
That's perfect.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I
wasn't
like
it?
that.
Go and check out the paper, and then ask some questions about it. Let's talk really quickly. The terms that threw me off the most was the Z-weighted versus A-weighted, right? And that's how you started the conversation last time.
Right.
But talk me through really quickly, when I look at that paper and it says Z-weighted, what does that mean? Why do I care?
Z-weighted is just, that's acoustic speak, right? But Z-weighted, that is your raw physics energy.
The raw energy.
How much pressure is present at the location you're measuring. And that could be low frequencies below the range of human hearing, mid frequencies that we hear well, or like bat frequencies, right? Ultrasound. That's just measuring the pressure.
That's like things you might not even be able to perceive. As a human with your little human ears, you may have no context down in the low frequencies and the high frequencies.
But that's the physics, right?
That's
so
the physics, is the Z weight.
We look at the Z weighting, and we do care also. The Z weighting is most closely related to things like structural concerns and structural damage. And so when you get above a certain amount, they do care about the maximum level, and that's the Z-weighted or unweighted level.
Gotcha. Now, the A weighting is where we start to put it into context for human beings. Like, I don't want y'all to be scared of these terms. It's right there at the top, Z weighting, A weighting, and I'm like, oh, a headache.
But
A weighting.
A weighting is just the idea that, look, we hear better at some frequencies than others. And so when they calculate the numbers, they say, let's get rid of some of the low frequency energy. Let's get rid of some of the high frequency energy, and let's just do the calculation again.
Right.
And then that gives us a new number that supposedly corresponds to human hearing.
Gotcha.
Now, the caveat in that is that when we come to rockets are loud, rockets are rumbly, rockets are crackly.
Yep.
And the A weighting metric was really designed for quiet sounds.
I think on the other show you told me like the A weighting metric, the way that whole thing is sort of tuned is like whisper to conversation.
Kind of in that whisper to conversation range. And that's what most sounds we're exposed to are like, the ambient environmental sounds.
Yep.
Rockets are different. And so
like rockets are up here.
But that's what's driving the conversation right now, is those kinds of metrics. So that's what we reported in this paper.
Gotcha.
Years of studies to come.
So don't be scared. I want you to look at the paper. There's stuff in there that you'll get. Like, hey, if you were this far away, it was like a rock concert or a chainsaw. If it was this far away, it was about that. There's some examples for you in there, but you can see the graphs as well, exactly how the shape of a sonic boom is. Really, the definitions that we went through in the other show where we had an hour and a half to talk through it. Got a lot of that for us. But please look through it, because I think, personally, one of the most important things, if you want to have an opinion on something, you should get yourself informed, right? And looking at raw data like this is the way you do that.
Right. And I totally agree. And I think, conversations start with data.
Yes.
Right. I think we have a lot of people that are, well, I'm pro space, so therefore
I want to see rockets fly.
We're going to see rockets fly.
Yep.
No matter what, right? And then there's people that say, but the rockets impact this, people or whatever. You can't start having conversations that bring together on how do we solve these challenges without data.
Unless you have the data. And that's something I imagine that might be in chat. I've seen a little bit of it on X and my DMs and that sort of stuff. This isn't about, the rocket can't fly because it's too loud. That's not what it is. This is the world's new most powerful rocket. We need to know what the facts are. We need to know how loud this thing is, and that's where y'all come in.
Exactly. We're here to get the data, not to necessarily try to assess impact at the beginning. That's not my job. I'm a scientist.
Right.
There are policy experts that are around for that, to have that conversation.
Yep.
But we can all come together, I think, and learn and figure out, hey, how do we do both?
Yep. With the raw data, not just making up things or using things that are 50 years outdated that we recorded long ago. I want to finish up here with a little bit of a discussion about what you're doing this time.
Sure.
So we were 10 plus kilometers out. I think you're a little closer this time.
We have stations that are about as close as about 1 kilometer away.
1 kilometer.
1 kilometer away. We also have, we've more than doubled the number of stations. So,
okay.
I don't want to put the number up because we'll see what we actually get.
We'll see what we get data recorded
as you
on.
know, sometimes it's hard to have things like, cables and transmission.
Yep.
We've already seen cables chewed on in the field since we've deployed.
You lost a cable to like a coyote or something like that. They had to go replace a cable that a coyote chewed.
Yeah, so we'll see what we actually get. But space is hard. Field acoustics is hard, right? We'll get additional data here. The other cool thing is that we had a morning launch,
right?
And now we have an afternoon launch, and so we expect the acoustical environment potentially could be different. And the thing I was telling you before, right, is that we may be even validating our own conclusions for our first paper, and we'll do that.
But that's how science works.
That's how science works. But what it means is that we will refine our estimates and go from there.
Gotcha. So y'all be on the lookout. Read this paper. There's more research to come out. Like if you're interested on why Falcon 9 has X number of sonic booms, I think y'all have been doing some stuff on that and other things that I don't know. I'm waiting to see if he says anything to see if I'm spoiling anything. But experts on acoustics, experts on rocket acoustics as well. And if you want to learn more about the rockets, the noises that rockets make, these are the places. The BYU team is the place to go.
We're having fun doing it.
Having fun doing it.
We'll be on again, hopefully.
How many folks are here this time?
There are 6 of us here this time, but I've got probably 12, 13, 14 students that are working on rocket acoustics right now.
No kidding. Designing the equipment that records it, operating it behind the scenes, the whole shooting match.
Yeah, people here, people at Vandenberg looking at ascent sonic booms and landing and booms. I mean, the whole spectrum of challenges here. So.
Good deal. All right, Dr. Gee, thank you so much. We'll let you get out and catch your rocket recordings in some places.
I better be on my way.
It's counting right now. We've got another thing to show y'all briefly. Let's check in with the Starbase Science Fair, the student experiments this time. And thanks again.
Yep. Thanks, Dos.
Hi NSF, I'm Tanvi, a high school senior working with Dr. Hawley's physics class to collect and analyze data from the local SpaceX launches. After looking at the data we received from our weather sensors set around Starbase during Flight 5, we noticed some really interesting changes in barometric pressure that corresponded with the launch and the booster return. At 2 of our experimental sites north in Highway, we saw direct fluctuations in air pressure that corresponded with the times of the sonic waves emanating from the launch and the sonic boom that occurred when Super Heavy returned. These happened at around 4,500 and 4,800 seconds after we placed down the sensors at 8:15 p.m. These changes were expected, as the sonic waves emanating from the launch, which you can see pulsating as spherical light waves from the launch site, as well as the sonic boom should have changed the refractive index of the surrounding air, and that would have caused the air pressure changes that we saw on our barometric sensors. However, the fluctuations we observed were relatively small. They did exceed the accuracy specifications of our barometric sensors at around 0.1 millimeters of mercury. Still, we wanted to see those changes be a lot bigger. Also, we noticed that these air pressure fluctuations dissipated before reaching our sensors at the river site, which was a bit farther away. In order to improve our upcoming experiments, we'll be moving our barometric sensors a lot closer to the launch. Specifically, we'll be attaching them by gaff tape to a trailer in the danger bed lot, only 1,200 feet away from the launch site. This should significantly increase the fluctuations in barometric pressure we see, since the sonic waves we're measuring work in terms of an inverse square law. This means that by decreasing the distance between our sensors and the source of the sonic waves, we should see an exponential increase in the intensity of the waves that we measure. Overall, we're super excited to continue our experiments at Starbase, and thank you to NSF and everybody watching for supporting us.
All right, this is a whole thing, y'all. We talked with the university team, the professor who is a professor in acoustics, doctorate in that, and then work with the students as well, the up-and-coming engineers and professors. Isn't that cool?
It is so cool to see STEM students getting out in the field. What did she say, 1,200? That's like...
Working on some of that. Yeah, we've got some future plans on some of that.
Amazing. It's amazing.
One of the interesting things is a couple on the screen there real quick, flashed a couple graphs, and you can compare the students' data that they gathered with their home-built experiments. They sort of put together things that they could use at high school. Compare what the students got to what the Professional Acoustics University team got, and you can see the same sort of trends and things.
That's cool. And you can click the chat and get those papers and read them for yourselves and try to figure out the technical terms, right?
I like it. For real, I almost want to do another show where folks who didn't understand the paper can come and ask questions about the paper.
Yeah.
I can't say enough. Like, the most important thing is having data and then including people in the conversation so we can talk about what we gather. This isn't about, oh, geez, we don't want rockets to fly. It's going to hurt the ocelot's eardrums. I've never even seen an ocelot around here. But it's about gathering actual facts and doing some science instead of some emotion.
I can see the ocelot as another graphic they put on a future Starship. Because you just said that. They listen, they watch.
If they put an ocelot on the Starship, it would be the first ocelot I've seen within 50 miles of the launch pad.
With earmuffs on. It's really cool science they're doing. They're doing amazing science.
Good deal.
I love it. I love it.
All right. How are we ticking along here in terms of Starship? Thank you, chat, for letting us hop in with the university professor and the student little video we did there. I thought that was absolutely important that we dedicate some time to that outreach, because those students are going to be the ones who are working at SpaceX and building rockets and living and doing research on Mars one day, right? But let's hop back to the tank farm and the rocket and see if we can't consult now about 50 minutes with this massive plume and what Alex thinks about it.
Yeah, so we got a go from SpaceX about 20 minutes ago or so. The propellant load has been given the green light, so to speak, right? And so we are just waiting for that to start. Should be starting up at T-minus 49 minutes with the ship fuel and liquid oxygen load, with a bit of a variation in the seconds, but that's the rounding error on that side. If we are going for the top of the window, for the opening of the window, that will be in about 2 minutes from now, less than 2 minutes actually. So we'll keep an eye on all the activity to see if there's actually a launch at the opening of the window. So far, so good. All of the behavior from the ground systems kind of indicates that if for whatever reason it is not at the top, I don't see it slipping too much into the window now, because it seems like they sped up a bit of the activities.
Some of what we talked about earlier is how long it takes to fuel, but they can vary that, and it looks like they've done that. Right, Alex? It looks like they've kind of sped up a little bit in the process, and things are moving along well.
Yeah, and again, if we are indeed on track for the opening of the window, we should see some of those early indications in about 30 seconds from now. That's when they start ship fuel load.
We've got the timing down to 30 seconds. I love it. Alex has spreadsheets.
Yeah, because SpaceX releases the timeline, right? And so they say T-minus 49 minutes and 50 seconds.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you can see some of that. That frost that you see there, that is not propellant. That is essentially carbon dioxide that they use for its own fire extinguisher, as they say. That's the fire suppression system for the engine bay, but it is also loaded cold. And there you can see the tower vent is dying off, and that is our confirmation that liquid oxygen load is underway on the ship. That is on track for opening of the window at 4 p.m. Central.
So we're
excellent.
That's
Back
around
on
this
track.
time in the countdown. Yep. And also the methane subcoolers, subcooler singular for the ship seems to be going off. So that also indicates methane load is underway on the ship. So both liquid oxygen and liquid methane are now being loaded onto the second stage of Starship.
Gotcha. Did y'all like that? How Alex said, like, oh, probably within the next 30 seconds. And remember the huge plume that was on the screen just more than 30 seconds ago?
SpaceX confirms, by the way.
SpaceX confirms.
There we go. It's like you've done this before, Alex.
5 launches already. It's getting pretty...
That's right. 5 launches.
Yeah.
All right. What do we have coming up next? I know we have a lot of stuff we're trying to get in before flight. More information about Starship.
Yeah.
Another tape to roll, I think. I like it. You ready?
Are you ready? Oh, goodness. If that doesn't get your blood pumping, I don't know what does.
Put it into chat. Are we ready? Is chat a go? I guess would be a good way to say it. What a cool montage put together by the video team there.
It's incredible. Put it in chat if you saw every one of those.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I saw every single one of those on NSF. Every single one of them. It's incredible. I mean, that was a walk down Gene's memory lane. That's was amazing.
Too good. Like the epic music and the hits in the end where it's like, and all the different images pop up. I saw a banana in there even, like the whole thing.
Adrian's nodding yes. He's like, yeah, I saw every single one of them.
But look at the clock. We have just ticked under 45 minutes from the open of the window. The brief recap, if you're just joining us, the signs that we see on the vehicle make it look like they are on track for an attempt at the beginning of the window. In English, that means we may be 45 minutes away from Flight 6 of Starship. Some stuff you can see on the screen here. Look at the ship quick disconnect. The lines in the big box going up there. You see the frost coming off? Those lines are cold. It means stuff is happening, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've got things flowing, and we should start seeing here in just a couple minutes, right, Alex? We should start seeing some things happening with the booster load, and then after that, we're going to start seeing some things with the ship.
Yeah, in about should be 3 minutes from now, that should be the start of the booster fuel load. That's a T-minus 41 minutes and 15 seconds on the count. Meanwhile, right now we don't see any frost, but that's normal. It'll come up very shortly. You know how the tanks, they have this bowl shape at the bottom, right? So that bowl needs to be filled up first, and then once the level is high enough, then it'll start touching the walls of the tank, and the tank will get so cold that the atmospheric humidity will turn into a solid, essentially ice, on the outside of the vehicle. That'll be a very neat progression bar kind of thing for this propellant load. So if you want to know how much they have loaded on the vehicle, that's a very great way to follow the progression here of that propellant load. Again, that frost will appear very shortly, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
It's like a literal loading bar. Like the ship will show that it's full as it gets full. If you see it, you'll start to see that the color change just a little bit as the condensation forms. The cryogenic propellant gets close to the stainless steel wall of the Starship. Remember, there's no insulation on that ship, that stainless steel. When the cryogenic fluid gets there, when the propellant gets there, it's the propellants, liquid oxygen, liquid methane, and then a piece of stainless steel, and then the outside world. So you'll see the humidity freeze to the outside. Yell in chat as soon as you see what you think is the condensation starting to freeze.
And speaking of chat, do we want to go back to Adrian and thank some folks? It's been that we talked about BYU, and we're talking about the progress bar of the fuel going into the booster and the ship. Let's go to Adrian and thanks some folks.
Absolutely. I feel like it's in my contract to read this one out. John James with a 10-pound super chat saying, getting greedy from a freezing cold Yorkshire night. I think I have to read that out. And Dimes Raycon with a super chat saying here, working, can't wait to catch this later. SpaceX can also not wait to catch this later. Thank you, NSF. Coffee money for Mary. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Also, we have a lot of people getting the patch right now. For example, Jens telling us on the store message saying, awesome patch, awesome stream. Thanks for all the coverage. Thank you so much for that, Jens. Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we might be on track here for 41 minutes. Look
at that.
Look at the big box.
There it is.
You see the flap, right? The big flappy thing on the left-hand side.
Flappy thing.
There's a little line that goes across, sort of just not quite the top, but down a little bit from the second hinge. Do you see the vapors starting to form around the skin of the ship, the tank right there? Alex, that's what we want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was about to say, I think they have started the fuel load on the booster a little bit early, and just right now, SpaceX has confirmed propellant load of the Super Heavy booster is underway, because I saw the activity on the subcoolers for the methane, and so that indicated that fuel load was underway on the booster. For the liquid oxygen load, that'll be in 5 minutes. It's sort of the last thing that starts to be loading on the rocket, but that's one of the things that we are looking for.
Right on Alex time. We got the frost line.
Christopher Ashford, I appreciate you yelling in chat as requested when you saw frost. Thank you so much for that. So this is going to start to happen pretty quickly. You're going to see that frost line grow up the side of the ship. That's the tank there. It's literally freezing the humidity in the atmosphere onto the outside of the tank. The rocket's not leaking. What you see there is not anything escaping from the inside of the rocket, on the right-hand side at least. That is the atmosphere being impacted by the cold. It's super cold. That stainless steel gets cold just like you got a frosty drink on a hot, humid day. Same sort of thing here. Frosty propellants inside, stainless steel tumbler that's shaped like a rocket, and then a humidity forming on the outside.
And it's kind of fascinating. I want to quickly bring that in here, because if you see pictures, very zoomed in pictures of the stack before and after it's fueled, it's getting so cold that you can literally see it shrinking. You can see if you have a very quick A/B test of like an empty stack versus a very cold stack, it's a bit smaller. And it's kind of insane to see that this whole giant stack is just moving while it's coming alive here.
It's actually one of the engineering challenges, knowing that you're going to super chill your vehicle, and your vehicle's made of stainless steel, and it's going to shrink or contract a little bit. Think about the hoses and cables and lines and wires and structural elements that have to be able to sort of expand and contract as the vehicle changes size. I guess changes size more than it changes shape, huh?
And you talk about the engineering challenge. There are pins underneath those thermal protection tiles. There is glue they put on certain parts of the spacecraft, and all of those things change temperature. They react differently, and on some of the tiles, actually on this ship for Flight 6, they have aluminum tiles, and they're testing those because they know the melting point of temperature, of aluminum, and that gives them information of how the stainless steel is going to react on reentry. So there's, what did Elon say? There was over 1,000 small changes between this ship and the last ship to fly. It's incredible.
I can see the SpaceX engineers sitting around like a brainstorming session, like, all right, what can we do for Flight 6? Well, what if we take some tiles off? All right, let's take some tiles off. You can see that there's pins on the left-hand side
where they ground them
missing
down.
their tiles. Yeah. So I don't know, what if we do that? Well, what if we make some of the tiles out of aluminum and see if they melt? All right, let's do that.
Well, they made the decision to do that because they finally got data of a ship coming through reentry, and they said, we might not need these tiles. And also looking forward to catching the ship, where were they going to put the landing pins, landing rails, whatever, or expandable landing pins, whatever they decide to do. They're testing this. Everything you see right here is a test. Literally everything you see, and they're constantly pushing the boundaries of how far can we push stainless steel? How far can we remove the heat shield? How far can we... Go ahead, Alex.
Go, Alex.
Speaking of pushing things, we see that OLM vent has stopped. That is our indication that liquid oxygen load on the booster has begun. So that is all 4 main tanks of Starship are being loaded currently.
All right, that is what we want to see at T-minus 37 minutes.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I just look forward to the future because, again, for those of you just joining us, this is the last Block 1 ship. They've made so many changes to the Block 2 ships. We will come up for the Flight Test 7, and we can speculate about when that is. But this is the last one of the Block 1s, and I'm looking forward to seeing the Block 2s fly.
Had a helicopter go by in the background there on the one camera. It's always like, shiny helicopter. Gonna pan or tilt, actually, back down again, but look at how much the frost line has grown. It's reached that bottom of the tiles behind the flap there. Some of the tiles they took off, I hope they put them on the hinge in front of the flap.
I was going to say, one of the changes that they really made, especially on those front flaps, which won't affect the Block 2 ships, they've really reinforced those. Flight 4, we saw a lot of burn through. Flight 5, it was much less, and
but
we're
still
looking.
There.
Yeah, it was still there. And this one, we want to see those flaps.
And we just saw the hot stage ring go by when the ship lights its engines and pushes itself away from the booster. Fire actually comes out the side of the rocket there, those holes that they cut in the side. Alex, what is the black part we're seeing on the back of the rocket?
That is part of the stabilizer system. You know how to lift the booster. They have pins at the top of the booster, right? That sit on the chopstick landing rails. But then at the bottom, they have these sort of like, as I call it, like pinky fingers on the arms, right? That allow them to be able to stabilize the rocket as it is being lifted. And so those black things are like extra stringers, because when it is being caught, the arms sort of slap on the side of the rocket, and you don't want that stage point to be damaged. And so that acts sort of like a ramp for those pads on the sides of the arms to swiftly glide, as the booster descends through the arms.
I want to talk about the scale of this rocket.
Yeah.
And Alex, I'm going to be coming back to you, because not only do you have tons and tons of stainless steel in the booster in the ship, but you also have thousands of tons of propellant.
Alex, mostly propellant.
Mostly
it's
propellant.
a rocket. Yeah.
Alex, how much fuel are they putting in this thing?
About 4,600 tons of propellant. About 1,000 of that.
Incredible.
Yeah, 1,000 tons of methane and 3,600 tons of liquid oxygen. So about 4,600 tons.
And remember, that is enough to get the ship into an orbit for the next flight, not this one, but the next one, and the booster back to catch. Then they have to launch another one to refuel it before. It's just enough fuel. It's the thousands and thousands of tons of fuel just to get to orbit.
I don't even know, like, that number is so large. I don't even know what it means to me. Like, how many tanker trucks is that? How many swimming pool, all the normal things that you do. Like, how many sodas is that? I don't know.
393 feet from the OLM to the tip, right? 398? 121 meters. It's 398 feet, I think it was.
It's just like ludicrous scale how big this vehicle is, and the fact that you can roll right up next to it is just crazy.
Yeah, it's special. It's
special.
Crazy special.
Crazy
is what
special.
It is.
That's probably a good way to frame it. It's not just crazy, like, oh wow, that's crazy. They let people do that. It is just an inspiring experience to be able to be out there on the beach and see these things up close.
And on your screen, you'll see that frost line slowly start to come up past the chines. And on Flight 5, we saw one of those chines have what we think was an overpressure. There was a couple, they've debated that. They've gone through and they've double-checked all the wells. They probably added some more.
Yep, we saw like some additional reinforcements or something, like more connection points or whatever you want to call it.
And we'll see what happens when the booster comes back and gets caught for this one.
Yep. Look at the frost line there is now... What is that? 3-4 tiles up? Just trying to count how many tiles it was.
we are quickly coming up on T-minus 30 minutes for this. Oh, and this is okay. I can't wait to see the whole penguin belly all white.
Oh my gosh!
I'm telling you, I want a penguin shirt, Adrian.
There's not a lot of shiny stainless steel penguins out there, but soon
Well, soon it's going to be the belly of the penguin. I need that overlay again. That's
All right, so ticking forward here, y'all, you see the propellants being put into the vehicle. SpaceX still going towards that T0, 32 minutes away. Remember, they have 30 minutes in the window, so if there's a little hold or something like that, they have some time to work with. But as of the last sort of visual observation we've been able to make here, they are going full steam ahead for 4 o'clock Central Time. We're bringing you views from all over the place. We're NASA Spaceflight, independent media organization. It sounds too formal when I say it that way. We're a bunch of space nerds who like running, watching rockets. We have all sorts of different folks with different areas of expertise, camera operators, photographers, folks who do networking, folks who do video and streaming and all of these different things. And we just got together to share this with you. If you want to hang out with us more often, we stream rocket launches, we stream tests here at Starbase, static fires, hardware rolling out. If it's a cool space event, we try to share it with folks, and we answer questions in chat. We're here hanging out because we're just like you. We're a bunch of space nerds. We don't have a big company behind us telling us what we're supposed to say or anything like that. We just want to see the rocket fly.
That's right. And, everybody kind of takes a role. They own it, right? You've got the camera operators and the writers and the Alex and the Ryan and the science guys and Adrian answering questions. And I think today, Adrian has the hardest job.
Probably so, because y'all almost crash our shop every time he puts a new product in the shop.
Yeah, we're coming up on 85,000 watching the streamer now. We love each and every one of you. Thank you guys so much. Adrian, let's say some thank you to these folks because we've got new members.
Absolutely, and I want to once again shout out here Robert, who already, if you remember, gifted 50 Red Team memberships, and just did that again. So that's now 100 Red Team memberships gifted. Thank you so much, Robert. There are no words, and I hope everybody that gets these says a very warm thank you to Robert. Then we also have Tipcentric here with 10 pound super chat. Thank you for all the excellent content. I watch everything and have since the Hoppy days. IFT7 this year, question mark? What do you think? Much love from Tipcentric.
This year? I don't think so.
That'd be pushing it.
Checking in with guys, real quick, checking in with the Rocket Ranch there. You'll see random people starting to show up. That is the viewing area over at Rocket Ranch. I love seeing the kids in the front, like, ready to see this go.
Get out of the way.
Get out of the way, yeah.
Don't panic. Everything will be fine. If you get the reference, you get the reference.
You can actually buy tickets to watch from there. That's about 4 miles away. It's the closest place that members of the general public can get. They do sell tickets to watch from their viewing outpost. Cool people, too, honestly.
Yeah.
And that, 8... 7.
Oh, we're coming up.
Down to 10 minus on my mark. 30 minutes.
Here we go.
Before the opening of the window for Starship Flight Test 6 out here in South Texas. Now, that's my cue because I need to hop off of comms here and run up to the roof and make sure that the robotic tracking camera and all the other equipment up there is all online. So, Gene, can I leave it with you and Adrian and Alex here?
We got it. I've got a question for Alex while you head up there and bring us some amazing footage.
I'll check in with y'all in a minute.
So when we just passed T30 minutes, right? And can you quickly give us a quick rundown of what's going to happen when we really get to that excitement guaranteed moment? Because I know they can hold it at a certain point. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so at T-minus 40 seconds, they could hold if they see that they need more time, if the automated checks on the vehicle, for example, also think that they need to hold there. At T-minus 25 seconds, the detonation suppression system activates. That is sort of like a mist of gases, nitrogen with water to displace some of the methane underneath of the engines. Then at T-minus 10 seconds, that's when the Deluge system activates, that flame deflector activates. And at T-minus 3 seconds, the engines will start up. That startup sequence is in 3 different sets. First, the 13 center engines on the booster will ignite. Then 15 out of the 20 outer engines will ignite, and then the remaining 5. That process takes about 2.8 seconds, and then at T0, that excitement guarantee, that'll be our launch commit. The rocket will decide whether it is ready for our launch, whether it's ready or not. If it is ready, it'll command the Raptors to throttle up and liftoff. That liftoff will happen about 2 seconds later. It takes a while for the vehicle is ginormous, right? And so it'll take a bit to pick up speed and start to lift off. But that's more or less those final 40 seconds of the count are very, very active. So lots of action very quickly. If they do, excuse me, if they do not hold at that point, which so far it's looking like, pad, vehicle, weather, everything, it's looking good for a launch at 4 p.m. If they do not hold there, it's going to be very quick. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for that, because again, it's going to be, detonation suppression system, deluge system, all of these things quickly in action. And, when you least expect it, you're already in the air.
Yeah. And this is a special flight because the previous flights were done at night, right? So we didn't get that daytime landing that we're going to get in the Indian Ocean like we anticipate this time, right, Adrian?
Absolutely, and I think I have another person to throw here too, because there's a certain plane that might get some new shots then, because this rocket is launching at a different time.
If we have hello everyone, me again. If we have a quick look down here, we can see the WB-57 has arrived on scene. It's currently flying over Starbase. Expect it to come out this way a little bit. It'll then start doing some racetrack patterns around here. So you can see, started off in Houston about an hour ago, made its way all the way down to South Texas. I'm just going to run through everything else whilst we have the chance. Oh, looks like I'm back. I'm just going to run through everything else whilst I have the chance. We can have a look at the clouds here. They're still dispersing out this way, which is good to see. It's very clear over Texas, very clear over the Gulf. You can see it just refreshed even, and it looks like we're still getting a little bit of cloud down here towards the right side of the trajectory, so to speak, but it's pretty clear from where everyone will be watching today. And I also just want to remind everyone of the sun difference that we're going to see at re-entry, because that is the reason why we're launching at this time today. See Starship Flight 5, this is the re-entry NOTAM. and how the terminator line moves. So we're going from moving into sunset to moving into sunrise. So we're not going to get any views over Africa, unfortunately, like we have gotten on the previous test flights. However, we will get some wonderful re-entry views as we start to come in over Madagascar, Mauritius, and then moving into Australian airspace in the sunrise. So fingers crossed, if even with those 8 rows of tiles removed on each side of Ship 31, fingers crossed it makes it all the way through to a daylight splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Thank you, Ryan. That's amazing to see you with the maps and having fun. It's like tracking all the aircraft and the clouds and everything. And when I look out the window here over Starbase from the Margaritaville Beach Resort on South Padre Island, it is absolutely crystal clear. It is a beautiful day for a rocket launch, right, Adrian?
Absolutely. I mean, we always dream of these good conditions, not only for our photographers, but also, of course, for us, because we want to see the best thing that we possibly can. And so far, knocking on wood here, the conditions are quite good. There was some worry initially about, well, this could result in high temperatures and with that some heat haze. But that seems to be not the case so far. Humidity is actually quite down, if I recall correctly, which is good, because that also results in better visibility. So yeah, we are looking good here in the most sense of that saying. Let's hope these conditions stay that way, and of course, let's hope Starship completes the final steps here in the next 25 minutes, because if it completes all of these steps, then we might get a launch at these wonderful conditions. And Alex, I will just throw to you here, what are these next steps that we are looking in the next 25 minutes?
Yeah, the very next thing should be in about 5 minutes from now. That'll be the engine chill starting. Those 33 Raptor engines on the booster and the 6 engines on the ship will be conditioned, just like we've seen with a tank farm. We've seen it with a launch tower and the launch mount. All of those ventings, we're gonna see very similar. We already are seeing some of that on the ship. There's already some of that venting going on. It does not fully indicate, though, that engine chill is underway. That venting is normal even when there's no engine chill underway. Sort of, we see a very similar behavior, for example, on Falcon 9 with the MVAC engine. But overall, that's the next thing that we should be seeing here in the next few minutes. But again, just waiting to see all of that propellant being loaded. Still 20 more minutes on the propellant load.
So this is not exactly like Flight 5. This flight profile is a little bit different because they want to test and push the limits of what's going on. They took the tiles off some of the sides, but they also have a couple things. Now, I want to ask, I'm going to go around the horn here, Adrian and Alex. They're doing an in-flight test of restarting a Raptor engine. What are the odds of a engine bay cam? I'm hoping because we used to get those. Remember, we used to get them on the hop tests. And they're doing an engine, and they're doing an engine. That might be their secret. They haven't said anything about it. We know where they're going to do this test. So this is going to try it. I would love to have a camera inside the engine bay. What about you guys?
So there's a camera there. Like we know that there's a camera there. They have sometimes shown it on these recap videos that they do later. We know that this ship bay has a camera. The question is always just what do they clear and use for broadcast? And there's another tricky part here. And that is, what is the exact coverage of ground stations and Starlink and everything at that moment in time? Because sometimes you maybe are not in the perfect position to have great signal at that moment, which means you're just getting telemetry confirmation. So that's just something you can run into in orbit. Orbit internet is not as easy as ground internet sometimes. So we will have to see and have to see if they can show that, because 25 minutes into the flight, that could be a moment where the ship is basically right over nowhere. And that could be in a situation where they actually don't have a great connection.
Alex, do you think they're going to do this relight test before they reorient the ship for re-entry, like on the uphill, or do you think they're going to reorient the ship then do the relight test, because they have to land at a very specific place in the Indian Ocean? When do you think they're going to do that relight test?
That should be about 10 minutes before entry. according to the SpaceX timeline at the very least, right? And so I think it's just going to be prograde, just like they were trying to do on Flight 3, which will not need any weird, relocation or re-attitude kind of thing. We'll see, though. They may have changed their minds, right, for this flight. It's a complete different flight than Flight 3. We'll see.
Yep. And again, once the entire ship lifts off from the OLM, we're going to be able to see, hopefully, again, those views of the beautiful blue plume coming out from those 33 Raptor engines, and potentially we'll see the hot stage ring again, right, Adrian?
Absolutely. The exact trajectory of the hot staging ring might be influenced because in the end, that hot staging ring is kind of like a more passive object. Like, it doesn't have an engine or thruster or anything to it orientate itself. So if there's like some sort of wind shear, or it's gliding in a different way, or it's flipping in a different way, it could come down a bit different than on our last flight. So we will have to wait and see how exactly it comes down and if we will be able to see it. But of course, we hope, and we are also trying to see if we can spot that hot staging ring here.
As you can see, the frost is coming up the Penguin. I'm never going to stop saying that. The frost
is coming up the Penguin. Really?
That's
the frost is building its way up inside the tanks of Ship 31 and Booster 13, and we are under 20 minutes to the opening of the launch window. And I think we can hear some things from the roof. Das, are you back?
That's me, Gene. I'm up on the roof now, and if you want to come up here to make sure you don't miss the launch, I can hang out with Adrian and Alex before we get going here.
Couldn't keep me away, my friend. I am headed that way.
All right, we'll hold down the fort from up here. Let's see, how are we looking? Did anything happen in the 5 minutes it took me to get up here?
So apparently there's a Starship and a Super Heavy booster. They're fueling them right now, Das.
Really? Hang on, let me get my Xbox controller here and see if I can find that across the channel.
Do you really have like an Xbox controller?
I literally have an Xbox controller, yeah.
That's amazing.
I'll record a whole behind-the-scenes thing. There is like a behind-the-scenes feed that I think y'all can look at. I'm not sure if we're set to show that to you or not, but we are recording. And I'll do an entire explainer around how I have the big robotic tracking mount that's controlled by a server and an Xbox controller. And then I've got two cameras, like bore sight and coaxially mounted. I've got a wide spotting camera and then the telephoto camera. I'll do a whole thing about it and put that somewhere on the channel. For members first, probably.
There we go. We now see your camera that films you behind you as you're getting ready to track a rocket with an Xbox controller.
It's true. It's really a lot of fun.
That is an amazing setup, and that will be, of course, a lot of fun. Looking good from visibility standpoints. We just talked about that a bit with Gene, but you're of course now on the roof. Everything looking quite clear, you would say? I think so.
Was that for Gene? Who are you just asking?
No, sorry. Basically, the question is, do you spot in a single cloud? Or visibility perfect?
I don't see a single cloud in the sky. I see the WB-57 behind me. I see the dirigible
circling.
Up. Yeah, but I do not see a single cloud in the sky. And I see the rocket great.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are just 17 minutes now away from the potential 6th flight of Starship here, as we are positioning the team now on top of the Margaritaville in preparation for this tracking. Das, what are you going to track? Are you going to track first stage, second stage? Do you already have a plan in mind?
I am going to track the entire stack as it takes off, and then I'm going to focus the robotic tracker on the booster returning. So I'm going to try to stay with it the entire way. I have really fine control over this. The mount that we're using can move in increments at a minimum rate of 0.001 degrees per second. And we did the math, and the rates that we expect are in the degree per second, half degree per second. So I've got almost I mean, what's the difference between a degree per second and 0.001 degrees per second? I should be able to track the whole thing. The unfortunate thing is this is my first rocket launch to try and track here. I haven't used this setup. I tracked lots of planes, I tracked birds, I tracked all sorts of stuff, but I didn't get down to the Cape to practice before this launch. So we're going to see how it goes, but I am ridiculously excited right now, Adrian.
I mean, I totally get that. It's, I mean, it would be your first catch in person.
As we continue to stand by here, I'm probably talking over somebody.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I will just continue to talk here as we are getting ready here for the final few minutes in the countdown, and the rocket looks almost full now. Both booster and ship are basically wrapping up their propellant load here. So, yeah, absolutely. Who is on your roof with you? Who's tracking with you today?
So we've got the whole team up here. Jason and Gene both made it, and I am up here as well. So we've got 3 NSF folks currently ready to go. There's a lot of other folks as well here with us. The team from NASA actually has some of their tracking cameras up here. Cool experiments happening too. So we are here on the roof, ready to go in just under 15 minutes.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to this. Let's see here if I find some more quick questions here, as we are already almost there. Let's see here. I don't have a quick question for you right now. Das, do you have anything that you notice right now that you can quickly throw in there?
Adrian, I noticed that it's a beautiful day. It's nice and cool up here on the roof. We're actually in the shadow of the next hotel condo over, so we've got a great environment up here. It's a little bit windy. The wind is nice and cool, but I'm not seeing a ton of shake on my cameras. So that makes me happy, and it is clean clear to Rocket Town. I can see all the way across the channel, all the boats in the ship channel watching. There's just barely any haze right now. It is absolutely beautiful out here.
And there you can see the full team. There you can see the full team outside there, getting ready. I want to quickly thank everybody that is watching right now. We have over 100,000 people watching us here right now. If you watch this right now, the easiest way to support us, just give us a like, show the YouTube algorithm that you like the stream, and that helps us a lot. Thank you so much. And
also, Adrian, y'all, this is what we do. We're rocket nerds. We love technology. We love making stuff. If you're interested in being a part of the team, reach out. We don't hide for a living. You can find us on all the socials. We're on X, of course. We're on Facebook. We're on Instagram. I don't even know if I can name them all. I think there's a chat command for it. But I want to hang out with people who like to make cool stuff. You like cameras, you like tinkering, you like robotics, you want to make stuff and have an opportunity to put it next to the world's most powerful rocket and be a part of the team. Find us on one of our socials and send us a message, because that's how we coalesce together. Just people who like doing cool stuff. It's literally what we do. Yep. Sorry, Adrian, I know I jumped in, but people, I want to make more friends, more rocket friends.
I mean, this is literally, I think, the story for every single person on the team. Everybody just decided at some point, hey, I really like rockets. Let's do rockets together.
Yep,
so
you got it. It's not like we put out a job ad or anything like that. Somebody comes through and they say, hey, I do voice commentary. Do you need another commentator? Like, I'd love to talk about rockets. I've been following everything you do. And then all of a sudden, Gene is here with us. We get somebody, hey, I love working on streams. I know vMix. Can I help y'all out? And then all of a sudden we have more stream operators, commentators, article writers, whatever it is. Don't be bashful. We are rocket nerds, and if you're a rocket nerd who loves to make cool stuff, come hang out with us. Also, like and subscribe or whatever. That's less important.
Yeah, the most important thing is have fun and enjoy rockets. Well, really.
Okay.
That's what we want.
Hey, Adrian?
Absolutely.
I'm going to pass my headset over to Gene, and I'm going to let Gene handle the commentary while I make sure everything is ready to go from a tracking mount perspective. And I need chat at T-minus 60 seconds to spam remember to record.
Oh, yeah,
chat,
absolutely.
Please. So I remember to hit record.
All right, you got the assignment, chat. Everybody, thanks for that, Das. And Gene, do I have you back now? I'm not sure how fast that switch was.
I am here.
Hello.
It was real fast. I am
Nice.
positioned in between two amazing cameras ready to see this rocket launch up on the roof of the Margaritaville Beach Resort. And I changed my shirt. I want everybody to know I changed my shirt. I'm a Star Trek Original Series fan. I've got my shirt on. I can't wait. I have no optics. It is my eyes and that rocket. And you can do that too by coming here to South Padre Island. I can't wait. Excitement is guaranteed, right, guys?
I think excitement is very much guaranteed, and we are also confirming at this point, we confirm, SpaceX confirms, that both engines on ship and boosters are preparing and are in engine chill. Engine chill meaning that SpaceX is preparing for the super flow of the very cold liquids, and letting a little bit of liquid oxygen in there, and making sure they're chilling them down, preparing them so they don't cryo-shock them. So all of the 39 engines, that 33 on the booster and that 6 on the ship, are an engine chill. This is the final few steps we are having here. We are progressing through right now, and I will just continue on until let's see here, and of course, we have 10 more minutes here. Remember, and I want to emphasize this, there is a potential hold point at T-minus 40 seconds. SpaceX has not always opted to take this hold point. That hold point is completely optional. Sometimes they just blast right through and just ignore it at all. Sometimes they hold. So be prepared for either... Oh, go ahead, Alex.
If they were to blow through that hold and not hold, this will be the first time they have no delays to the first. I guess they did delay since yesterday. Okay, fair. But like, as they go into a countdown, on flight 1 they had a scrub, right? On flight 2 they delayed into the window. Flight 3, flight 4, and 5, all of them delayed into the window at the end of the day. However, if this indeed goes at 4 p.m., that's the opening of the window, and with no holds, that will be a first. Like, that will be amazingly good for Starship, hitting pinpoint, launch time with no holds.
Yeah, it's absolutely, like, it's quite remarkable. We are talking about a rocket that takes, correct me if I'm wrong here, Alex, about 9 times the fuel of Falcon 9. And they fuel it not only as fast as they fill Falcon 9, or almost as fast, but they are also doing it with such a consistency. They are doing it like it's routine sometimes. And this
Falcon
is the
Heavy
biggest rocket of all time.
Yeah, Falcon Heavy was a lot harder to test when they did that before the launch. It is true though, Falcon Heavy also launched on the first try, on its first launch attempt. So props to SpaceX, because it shows that they can really build these rockets and pad systems, even though it may take a little bit of a workout on those.
Yeah, and I also want to give you a quick preview. What are you experiencing in the next hour? Because, of course, we will stay live for the catch. We will also cover the ship, wherever it goes. The ship relight in space. But, of course, also we have amazing photographers in the field that will try to get you amazing shots, amazing slow-mos that we will bring to you. You will get tracking that you can only see here at NSF, because that's tracking that we do. So, I'm just excited. We are in the final 7 minutes 20 seconds here, and just closing in. Alex, can I just bother you for one more question here? What is the final steps? When are we sure that 40 seconds
USB-C
hold is cleared?
So essentially the last few seconds of the countdown?
Yeah, basically when do we know they're really going?
Oh yeah, so one of the things that we notice sometimes, there's this very peculiar vent at T-minus 40 seconds. If they do not hold, that vent happens, and that vent is related with clearing out the lines before the liftoff, because at liftoff, those, the quick disconnect, the umbilicals for the booster and the umbilical for the ship, those need to be retracted and cleared out of all of the flamey bits, essentially, right? And so they do that vent down of fluid interfaces, as they call it, at T-minus 40 seconds. So there'll be a very remarkable, very peculiar vent at T-minus 40 seconds if they do not hold. And so I'm going to be looking out for that when we reach that point. And so that's one of the very few things that we sort of, try to keep up.
Absolutely. And when will both stages have wrapped up propellant loading, Alex?
It should be in about 3 minutes or so. The ship seems to be wrapping up very shortly. The methane tank on the booster, you can see it's almost completely frosted over. So far, everything seems to be tracking good. The booster liquid oxygen load is sort of the last thing, because it's also the last thing that starts. So it's also the last thing that ends in that propellant load sequence. But so far, so good. I've been trying to listen to all of the updates from SpaceX. Pad, vehicle, weather, everything looks gorgeous. You can see there a blue sky as the backdrop of Starship. And so it is an amazing day today. Everything seems to be on track for a liftoff at 4 p.m. Central. That will be 2200 UTC, or 5 minutes and 12 seconds from now.
Yeah, and just recapping here quickly, this is the 6th flight of Starship. This is the 6th Starship full stack flight test. We are looking at Booster 13 and Ship 31, which are stacked on top there, and they are getting ready to launch. And we are 5 minutes away from that. Both vehicles are already in engine chill and in final propellant wrapping before they are ready to go. SpaceX wants to commit to a booster catch today of Booster 13, attempting the 2nd booster catch of the Starship program. If everything permits that and everything is good to go, the ship will fly in a bit of a different flight profile versus the previous launches, where it will go for an in-space burn to demonstrate relighting and deorbit capabilities. And also the heat shield has been modified to also prove a different approach and a bit more aggressive approach on that heat shield. Overall, everything is looking good. We are not aware of SpaceX tracking any issues whatsoever here. We're just 4 minutes away from launch. And with that, we are looking here at the final steps. Again, don't be irritated if the booster looks a bit emptier. The frosting lags a bit behind, because of course it takes a bit of time from the propellant touching the outer surface to the frost ring appearing. And also there is a bit of a gap between methane and liquid oxygen tank, where basically the common bulkhead is, which is the bulkhead that disconnects the methane and liquid oxygen. 3 minutes and 30 seconds here to go. And everything looking very, very promising. And of course, these chopsticks there that we see there, they will be the interesting watch item here. We want to see a catch. If everything permits, we want to see a catch here for the 2nd time. And the conditions couldn't be more beautiful, right, Alex?
Oh, boy. One of the things that I'm looking now is that sign of propellant load having wrapped up. I'm looking at the tower, at the OLM, with those vents coming up. There you go. Tower vent is back. Ship propellant load has ended. And then with the OLM vent coming back, should be coming back in just a few seconds from now. That'll be our indication that booster propellant load has stop. But you can see also the tank farm has quieted down. All of those subcoolers that were very, very active just a few minutes ago, they are no longer active. That's normal. That's because they have stopped propellant load. And so that is the next thing that we should be having now, is that, now that Starship is loaded with 4,500 tons of propellants, right? Now they're going to be preparing that for liftoff, and hopefully we get through that T-minus 40-second mark with no holds. So far, so good. Every single update I'm hearing so far, it's green.
I mean,
this is going.
I mean, we might be 120 seconds away from the 6th flight of Starship. Alex, it's always a pleasure to do this with you, because we have now doing what? This is the 5th flight together, so I'm excited for this. And I'm absolutely looking forward to see this fly. Again, there might be a chance, we don't have the confirmation yet if SpaceX will clear the hold or not. There's a potential hold at T-minus 40 seconds that they might take or might not take. They usually confirm in advance if they want to take that hold or if they go right through it. If they go right through it, there might not be that much time for us to confirm you that before they're already arriving there. So watch for the bottom of the rocket where the suppression system and where the deluge system will start to spool up, and that is the thing you want to see, and that means they will start to ignite these Raptor engines. The holding clamps at this point have already been released. The rocket is just being held down by its own weight. There is nothing of like a hold down clamp or commit clamp anymore that is holding this stack. We have 50 seconds away. We should get confirmation if they take that hold or not any second
Let's see. Let's see.
And again, watch for that bottom of the rocket. That's where we will get the confirmation. Any second now. There is the beautiful rocket on the stack. Watch if we can see at the bottom if something
No
is
holds.
moving there. No holds. So watch for the deluge system to spool up. That will be our sign of imminent Raptor ignition. First the fire suppression system. There's the fire suppression system spooling up. Next up will be the deluge. We are 90 seconds into the 6th flight of Starship. Everything looking good so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, Alex, but I see 33 healthy Raptor
33.
engines.
Indeed,
Absolutely.
just went through max Q, supersonic. It's, going through 20 kilometers right now. You can see there the SpaceX speed. Everything healthy so far.
Absolutely
it's been
gorgeous.
a gorgeous launch.
And we are just approaching now the hot staging maneuver. Something that we didn't give that much attention, but of course it's absolutely insane. They will ignite the engines on the ship before the MECO, before the stage separation. So what they basically do is they will use the thrust of the second stage to push the second stage away from the booster. And that maneuver is coming up, that hot staging maneuver. So far, everything looking good.
Watch out for that main engine cutoff. Well, I guess most engines cut off now.
Yep. And there it is, hot staging.
And
looking good so far.
Ship
And again,
engine
the booster will do a flip now. The booster will do the flip right away out of this maneuver. You can see there, and the booster is now in Boostback.
That's the flip.
And now we are in the critical phase where the flight director
and tower is go for catch.
Let's go. That's what we want to hear. That means they will try to attempt the catch here. The second catch attempt of the Starship
Also,
program.
That boostback burn going well. All 13 engines on the booster are heading back to the launch site.
Absolutely insane. And that catch is coming up roughly at 7 minutes after liftoff. So you're already halfway there from liftoff, just saying. And in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, we will know if Booster 13 will follow Booster 12 in a successful catch attempt. Boostback burn looking healthy.
Should we say first? That's the first shutdown.
And that's good.
And then a final shutdown. It's staggered.
And remember, this maneuver is a bit different for versus Falcon 9. While Falcon 9 performs an entry burn to slow itself down, this requirement does not exist for Super Heavy. So the next burn this booster will conduct is
Hot stage and
the
ring has
landing
been
burn.
separated, by the way. You can see it there now floating separately from the booster. If you squint, of course, because it's very close to it right now.
Absolutely crazy. There it goes. Coasting down back to the launch site. And that booster is now our center of attention the next 3 minutes. Looking good so far. Whew, Alex. Ascent already going great.
The ship continuing into orbit.
That's what we want to hear. The ship, of course, on its own journey.
It looks like the booster is now no-go for a catch.
Okay, there we go. That was
It's going to be
something that
diverting to a splashdown, unfortunately.
There we go. SpaceX has confirmed that not everything apparently is green for catch, and they will abort
the tower
catch
was
attempt.
go before, but during that boostback burn, it seems like they have decided to not go for the catch.
And that
It's
is
okay,
the final
you know,
commit.
That's
a final commit,
why
right,
all of
Alex?
these, yeah. That's why all of these, commit criteria need to be followed, and need to be, looked through and everything. It's why they are there, right? But hey, ship continues into orbit. The booster will not return to the launch site, but it will attempt a splashdown on the Gulf of Mexico. So if that goes well, that'll be a good piece of data that they'll get from the booster.
Absolutely. This is we still have a lot of things to track here today, so get ready for still a lot of excitement in the next few. And the ship, I mean, let's be real, the star of the show today is very much also the ship. That thing has still
Look at
quite
that.
a journey for us. Look at that
Now
booster.
it's re-entering, but remember, they have just confirmed no catch, so it is going to be attempting a splashdown. We're going to try and track it all the way and see if we have luck.
Yep, absolutely. Look at that tracking. Gorgeous. And basically the booster has changed its trajectory, so it's no longer going closer to the tower.
Should be coming up on that landing burn. There you go.
That's the landing burn. That's what we want to see. And there's the water.
Down selecting to 3.
There's the 3. And
See, it's doing the translation
have-
just as if it was being caught. And now,
Yep.
there you go. And I would not
That's
be
a-
surprised if now it blows up, by the way. So don't be surprised.
there
there
it
you
is.
go. Good job, Booster. Good job. Was that the sound?
I think that was the burn, right? So next up
Yeah.
should be the... I'm listening. Do we get a boom?
The ship, meanwhile, continues to go into a nominal trajectory. So far, so good.
And it seems like we don't get the explosion sound. But yeah, everything on the ship seems to be going well. And that, again, that can happen. Like, let's be real. This is a thing that can happen. And that we always said, they only would commit for this catch if everything went
Engine
absolutely perfect. Oh, there it is!
Engine count, look at that. Okay, the vacuums have shut down as expected. Should be coming up very close to that final shutdown. Look out for that speed. Should be, I think it's targeting about 26,000 kilometers per hour for these flights. But don't quote me on that.
Going down here. But, I mean, ship looking good so far. We have not heard that anything on the ship is... and there it is. Engine shut off.
There you go.
Ship. We are now waiting for confirmation of good orbit on ship. And the ship has quite a few milestones still to go here. Because the ship will still perform an engine relight in space. And will also try to perform, of course, this more aggressive...
And good insertion.
There we go. That's good. That enables SpaceX to do more milestones here. And potentially get a lot of valuable data from the ship. Wow. Look at these views. I love that engine camera. I'm glad we are getting that. And I hope we get that during the engine relight. When is that engine relight again? Do we have a timing of that?
Yeah, it is about 37 minutes into flight, so about 26 minutes
Really
from
cool
now.
to see it lift off.
Absolutely.
To be more precise, if everything follows the same timeline, which again, times are approximate, but SpaceX has it at T plus 37 and 46 seconds. So that's sort of the point in the timeline. So we have a little bit of a coast phase here. One thing that I'm looking forward to, though, during this coast phase, we're going to see orbital sunset.
Oh, true.
And then sunrise.
That's going to be cool.
So watch out for that.
Absolutely. And I believe we maybe have somebody on comms here again. Gene, do we have you?
I'm speechless. I'm speechless. That was not intentional for my audio to cut out on top of the roof because I was going to talk, but the fates collided, and all I had to do was stand and watch. And I wanted to commentate on what was going on in front of me, but I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I got to see the Starship launch, and I didn't do anything. I'm just speechless to see this amazing rocket take off and fly, and the rumble and the roar that comes rolling across on the South Padre Island. Just incredible. Just incredible. And then we saw hot staging, and you wait till you see Doss's footage. Oh my goodness.
I think we've seen some of it here.
Oh, okay. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Absolutely.
Look at that beautiful vehicle.
And we still have we have quite an action ahead of us, Eugene.
We do.
I mean, we have the whole ship reentry. We have the reignition of that Raptor engine in space. That's going to be amazing.
An engine bay cam? Did I see an engine bay cam?
Yep, you predicted it. You predicted it.
Elon watches.
Absolutely.
Elon watches. He knows.
Yep, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to this. I will, folks, again, we try to set expectations here. This was always something that could happen, and this doesn't make it any less exciting. And it still looked like a good landing burn. We have to say that, the whole profile, Alex, the whole approach that looks very much tower-esque, right?
Yeah, you could see it sort of, sliding in as it was landing on the ocean. So yeah, that was very neat. We did not see that with Booster 11, unfortunately, not only because it was further down range for that landing when it simulated the landing on Flight 4, but also because the weather was kind of horrible, to be fair. Today, the weather was a lot more beautiful, a lot more clear.
It'll be interesting to hear why they didn't go for the catch. And again, we talked about earlier in the broadcast, they're pushing the boundaries of what these vehicles can do intentionally. So it's going to be interesting to me to kind of go back and listen and see why they decided to go for the water landing. And
yeah,
Jack,
apparently at first the tower was go, but it seems like it was something during the Boostback burn for the booster. It seems at least that something was not right there.
Yeah, I mean, Jack wanted an explosion, right?
And that's absolutely understandable. Just to point this out again, this rocket, you have a lot of boosters. They have a lot of boosters. They have a lot of ships. They right now only have one operational launch complex.
Yep.
So protecting that at all costs, if something is not right, that is the right approach, because they can launch again in 2-3 months and try again. but they cannot rebuild a whole launch site in 2-3 months if they completely have something off and land a booster inside of it. So that is the approach that we want to see. That is a very reasonable decision. And yeah, I mean, absolutely still amazing footage. The pictures are absolutely beautiful of this launch so far.
Yeah, and from the roof, seeing it with my own eyes. Again, I right before I cut out, I was like, look, I have no magnification. I didn't even have my phone out. It was just standing on the roof with, you know, a group of folks and just watching it. And I can't explain what it's like. I've watched NSF for so long. I've seen all of the launches, and I hear the rumbles from the cameras in the field and the folks doing their job. But to feel it hit is just unbelievable. It's just something I'll never forget. And this is only Flight 6. How many more?
Yeah,
a lot more to go.
We absolutely still have a lot more to go.
What is that shot? Oh, that's down the flap. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's down one of the flaps. It's amazing, these views that we're getting, right? That, you know, how we're seeing almost orbital sunset, I guess, because it's actually not orbital, but you know what I mean.
I love how the stainless steel, when exposed to that kind of heat, starts tinting those colors. I looked up what that was called the other day, and I forgot it. I just watched a rocket launch, and my brain is
Look at these people there.
Oh yeah!
Wow. And there's the banana. There's the banana payload.
Yep, there it is.
Banana for scale.
Open the door.
Yep.
Pez dispensed that banana.
You can see the cables are not in tension. They are essentially free floating now.
I got my bananas.
Absolutely gorgeous here. And we still have that engine relight and reentry. And I mean, if at the end of the day you're getting an engine relight in space of a Raptor engine and the reentry footage, I mean, I'd take that. It's still gonna be quite an exciting evening, and that will be about the next hour, because until that ship reentry, we are talking about well, it will start in less than an hour, but if the ship goes all the way, it's about an hour. If we get all the way to splashdown. So yeah, there's the roof team.
I was wearing my shirt. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist a wardrobe change, so I ran up to the roof. So I had to change. But hey guys, I had to change my I just changed my shirt for this launch. First rocket launch. Got to wear my captain's uniform.
Yep, I agree.
Just waving my nerd flag. Now we're looking. It's going to come into the Indian Ocean right at dawn. Do we know where in the sunlight it's going to be?
It will be roughly at dawn, if I recall correctly. But that's the most exciting thing here, right? We are getting a ship flip and a ship landing for in daylight.
I'm really interested to see how the sides of the ship, how they handle not having the TPS tiles. And again, they're pushing these vehicles to the limit. I want to ride one. I mean, you guys don't. Everybody knows you guys don't. I'm in. Elon, I'm ready. DM me.
Alex and I have committed for a journey of covering Starship while sitting on Earth.
Can I interrupt you two? Can you look at your screen there? How beautiful that blue line is.
Yeah,
I just wanted to bring that up because it's gorgeous, and I cannot wait to see that relight. That relight might happen. I'm mostly sure it'll happen in nighttime, so we're gonna see some interesting light spectacle there. And then when it re-enters, it'll go into daylight. So yeah.
Absolutely spectacular. And yeah, this is basically, we are right now experiencing the sunset before that sunrise, which will then result in the ship re-entering over the Indian Ocean. It's gonna be quite a spectacle.
Yeah, you know, the Earth is off to the right on your screen, looking down the ship. So that's why when you saw that halo, that blue line of the sun coming through the atmosphere, absolutely incredible views.
Yeah, I fully agree. There we go. There's the... Oh, look at that blue line. Look at that.
Oh.
That's ridiculous.
That's amazing.
Yeah. You can go see it fading away.
Oh my
I don't even know what we're looking at, like which camera is this, because
Sure.
it's so dark that you cannot even see the ship.
But it's
That's fantastic.
I'm the last guy on earth that's going to be speechless, and I'm literally speechless. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And we, you know, again, as Adrian said, we've got probably 40 more minutes, maybe 35 more minutes. Then we'll start to see whenever that relight is, right? When we don't know when it's going to happen. I'm just waiting for the engine bay cam to turn on, and
It is, if the SpaceX timeline is to be believed, that should be at T plus 37 minutes.
It's a space nanner. When was the last time we saw the inside? Wasn't it? Was it
Flight 3?
3? Yeah, when they tried to open the payload bay door and all the venting came in and was flopping around.
You can see the banana has floated a little bit up on the payload bay.
That's their 0G indicator, right?
It's a 0G banana.
That's 0G banana. I want that on a shirt too, Adrian. 0G banana.
I guess it makes sense on their 420th launch.
Yeah, it's so far that ship is very much going, and we are approaching slowly but surely that moment of Raptor relight, which will be amazing to see. We that burn, Alex? That burn is probably just a few seconds, right?
Yeah, I would expect that to be just very, very short burn.
But so right now the propellant is floating around in the tanks, and they push liquid oxygen out? No, they wouldn't do that. They would put something with their RCS thrusters. They're going to move the ship forward slightly to settle everything. Or are we talking about pressurization from the? Oh my gosh! Again, just saw a rocket launch from the other tanks.
One thing that we should be seeing shortly, I don't even know if we're going to see actually, because, well, yeah, darkness, right? But they should be preparing that Raptor engine to relight, and that involves chilling down the engine, right? And so I'm not sure if we're even going to be able to see that process, but that will be very, very interesting to know if maybe they'll show it or not.
Folks are saying that the booster, I mean, we saw the explosion. Is it floating? I mean, it's got to be a chunk of it floating. I don't know.
Some chunks might have floated, yeah. They'll get rid of that eventually.
Oh, yeah.
And we are of course looking here, standing by for
That was an expensive payload to get into.
yeah, that's probably the most expensive launch banana ever.
The banana. Somebody could get it from the Indian Ocean. Who knows? Probably not, but I love it. SpaceX has a sense of humor. That's it's fun covering their launches because there's always something different. It's fun to cover.
Absolutely.
Guys, I can't say enough. If you've never seen a rocket launch, you can come right here and see it. I never thought this would happen, that I would be able to do this, and thank all of you guys, everybody, NSF and everybody in chat, and just everybody. You know, over 15,000 people watching right now. I'm stunned. You guys all told me too. You warned me, and I didn't believe you.
Yeah,
Adrian was like, I want you to watch the launch. I was like, yeah, I'm going to be up there talking to it. No, he goes, Gene, I want you to watch the launch. And brother, you were right. It's crazy.
Yo, look at that.
Ooh.
That's interesting. That's the lightning protection tower,
Comms tower.
pole. Oh, the comms tower.
Yeah, comms weather tower.
I mean, they said if not everything is perfect, I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's not in the middle. Is that in the middle of the tower section, not the piece that sticks over? Is that, or we know exactly where that is on the tower, on the top? Yeah, back to, because it. I mean, it's just the pressure that moved that, right?
But also Ryan Weber in the back channel saying that that thing has seen damage basically on every single launch. So yeah, but maybe there's some relation. We'll see. SpaceX hopefully confirms to us why the whole catch was aborted. But we are standing by for more information of that, and of course we are standing by to potentially see potentially at this point it's very much confirmed that this ship will re-enter. The question is just in what configuration and orientation. But there's one thing for certain: that ship will re-enter.
Poor tower, look at that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's alone. It's asking for a hug. Even the arms didn't even close. They're still open.
It's waiting to hug the booster.
But you know what? At least the turnaround time of the pad will be shorter because it didn't have to endure a landing burn. I joke, but you know, we're gonna have to wait a little bit until that 7th flight because that'll be with the Block 2 version 2 of the ship. And you know, in the meantime, we're gonna see a lot of testing, which is good.
I think we got a special treat on Flight 5 with a catch. I really do. Because all those things have to go exactly right for them to say, yes, go for catch. And if there was something wrong with the Boostback burn, and they said, you know what, guys, let's just play it safe, save the OLM. As Adrian said, I'd rather replace a booster than an OLM. Because they don't have another one. They don't have another one. And they're building boosters left and right. So I think we got spoiled with that, and we all wanted to see another catch. And we're going to see another catch in the future. This time, they said, no, let's just land it. By the way, where the booster landed, potentially on future flights, we could see a ship landing somewhere in the Gulf just off of that. I mean, probably they're going to do the Pacific first, but we'll see. The regulatory people let them fly over. But we're going to see some amazing stuff going forward.
Absolutely. How much longer until that Raptor relight?
Like 12 minutes, 37 minutes after T plus 37, right?
Yeah, 12 minutes from that burn.
And then coming up, we've got like later launches. We've got in-flight refueling and
look at that.
Tracer target. Man,
that comms tower has taken a bit of damage.
Well, you know what it also means as well? They can clear the roadblock with that stand and lift because they will not need that. Silver lining, people. Silver lining.
Yep. Absolutely. And again, the next flight is not that far away. The next catch attempt for sure is not that far away, because we expected, I would say early February and late January, somewhere in there. That's probably realistic.
March. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say
and
late
fine.
February, early March. Yeah.
It's the first V2 ship.
If I had to consult my crystal space ball.
I forgot mine at home.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's time. I'm getting on... Am I allowed to present something, Kevin?
It's time.
Let's go. Let's show something from this, because we like sonic booms here, and we have something special here for you prepared.
Ooh.
Look at that. Pauline finished this just a few hours ago, and I think it's a very, very, very cool design. Not only available on apparel and mugs, but also on stickers. Our Sonic Vibes shirt that is now available to celebrate all of these cool sonic booms. Did you hear sonic boom, Gene?
I did not. I did not hear the sonic boom of the booster. I was looking up in the air because I didn't have any camera, so I was looking up in the air. And I may have, but I heard obviously the roar of the rocket when it launched. But that's a beautiful design. I need one of those. Save me one of those, Adrian. And that's a debut. You're just showing that for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. We just showed that for the first time. And stand by, there might be prints coming from our photographers, because they are still working on that. Go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and get that, and get the patch. The patch is very much still amazing. I don't think it's any less amazing because they didn't go for a catch. It's still
Chad is saying we should stop testing on bananas, the poor bananas.
Oh yeah,
look at that, just floating free in space. About to re-enter. That's a beautiful design. I definitely want a Sonic Vibe shirt.
There you
Add
go.
it to my collection.
And
to
now
wear on.
available.
Awesome.
Thank you all so much. And with that, we are now focusing our attention on this amazing Raptor relight coming on. Alex, will they perform that with a Raptor vacuum or with the Raptor sea level engine?
I'm mostly sure that'll be with one of the sea level engines, but we'll see what happens in about 8 minutes from now.
Yeah, I think it'll be a sea level engine. I mean, because they can turn it on, turn it off. We saw them do that at McGregor 50-something times a couple weeks ago, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they demonstrated their ability to relight the Raptor engine. The question is just 0G, can they do it there?
Yeah.
Because this very much ignites, of course, in
Alex,
space.
do you? I'm just the total speculation now. Did the booster explode because of the engines going under the water, or do you think they FTS'd it?
No, the FTS is saved during the reentry. I actually heard the call out that FTS has been saved for the booster and also the ship. Like the ship right now, its flight termination system is also not armed right now. The booster, it just tipped over. Man, that's a 70-meter tall vehicle, right? Tipping over, that impact shock. That breaks the steel. The steel seems thick, but it's only 4 millimeters thick, which, to be fair, it's still thicker than some of the other rockets that have used steel in the past, but those used like balloon tanks kind of technology where you pressurize the rocket a lot more to keep the tank walls very, very thin. And, you know, it's the structure, and one thing that Ryan is remembering, you know, sort of reminding me in the back channel is the transfer tube. So, you know, there's two tanks on Super Heavy, right? The top tank carries methane, and then the bottom tank carries liquid oxygen. The thing is, in order to carry that methane from the top tank all the way down to the engine, you need a transfer tube. That is a long, very thin tube through which all of that methane goes through, and then there's a manifold at the bottom and everything that distributes the methane to all of the 33 engines. That tube is very, very like sort of a weak point when you try to hit the booster from the side. And so one of the potential things that might have happened, in which, you know, they have seen in the past, at least for the ship, is that maybe that transfer tube snapped or something, and that caused the methane to burst essentially and to pop out once that impact with the water as it tumbled occurred. Very similar thing, you know, if we have buoy camera today, we'll probably see a similar thing with ship 31 today. If it lands on the ocean, don't be surprised if a few seconds later you see a fireball, because that thing will, you know, tumble and tip over after splashdown, and then you know, that's sort of a weak point in. It's a weak point for that kind of load. It is not designed for that, I should say, right? Of course, it is completely designed for all of the flight environments. We saw Booster 12 already landing on the chopsticks and everything, and its transfer tube, it was good. There was no explosion or anything. But obviously, these boosters and ships are not made to tip over on the ocean, you know, and be hit by that water at that velocity. They are not made for that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Should be coming up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, about 5 minutes.
Relight.
And they're showing the inside of the ship. It's the only thing that's lit up. It's still in darkness, so it should be coming to dawn here pretty soon.
And you can see there some of the launch pad systems. SpaceX says Starship is 30 minutes into its 6th flight test, and all systems continue to look nominal. So that's a good sign.
4 more minutes here to go. The tank farm and everything, of course, going now into a little bit of a savings mode, making sure they properly chill down while Starship is doing its thing. there it is.
And the important thing today with this relight is that they never got to do it on Flight 3. They were attempting to do that, but unfortunately, Ship 28, the ship for that mission, did not have a good stable attitude control. Its roll control thrusters were blocked by ice, and so those were not working. Of course, as we've seen with Flight 4 and 5, they have had that much better control. They have that attitude control issue seems to not be happening. And today, so far, I've been looking at that sort of graphics that they have for the attitude of the ship, and so far so good. Like it's pretty much, you know, holding steady.
There we go. 2 to 3 more minutes. It's at 37:46, of course, initial timeline. Could all be changing.
I'm sort of hoping we see like a side by side of the banana and the engine bay, and so we see the relight, and then on the banana cam we see the banana sort of like, you know, being accelerated down by the,
oh yeah, true,
by the burn, because right now it's in 0G, right? It's floating there. It's held by those ooh, look at that. You can see lightning on the ground. Oh, well, on the Earth.
Earth's a planet. Ooh, look at that.
Is that the moon as well? Ooh, look at that.
I know what I'm looking at.
That's so
SpaceX,
cool.
turn the lights on.
A bit more until orbital sunrise. Oh, is that like an inspection light?
What is that?
No, it should be the engine chill.
Oh. And we are 2 minutes away from that relight.
So some venting is normal.
Wow, fantastic. And yes, and the bottom right, that is a reflection of the moon, I think. Of course, watch for one of these Raptor engines at the bottom right. You will probably see one of them flash white as they ignite that.
Or so we hope, because for Flight 4 and 5, it seems like it did not work for the landing burn. I'm not sure why that was the case. Let's see if that works now. Should be about 1.5 minutes or so.
Want to stress that we're on a trajectory where if we didn't fire off the engine at all, we are definitely coming home. Ooh, seeing some thunderstorms down on the ground. That's pretty cool. But this is not a deorbit burn. If we didn't fire this engine, we're on a intentional suborbital trajectory. So no matter what, we're coming in over the Indian Ocean. Firing off the engine does change your exact splashdown point a little bit, but we've got this keep out zone across the entire Indian Ocean that we made sure was clear ahead of flight, and we continue to monitor during. But we're going to aim for that and hopefully see this relay test coming on in about 1 minute. It's just going to be one of these engines, and it uses what's called the header tank, so these small spherical tanks in the very top of Starship up in the nose cone. They don't require nearly as much gas to pressurize as your main tank, so they're really useful for any in-orbit maneuvers, and then for landing burn. So if we make it to a landing burn today, we'll be using them for that as well.
There we go. And just 30 seconds from now.
That expected.
Let's see what happens here. We want to see. Hopefully, please show us the engine bay cam.
Bay. Come on.
Please. I wish I had like a steering panel for the cameras of SpaceX.
We get DOS working on it.
Yeah, probably. We should see. There it is.
Yep, there we go.
And just heard the call out for startup.
There we go. There it is. Yes.
There's some light. There's that Raptor relit. And shut down.
Good.
Nice.
Yes.
Looks like it was engine 1.
Yep.
One of the
one is
sea-level
always
engines.
It's 1, 2, 3 counterclockwise, right? Or was
it's
it?
1 is the top, the left one is 3, and the right one is 2.
Okay.
Of the center engines.
And there we go. That's a big win for SpaceX, demonstrating that engine relight capability in space. I know it's less spectacular than a catch, but that's a very important capability that SpaceX needs to fly actual operational missions, which might come with V2 of Starship.
Yeah, when the next version
Starting
of
to
Starship
do
come
the entry
out,
prep for that, so we're going to get the flaps positioned, and then it's going to start taking the brunt of all of that heat as you're coming in from well in excess of 10,000 miles an hour.
and they can now prove that they can go orbital and then deorbit and not have a gigantic stainless steel can flying around in space. So that's a huge milestone.
Yeah, and of course we have seen the how good SpaceX Starship is in surviving re-entry heat. That is of course very good if you want to re-enter. But but of course if you have uncontrolled re-entry because you're, for example, have a failed deorbit, that capability would then turn into a negative because you have a lot of Starship surviving re-entry. So you want to have this capability of reliably deorbiting ship. Go, Alex.
Yeah, and I just look at the telemetry, went back and look at the speed. It looks like it went up by about 100 kilometers per hour, which is not a lot, but you know, it kind of proves that it can at least do the burn when it is commanded to do so.
And now we've got that front flap cam. We're going to start seeing the once it starts to get into the atmosphere. Look at that. That's amazing.
That is the reorientation, right?
Yeah, it is currently orienting for re-entry. That re-entry interface should be in about 5 minutes from now. You can see the altitude is right now 121 kilometers. It is currently in that attitude for the re-entry. It's already with the flaps sort of tucked in for that re-entry. And one of the things as well to point out is the speed will grow. You can see it there. It's still growing up. But at one point, you'll see that it is still, that it'll start to slow down as it goes through the atmosphere.
Absolutely. And don't confuse this yet. This is not yet. Is this the Starship flying into the sun now? Because there's a glow here, but that's not the re-entry glow yet, right?
No,
well, there's one thing to consider as well, which is because the plasma can still, like this is most likely plasma ionization, very early ionization. Shuttle fans out there, especially Crispy, will probably vouch for this because the shuttle also had this sort of phenomena when it was flying low. It was still in orbit, but it had this sort of ionization sort of deal. It was not still deep into the atmosphere or anything, but this is totally normal. We are in darkness, and so that's a lot more visible right now, that effect.
Yep. And we will see. It's gonna be interesting because we will basically experience orbital sunrise here as it re-enters, right? So this is gonna be quite an interesting effect that we are about to see. And friendly reminder: this entry interface and this whole re-entry lasts about 15 minutes. So we are in for a journey.
It does take some time. The movie's long.
Yep.
But we can now see it. We have, it was still the first time we saw that coming in with the Starlink on the back of the ship and seeing the live pictures of the plasma. And now here we are again, doing it again. Or the sunrise.
Also, I want to point out quickly from Ryan Weber in our back channel, apparently that burn added about 81 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
So just to add that as a quick number.
It was also prograde, by the way, just like we expected based on Flight 3.
So the ship is now going further and not...
just a tiny bit, because 81 kilometers per hour is not a lot, but good enough for testing the relight capability of Raptor.
There we go. The glow is now intensifying. I think this is indeed some early signs of the re-entry glow. As we are getting more and more witnessing here of that amazing effect that we are only always seeing so clearly on Starship.
It's funny because it looks so steady that it looks almost like the camera is frozen. I bet some people in chat are already saying that it's frozen. I'm looking at the camera very closely, and I can tell you it is not.
And the telemetry's changing.
And so far, yeah, the telemetry and the video sort of go, differently. So far, everything looks good. Lars Blackmore just said that they are good for re-entry. It is holding attitude, and
now the test begins, and it looks so calm, but this is violent. Like the amount of heat, the amount of energy that they are bleeding off in the next 15 minutes. Against that, the landing burn of Super Heavy is kinda a walk in the park. The energy this heat shield is bleeding off is insane.
And again, they stripped what?
Look at the engine cam.
Tiles off both sides, 6 rows.
It's funny because you can see one of the vents.
Oh, true. There's ice on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Won't be for much longer.
Oh, look at these.
Yes.
Yes. They learned the trick from Kevin.
Right. So they're really paying attention to those front flaps. That's where they had issues on the previous flights, 2 flights, with the burn through. But the engine bay cam, you gotta love that. Takes it back.
It will change colors over time. This will not stay as red. It will get some different colors. And remember, the thing we don't want to see is a lot of sparks. The moment we see a lot of sparks, that's usually not that great for the ship. We have sight on the booster?
Oh, yeah, you can see some of the flames there.
Wow!
Yeah, there are 2 helicopters flying above it. That's completely normal. Look, part of the process for SpaceX to get approval for these things is, hey, if something, like they say, hey, if something goes bad, we'll deal with it. We'll recover any pieces that are floating that may be a hazard for navigation. And so this is all part of that process, right? That's good. They are being good neighbors, so to speak, right?
Yep. And also, just to point this out, there are processes in place how to sink a booster in the ship, and one of them, at the end, is literally shooting the booster. Basically, what they first will do is they will try to open vents on tanks if they want to sink a part. If that doesn't work, they will use ballistic forces, is I think the permission wording, to open that booster up and make sure that it's becoming a natural reef, because most of these boosters will become like a natural reef if they are not recovered. But of course, that is very close to the shore, so they might have some interest in actually fishing that out and getting some data, because, well, more data, more better.
And that's what they did with the hot staging on Flight 5, and now that the booster is out there, they can do the same thing.
Absolutely. That's super cool to see that like burning
now
in the
have
distance.
control of the vehicle, by the way.
Oh, so that means there's aerodynamic, because that means there's enough aerodynamic that so you have to imagine this at the beginning. This atmosphere is super,
and you can see the
thin.
speed going down, by the way, as well.
Yep. So now that speed needs to go to 0.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
It will.
Yeah. At the very least, to about 300 kilometers per hour, which is about the belly flop, sort of the terminal velocity of the ship.
It's going to go to 0 one way or the other. Whether they land it in the Indian Ocean or it lands itself in the Indian Ocean, it's going to go to 0. I mean, launches are optional, landings are mandatory. But you're going to see that number start to, when it gets into the thick part of the atmosphere, that number, that kph is really going to drop, and it's a show. The sparks start to fly. You start to see the smoke come up the sides. I'm really interested to see what happens to the side of Ship 31 when they really get in the hot part.
I'm also looking forward to that.
Because they changed the entry profile. Like they intentionally want a steeper entry to test that, don't they, Alex?
And also during the belly flop, we're gonna see a high angle of a tank. Just approaching the peak heating of reentry, by the way.
Oh, look at
They're
that.
gonna have a high angle of attack.
And we
that
just
high
heard
angle
we're
of
getting
attack will
into
be
the
nose
peak
down.
heating phase. We're getting these views courtesy of Starlink. We've got 4 different terminals on the ship itself. It's what's really allowed us to get real-time data during what's otherwise been just a mystery box, essentially, for spacecraft design, where when you're re-entering through the atmosphere, at least getting anything in real time hasn't ever been possible before. But we're able to not just get these views, but real-time telemetry from the ship as it's coming through. Do really want to stress that we are really pushing the ship today. The heat shield is not in the same configuration as it was last flight, where we had a team of ship techs do just an otherworldly task, replacing the entire heat shield, thousands of tiles, installing a backup ablative, and that pretty much set us up to do a pinpoint landing on Flight 5. We did not do that with this one. We have some backup in those really sensitive areas around the flap, but this is an older generation heat shield. And knowing we weren't going to do that, we even went and removed some extra tiles. There are some missing tiles on the nose cone where we're testing some backups. There are some steel covered tiles in a couple of different spots. And there's also a whole lot more steel of the ship showing.
There we go.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Look at these flap cameras. You can now see really this is the moment where the ship starts fighting. Because now it has to bleed off these 25,000 kilometers an hour.
That's incredible. And did he say that they did not put the ablative underneath? They did not, because on Flight 5, they stripped the heat shield, they put the ablative layer underneath, and he said they did not do this. This is an older style heat shield, which, again, we saw, massive burn through on Flight 4. I'm really interested to see what happens here.
Yep, and there's one of these flaps. These flaps are the critical point here. That's the point where if something goes wrong, we probably expect it to go wrong there.
I like how he said he's pushing the vehicle. They really want to see what this thing can do. They have the math, right? Alex is smiling because I said the math word. They do the math on the engineering, but then they go, okay, guys, how far can we go? What's the next step? And this is it. We're watching it in real time. Amazing.
Right, kind of crazy that they removed over 2,000 tiles. That's a lot of weight. Also from it would be a huge win if they get through this without these tiles, because that's 2,000 tiles they don't need. That's a lot of payload.
Yeah, that translates right to the bottom line for Mast to orbit. And you start to see that. Look at the engine bay camera. That is beautiful. Absolutely stunning. And they're entering the peak heating part. We're going to start to see sparks. The colors change, like you said, Adrian. It's incredible. And they're still trying to hit that pinpoint landing, the pinpoint near the buoy in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, it's they're quite in for a journey. And so far, everything looks, that's a lot of sparks.
Yeah, that's a lot of sparks. But that's where where they have trouble, right there.
And also, there are aluminium tiles on this that might also create sparks, because they are basically ablatives. They will melt through. So yeah, it's gonna be.
And those are test tiles.
Yeah.
And it's 933 Kelvin is where aluminum melts, and then that tells them how the stainless steel is going to react. Because I think the melting point of stainless steel is twice as much, like between 1670 and 1800 Kelvin.
It's exactly the point where stainless steel would start to change the property, apparently. Yeah. So that's the point where it would start to be a bit softer and change a bit of the properties. So if the aluminium fails there, they know their stainless steel will start to be in a bit of a trouble.
Last time on Flight 5, when it was coming through peak heating, you could see...
halfway through the peak heating, by the way.
Now we're looking at the back aero cover for the rear flap. You could see the glowing on the side of the ship, and then also on the aero cover. I'm going to be interested to see once we get through reentry if we see the same thing. I love seeing the smoke.
It's kind of dropping pretty.
There we go. Look at you can see the rainbow on the flaps again. It's so cool.
That's called something tempering. I can't remember what that's called. I looked it up earlier. I wanted to say that word. It's smart.
I'm looking forward to have like starships in with like 10, 15 flights later. We have like.
I think we're starting to see now the orbital sunrise. I just saw the limb of the Earth from one of the flap cams.
Thermal tempering. Thank you, Chad. Thermal tempering.
Far.
I guess re-entry sunrise is better said.
You can see some sparks, but the good thing is the ship is stable so far. It didn't lose any control authority.
One of the things that concerns me is I'm seeing some wrinkles there on the side of the ship.
Oh yeah.
On the steel. You see that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's wrinkles.
Yeah.
T plus 54 minutes. We're into re-entry. We're down to 65 kilometers, and the speed is just shedding off this vehicle.
And that's bare steel, right, Alex?
Yeah, that's bare steel. They removed the tiles there from the side of the ship. We're still having about 10 more minutes until splashdown, so...
And it's that last 5 minutes where things start...
Oh, look at that golden!
Wow. Oh, my goodness. And this camera you're seeing is at the very edge, the very tip of the front flap.
Ooh, there we go. Look at that. It's coming into sunlight.
Yeah, there's sun there.
Wow, what great footage.
This is incredible.
It's like, oh, now it's turning blue. Everything has a different color. Do we like that?
I mean,
Do we not like that? I don't know.
Nah, the thing is the color changing probably means that different materials are now
that's my
turning
point.
into plasma.
It's like, oh no, what is burning blue?
Yeah, it's like you have to go through it.
So we're sub 2,000 kph, 60 kilometers. And you see the glow on the aero cover right there. That's those tiles, like they just start to glow red. And last time the side of the ship did the same thing a little bit. We'll see.
That ship is aging very quickly right now with all of these wrinkles. It's
You can see how fast this is still going by all the clouds that are passing by.
Yeah,
but yeah, I really hope those wrinkles are not bad news for Ship 31.
Yeah. It's like that's the I'm not even that worried about the sparks. The wrinkles though, they're like is that stainless steel melting?
Is the color change there? You can start to see off to the right hand side, the ground, the earth underneath it. Or is the color change having to do with the daylight interacting with the plasma? Because we've never seen that.
Oh, that could be.
It doesn't have to be metallurgical failure.
Like highlighting different colors, kinda. Yeah. Oh, look at.
How are the flaps doing?
Yeah, it's getting. Apparently, we are also hearing. I've quickly reported that the fire is also getting bigger on the booster. So there's now been a fire a bit more on the booster. We are now in the golden phase of re-entry. Apparently.
Look at that.
This is spectacular
Come
colors.
on.
Oh.
Still 5 more minutes until subsonic.
Fight.
The
Ship.
tiles
Fight.
That's the right rear, the aft.
The aft one, yeah.
Aft flap where they put those tiles. Did the middle one pop out?
Did that?
Yeah.
You see that patch of tiles, right? That's new. There was supposed to be 6 and then a center one. I think the center one
gave it up.
It's gone.
I'm not sure if I like the amount of control they are performing with this right now, because this has moved quite a bit just now, and we'll see how this turns. This could of course be part of their their maneuver and their like whole changing the oh, that's a burn through.
Oh, yeah.
I think we just saw a bit of a burn through there. It stopped again, but
the wraparound plasma wrap.
yeah, there was definitely plasma behind that flap that's there.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
Coming down.
All right, great news there. That tells us that we are through the phase of peak heating. So we are expecting these temperatures to continue to come down. Once again, we are targeting a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean around off the northwest coast of Australia. We can see these beautiful views of planet Earth coming in. Yeah, this is very different, where we had nighttime views of the ship as it was re-entering, and now we've got daylight. It is about an hour or so after sunrise there in the Indian Ocean, so pretty cool to see this.
Yeah, and it might not seem like it makes a huge difference, but we do get a little bit more light on ship as well for the camera views that we have, which is very beneficial for us to visually see anything and try and correlate that to any of the sensors or data that we have on the vehicle.
Exactly. That is why we shifted our launch window so that we could have that daylight in order to improve our observations of the vehicle. So not only are we getting all the raw data from all the sensors that are on board Starship, but we also have multiple cameras and assets out there that are watching the vehicle and will also be able to tell us with this visual story that is also very, very important.
So I'm worried about one. I wonder if you were about to say that same thing, Alex. I'm worried about the middle camera there that we just saw on the side, because I think I saw there was some red glow.
Yes.
On the steel.
Yep, on the steel. That was like, that was not plasma glow. That
and
was
the wrinkle has
steel.
grown, by the way.
Yeah, that was steel starting to melt glow.
Yeah, that was forge temperature. That steel's ready to be forge welded.
But they are through peak heating. You can see it now. The plasma is actually starting to fade.
And one thing to remind, so right now they are, still slowing down. By the way, the speed is still higher than the speed of the booster when it re-entered. Ooh, look at that.
Look, yeah, that's melted steel.
That's bad.
The forward of the forward flap.
We've seen worse.
Entry dynamic pressure.
But it's turning. Look at that. It's cooling down. That's good. It's not increasing anymore. You can see it literally like fading.
Yeah, but the wind, the thicker atmosphere, the wind's going to catch some of that. Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. We've seen worse.
I feel like it's going. It's through the worst.
And now it is at the speed of the booster, by the way, a hot staging. So all of that we just went through.
And it's still in re-entry orientation. The nose is going to come down into a belly flop.
Exactly.
Right?
And once it comes into a belly flop, the new thing for this flight will be it'll pitch down to a higher angle of attack. And SpaceX already warned us, don't be surprised if we see the whole thing just, flappity flap, essentially.
Why are they doing
going
that?
down to the ground to stress the limits on the flap control. That's one of the things that they want to look at. See if the flaps can control it.
There's a good chance what, for example, happened is if the flaps don't have enough steering authority anymore and they pitch forward, they cannot hold themselves anymore. They will pitch, they will basically lose complete steering authority. It's basically pushing, tilting it forward and see, because if you can pitch more forward, you can get more cross range, right? Because you can go faster forward. But that depends on if you're pushing it a bit too much.
And again, I want to remind everybody, this is everything is a test. They want to know how far they can push the vehicle, removing.
Looks like they are under Mach 2. Okay.
24
Should be
kilometers.
preparing for that belly flop soon.
Yeah. You can see the camera moving. Actually, the forward.
It's going
also the collars on the body of the ship.
Look at that.
This is a view that we are very familiar now. Like, in a weird way, I'm having the craziest deja vu right now, because I'm like, oh, that's...
Call-outs aligning with this. You can see the orientation of the vehicle starting to change. You can follow that graphic at the bottom of your screen. Again, that is why those flaps are changing. They control the orientation of the vehicle.
Now we're moving into the belly flop. I want to see the nose down view. We're going to look back
We
up
are now... We are familiar with this because this view, this kind of maneuver at daylight, that's the high altitude flap test we have seen.
Yep, that's right.
Let's see.
You think they'll give us this camera on landing when they light for the landing burn, or do you think they'll go full on engine bay cam?
I think we're gonna get a buoy.
Probably, yeah. Yeah,
look,
skydive
600.
mode.
Yeah, 600 kilometers an hour. It's going to almost stall. Like, it's crazy how slow this thing is. That's one thing that people will underestimate. This Starship will be so slow because of its surface area and basically just glide down.
It's flapping a lot more than you used to.
I don't know what I would call it a glide. It's falling with style.
Yeah, it's falling. It's falling semi-controlled.
Yeah.
Look at the altitude, because once it drops below 2 kilometers, that's when they're gonna be preparing for that landing burn.
Get ready for some excited commentators. Probably, I'm just warning you, everybody.
Yeah, right. You already have 3 excited commentators.
That's true.
Man,
4 kilometers, and it's so slow now.
All right,
it's
good
400
trajectory.
kilometers.
I have a feeling.
Good trajectory. There's that
Good
call
trajectory.
out.
2 kilometers almost. Should be. There's, I think, the engine, like the vent that we see.
That's the high angle of attack. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, it's pitching forward. And stabilizing again.
Yep.
Now we are waiting for Raptors. They should come any second now.
Excitement guaranteed.
Raptors. There it is. 1, 2, 3.
And there's the pitch. Nice.
Belly flop.
Whoa.
Oh, it's so violent.
Wow.
Wow, look at that.
Stable.
2 engines.
Yes.
Woo!
Look at that buoy shot.
Oh, that's
Beautiful.
very clear. Very good landing.
Yes.
And be ready, this could explode. Just saying.
Look at that.
And not exploding.
Bada boom.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Woo, the buoy.
I thought the other one was the buoy cam. That was a ship.
Oh, yeah, it's
floating.
burning. It's burning just a bit.
It broke.
Yeah, bro.
Yep.
That's okay.
Expected. But I would
Hang
call
on, so
that.
this is not a buoy. This is actually an aerial asset. Might be out there because the buoy was a lot closer.
Yeah.
I would call this overall, with the fact that they removed 2,000 tiles and pitched a higher angle of attack, I would call this a very successful ship re-entry.
Definitely. Agreed.
This is the 3rd time they do a belly flop and landing burn successfully from orbit, and the 4th overall.
It's that when
Remember when it was like a complete miracle when it happened with SN15 that it landed, and it's now 3 times in a row from orbit?
Wow.
Like, isn't that mind blowing to think about? When we were like, just next month will be 4 years since SN8. 4 years. and this is now commonplace.
And everybody thought, well, you're gonna what? You're gonna belly flop? Wait. You're gonna what?
I remember the 2019 presentation at Starbase. Tim Dodd asked Elon, "Are you gonna be doing that landing with the ship?" And Elon said, "Yep, right there," and pointed at the launch site, and it happened. So, like, it's crazy, but that's how it goes. Like, that in the future will be a ship landing on the chopsticks.
Yes.
Yeah, that
looks warping.
That looked stable. I have to say that looked mostly stable. Honestly, I look at there's the booster burning. By the way, you can see in the distance that fire. That's the booster burning.
Don't give up.
Wow.
Don't give up. 13. Don't give up. We believe in you. That's incredible. And still to think that we're not even orbital yet. We're close. We're close. Just a little more push, and we're going to be orbital.
By the way, in terms of how fast SpaceX moved, you know what is already back on the resting positions? The chopsticks.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about me.
You're also in resting position.
Always. Always.
Oh, wow. That's
Now,
that was an evening.
I mean, get the patch. Get the patch. Let's go to Flight 7. Let's go.
I mean, yeah. Let's be real. I just to temper expectations here, Flight 7 will not be in a month. I go on the record here. I will say it. Flight 7 will not be in a month. There, by the way, do you remember when chopsticks were there? They're no longer there. They are already back all the way down on the resting position. There they are.
Yep.
That's good.
And
means
we have to show this. Look at that. Look at what we have there. You know what is coming there. That is metal prints. And this one is from our very own Tyler Gray, who caught the ship, the stack in flight. Look at that. Absolutely wonderful. The silver bullet here. And as always, you're supporting the photographer if you get one of these metal prints. And you're also supporting NSF. And you get something amazing for your wall. And that's Max Evans with, I think, one of the very, long-range, high-res camera. I don't know. I don't do technicals. It just looks fantastic.
That's incredible. Max.
How, Max? Yeah.
Look at that. Is it me, or do the engines look lately a lot more bluish purple? Like it's a lot more blue on that purple, right? And you can see it there. It's gorgeous. That's an amazing print.
Sign me up for Super Mock Diamonds anytime.
Yep.
Indeed.
We like these Super Mark diamonds. They're not too shabby.
I do like
that.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I need to get one of those. Definitely Sonic vibes.
So Kevin Michael Reed in our ear confirming that there are replays coming up. And as always, we are trying to bring you the coolest things in replays. So this is gonna be we have something cooking for you.
Did you guys see on the footage of the ship as it was coming down? Did I see a white line or something on the TPS tiles on the belly of the ship?
I wonder if it's almost starting to
at the time, but what do you think, Adrian?
Maybe it started to dent there, because if it moves, imagine having a lot of tiny tiles on a ship and then you twist it. Maybe it was starting to rip apart there. It's hard to say from the distance. I hope we get a few more camera analysis from SpaceX. But yeah, I mean, whew. So Gene, how was it talking about Starship? It's okay, right? It's almost like a stalling.
My brain is processing everything. I can't believe I was standing there watching it with my own eyes. I've watched it on NSF 5 times. I've watched as many Starlinks as NSF has streamed, and I'm still in awe that I was able to stand there and look at it. And the rumble is so real. It's surreal and so real when the rumble hits, and it just keeps going and going and going, and to see the vehicle lift off the pad and then pitch away. And as I was looking at it, it becomes a star in daylight because you can't actually identify or distinguish all 33 Raptor engines on the booster. It just becomes one star, and then you can actually see without any magnification hot stage, and the crowd goes woo because you could see it. And then you see the puffs of the RCS from the booster reorienting, and then when it comes back down, boom, 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 and then the big flame comes out, and booster lands, and then splits and explodes, and is still floating on fire.
Yeah, it's
crazy cool.
It's quite insane. And I'm seeing people here being bummed about the booster and stuff. And please, SpaceX said it before, and they have said it over and over again that this is an experimental part of the program. They will only go for it when it's right, and this can happen. This can happen. Maybe
this was not a failure.
Go ahead.
This was not.
Can it be in elder mode, even though I'm 27? I've seen a lot of Falcon 9s, y'all, and I've been there pretty much since the beginning of these landings of Falcon 9. They are now routine. Don't really bother, because today they didn't land that thing on the chopsticks. Really, like, everything was data. Just think about the big picture, right? Everything that they learned today will go and feed all of the things that they'll be doing in the future. Not just the booster splashdown, the ship trajectory, that relight burn, the reentry, the landing burn on the ship, that high angle of attack. All of that will feed into the future of Starship. As you know, the next flight of Starship will be with that new Block 2 of the ship. So the big picture here is, you all, when they are on tanker flight number 340, you all are going to be completely bored about these landings. I'll promise you that.
Yeah.
I'll promise you that. And that is the whole purpose. Like, I remember one time when Elon said, not just Elon, but many people at SpaceX have said that, their job is to make launches and landings boring. They are a transportation company, as they said, right? They just want to put people on Mars. And in the future, that should be a commonplace. That should be something that should be like, oh yeah, it's the 30th ship to Mars of the week, right? It's like, that should be a thing of the future, which is exciting in itself, right? We're gonna get there, and sometimes the road has a bit of a bump there. You're driving down the road, and it's completely normal.
It's supposed to. You have to break things in order to make them better the next time. That's why when they were talking the SpaceX feed, they said, we're really pushing this vehicle. And it did exactly as they wanted it to, even though they were pushing it. And you were calling it out, like, hey, that stainless steel looks like it's wrinkling. It's only 4 millimeters thick.
Yep.
It's not 2 inches, 3 inches thick. I mean, that's because I want to save weight, but they push the vehicle to its breaking point and then beyond, because eventually humans are going to ride that thing to Mars. I hope I'm one of them.
Yeah. Well, I don't like the whole thing of flying, but I'll cheer you. I'll cheer for you going to Mars. But yeah, that's the whole point. I saw someone saying, I really hope it doesn't become boring. I can tell you, a lot of people are already saying, I skipped this Falcon 9 because I don't even remember the last time that I watched a Falcon 9 launch. Falcon 9s are becoming so commonplace, and they only launch in quotes right here, right? They only launch maybe one every 2 days or so. They want to fly dozens of these starships every day. So in the future, it'll be, a lot more commonplace, and that's the whole purpose. So they got to learn to get to that place.
And it's never going to get boring. Like, I can only speak for me, but to see even a Falcon 9 launch and then land on a drone ship, or even better, RTLS, return to launch site, I'm a fan. I watch as a fan. I watch NSF. I'm commenting and chat with everybody else, and now here we are doing this. But it's never going to get old. If you're a rocket fan, if you're a space nerd like us, it just is never going to get old. 8 a day. Let's do it. I'm ready. There's some footage of up on the roof of the Margaritaville Beach Resort where Dos had an amazing track, and Jason had his camera. He was manually tracking over there, and I was standing in the middle of them in awe, doing nothing.
I remember that, like, Gene, I was in the exact same situation on Flight 1. Everybody was, like, working around me, and I was jumping around and being like, yay, I'm excited!
They said, you can scream whatever you want, and all I could say was, wow. And then it has become a star. Like, that's the only thing I could say is that. I wanted to say, I actually did a poll on my Facebook page, like, what should I scream? And I got some really good answers. And then comms went down, and it didn't matter what I said. Nobody heard me except Dos and Jason.
I think there's a video somewhere on the NSF channel of Flight 1 replay where you can hear me and Max screaming from the top of our lungs, it's going, let's go. And you can hear how both of our voices are feeling. It's amazing. Honestly, but the best thing I really think is going there and meeting all of these people and, like, being excited about rockets for so many days. It's insane.
It's so much fun. And I know after this, we're going to meet some more folks. I love it. I absolutely love it. Just like-minded people getting together and talking about rockets and watching rocket launches and being part of the community on our chat. And it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Is it still burning in the upper right-hand corner? Did it finally sink? I think it sunk.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, that is a potential.
Still burning. Kevin says still burning. I should probably look over my shoulder and see if I can.
I mean, it's burning right behind you.
Right.
It's like it's right there.
I keep forgetting that there's this giant window behind me. I should turn around and see what's going on, but I'm glued to the NSF feeds because our folks in the field and their amazing ability to track and their operating cameras and all the things going on in the background. It's riveting to me. This is it's science in front of you. It's crazy. It's crazy cool.
Yeah, I fully agree. And again, stand by. We have replays coming, and they are quite amazing. As you know, we at NSF have a team of very dedicated, very talented, and very amazing photo and videographers. There's things coming. It just takes some. There's like a hamster wheel where some hamster needs to run until the replay is available, and I think that's about how the technicalities.
Can we just have a moment of silence for Space Banana, please?
Yeah, rip Space Banana.
I feel it here. I feel it right here in my heart. I will eat 3 bananas tomorrow morning in homage.
Yeah, it's not going probably that well for that little Space Banana. If there's something that didn't like plasma, it's probably the one organic material inside of that payload bay.
Probably got a wee bit hot. But then again, we don't know.
When did they sneak that in?
Same time they did the FTS. They stuck the FTS on the ship. They threw a banana in there.
Probably that thing has to be installed in the high bay, because they had the hatch open for that.
Yeah.
So.
And again, guys, don't go anywhere. We are working on replays. They are coming. Slow-mos and replays are on the way. Some folks are saying that there's more damage to the tower than just the comms antenna. Or is it just the comms antenna? I'm not seeing anything in these shots that looks obvious other than the comms antenna. But I mean, Ryan says that thing gets hit a lot.
Yeah. It's probably I doubt that very fragile comms antenna at the top of the tower is the one critical item that then stops them from doing a catch attempt.
Are they still planning to clad the tower in the original renders we saw, or are they just going to leave it open? Wait. We have seen over and over efforts where they start to install like 5 protection tiles, and we are like, oh, they're cladding the tower, and then they stop. Oh, people like the sonic vibes.
It's really good. Honestly, Pauline
really
is just amazing.
It's simple but perfect.
Can I
It's so
something?
cool on sticker. Go ahead, Alex.
I just seen. It looks like one of the astronauts from the International Space Station, Don Pettit, saw the launch from the ISS. So we not only are gonna have potentially, all of these footage from NSF from the ground, but even an astronaut from space got pictures of the launch, which is amazing.
Yes, please. Look at that. Still going.
It is a thing. And again, replays are... Oh, apparently we just got the information that the... Oh yeah, there it is. That's a booster that just blew up. And can I confirm? Sorry, yes. We will have your replay for that.
Kinetically? Or by itself? Doesn't really matter. She's going to the bottom.
Wow.
I want them to fish it out. I love it when they fish it out. That's always good stuff, watching them come back and sit at Massey's for weeks while the engineers pore over it and scrub data, whatever they can do.
Yeah, that I would say that makes the whole recovering attempt, though, a bit... It's more pieces now.
Yeah, you're right. What do you think they're going to do with 12?
Yeah. I don't think anything.
Yeah. Alex is making the I want to say something face. What do you think?
No.
What do you think?
I am not. Don't lie.
I don't know.
But-
I want them to keep it, but I know that's a resource that they can, as soon as they're done with the data, they don't need that anymore, and it just becomes an ornament.
Ooh, replays. Look at that.
Oof. Rip comms tower. Beautiful.
Wow.
Look at that penguin fly.
Wow.
The
That's
penguin.
amazing.
I love how the rocket, the exhaust interacts with the top of the tower, and you see the
But
little
that-
flashes of.
But that penguin did indeed fly.
As it pitches away downrange, just the ends of the exhaust start to hit pieces of you get little sparks flying off.
Look at that, the shock waves.
Wow.
Wow. That's insane. Look at it's always interesting to think how long after that the tower is like still completely clouded out.
It just cleans the whole thing.
And that is already the deluged improved version. Now
Yep.
go back to flight 1 and look how much smoke there was present on that.
Gorgeous.
So
Look at that. Well done, camera crew. You guys are awesome. I want to buy all the metal prints. They have plans to change the QD, ship QD on Tower 2?
they at some point they need to, because of course the version will go even higher. So sometimes it will look a bit stupid. But that's a track. Look at that. That's a track from one of the robotic assets. There's the back diamond. Goodbye.
Diamonds.
Wow. It's such a sleek rocket when you see it flying, because it's so long already. And it will get even worse because this rocket will get even longer.
I actually pulled a graphic on that. 121.3 meters on this one, and then it only goes up a couple of meters, not really crazy, and then 150 meters on Block 3 booster and ship combined.
Yep.
That's going to be monstrous. As though this is not, right? Great slow-mos. Love it.
Going forward in time
Yep.
to get the lift off. There you go. Go back. There. Should be the deluge system. There you go. And engine ignition.
The banana's off for the ride of its life. Fly, penguin, fly. Look at those mock diamonds.
It's always so, these marked diamonds are just beautiful. It's like 4, and every one of them gets like a bit less pronounced.
Yeah. And with the naked eye, I can tell you the flame is longer than the rocket. And the 33 Raptor engines that you can see in the slow-mos and the replays and the tracking shots, you lose definition, so it just becomes this bright star. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. It's crazy cool.
Wow. That star, yeah. You can see like
love
the. That's a cool effect.
Yeah. And then, of
It's
course,
pointed.
as it gets up into the atmosphere, the less dense part of the atmosphere, the plume starts to expand out, and that's why you get that star effect with the outer 20 Raptors. Look at that.
Yep.
Thank you for playing this. This is the star I
love
was
this.
talking about.
Absolutely.
I like
Replays
how
of
it
Starship
arches.
just never get boring. Like, I'm looking at. I cannot, by the way, see anything that is like off or anything for the booster. I'm trying to spot everything. Like, do we see something that is weird?
I did not see anything. That ascent portion looked very clean.
Yeah, it's probably happened somewhere on that Boostback.
This is from River. It needs a hug, Alex. The tower. Look at the birds. Ah!
Yeah, there you can see the. I think the antenna getting a bit.
Wow.
Like it's very exposed to that energy. Crazy.
This is my shot. This is what I actually saw with my own eyes from Margaritaville.
That's true. That's the hotel.
And then we had Doss with his tracking system, and we had Jason manually tracking all the way up and all the way down.
Look at all the cars there parked. That's all the people watching the launch.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's an RV campsite, of course, but I mean the actual cars, not the RVs.
Yeah, you could park there in the lower left-hand corner and then just walk out to the beach and see it. Hey, it's the Penguin Cam.
Penguin Cam.
I'm calling it.
It will always be the Penguin Cam.
Depends on if they put the tiles back and stop the wrinkles.
Yep.
Orca Cam. I like Penguin Cam. Boom, and that shock. There goes the ship QD. Get out of the way, get out of the way. You're like,
okay. Smoke. A lot of it. Oh, that's Mars, or like in general highway side?
Yeah, it's just that we call that one of the cameras.
Yeah. That's true.
There's the detonation suppression system. Should be coming up on that Deluge. There we go. That's the engine ignition. Hey. Getting ready for the track. Look at that. Look at all the condensation falling off from the rocket.
Yeah, it's people are always asking, like, is that a lot of weight? But no, it's not. It's like a very, very thin layer that is basically instantly evaporated at liftoff, right?
Yeah.
that was a good one.
Another replay. This looks like
I
from
love
the
these-
outpost.
I always love these wide angles. I don't know why, but they are always very fun for me.
It does. It gives it a sense of scale. When you see close up, these camera lenses that these operators have are just reaching out there. This
This
gives
is from
it's like being in a sci-fi movie. This angle.
this view is from Rocket Ranch, where Jack, D, and Max were at before.
You can see the pitch starting. It's always so cool with rockets when you can see it starting to like slightly lean.
Yeah. Pitch downrange. Look at that cloud. It cleans itself off every time they launch, right?
Absolutely gorgeous. And there's more to come, because I know we are working, for example, on DAS tracker pulling, and they do That's probably Outpost, right? That's probably Jack, maybe? Order! Oh.
Audio.
And audio.
Ooh. Look at the cutie arm.
There's something in the way. What did you see, Alan?
Hang on.
Wow.
Gorgeous.
I need to ask.
Ooh.
You know.
Oh.
Look at that.
Oh, that's.
We need to play this from the beginning.
Oh no, yeah, play that one.
Yeah,
over. That's special.
Roll it again.
Yeah.
That's.
Okay, look at the quick disconnect. There we go. That's T0
pulling
and up
and
it goes.
whoops.
Whoa.
That's a track from Tanner, by the way.
The BYU acoustic teams need to see this. They need to see this. There's some science happening here.
Yeah, look at that. There's a bit of sud there coming from the booster.
Yeah, that's normal. It's 33 engines. Individually, these engines do not. But look at that. Look at that.
Look at these shock waves.
That's insane.
Wow.
I am. Oh, that's amazing. Great job,
Okay, that
Tanner.
needs to be in the intro. We need to tell Jack.
Wow.
I will get Jared Isaacman on the case. Oh, there we go. That's always cool. I like the context shots with the grass. And Inferno.
Are we gonna have audio for this one?
Not sure.
It looks like it. Get ready.
I'm guessing not, because this is vibrating a lot and we don't hear anything.
Yeah. Either somebody had really fun shaking that camera at liftoff, or there's no audio.
Well, for those like us, Adrian and I, that are in Europe, you probably woke up.
Who?
That's the NSF alarm.
Oh, that's gonna be a cool angle.
Soon there will be another rocket on the other tower.
Oh, that's the first time when we see
Look at
two
the
full stack at the
shockwaves.
same time. Ah, you can see the flame coming like out of the between the legs. Wow.
Yeah, two full stacks is going to be. That's going to be a metal print. Bar none. Amazing how big that cloud is, because it sits on the OLM for just a couple of seconds, and then the engines ramp up. Because Alex, you said in previous, I think it was Countdown to Launch yesterday, you were saying that they stagger those engines, and then they ramp them up, and once that 1-to-1 or 1 to 1.5 thrust to weight ratio, it just lifts itself off. It's all automatic flying itself.
Yeah, those engines when they light up, they don't light up at full thrust, so the thrust is not higher than the weight, right? The only reason the rocket is down, it is like there are hold downs, but they are not clamped on the booster by the time the engines ignite. Those open way earlier in the count. They are only there to stabilize the rocket, essentially, for pre-fueling and everything. So when the engines ignite, they could, in theory, right away lift off the rocket, but they don't do that. They first ignite the engines at very low power, and then at T0, they commit to that throttle up, and it does what you're seeing right now on screen.
It's the fly thing, lift-off thing.
Yep.
It never gets old. I could just watch it over and over and over. Put it on loop. Let's go.
It's also in part why at the very beginning, if you look at the maybe like first 5 seconds of the Starship flight, it looks like it's almost crawling off the pad, but it's just merely that whole reasoning, right? It ramp ups the power on those 33 engines, and it takes a little bit to take speed, to take that acceleration up.
This shot never gets old for me.
There's the engine ignition.
Yep.
T0 and throttle up. There you go. See, T0 is when that quick disconnect retracts. That's the point where both the booster quick disconnect and the ship quick disconnect retract. So it's very easy to see when that happens.
Wow. I'm always excited about these views, and especially on a gorgeous day like this.
Ooh,
like
look
we
at
got
that.
basically perfect conditions.
Beautiful. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. I mean, it made its own cloud and going up, but it was the perfect day. The weather was perfect.
Good job, trailer there. Trailer doing what it's supposed to do.
Holding on. And no rocket anymore.
Yep,
Are
rocket gun.
Are some of these already in the store?
The metal prints?
Yeah. How long? I
Ooh,
mean,
another one.
look at that. Oh, it's beautiful.
That's the track. That's the track from Gauge.
Yeah, on the tracker. Look at that.
Wow. That's some fancy views. I always love these flamethrower when it just has this
More shock waves. Look at that.
These shockwaves are insane.
My brain hurts just thinking about it.
One of the things that we need to ask the acoustic teams is that, like, why is it that it forms those shock waves there? Because we do not see those shock waves later on. Like right now, well, it's also a bit out of focus, by the way, but that's a whole different thing, right? Like right now, there, we don't see those shock waves, right? Why do we see it?
There's your sound.
Is that audio?
Yeah.
Nice. But yeah, like we really need to look into it. I like to learn things.
The first roadblock, by the way, was just open, and cars returning to the production site.
Yeah, there we go.
And have to shout out this. This is a shot from D of the liftoff, and I think it's gorgeous with the Inferno. I always love this like flaming Inferno below the Starship shot. So that's now also now available on shop.nasaspacenet.com as a print, both on poster and on metal, depending on what you prefer.
Mine one.
It's amazing. So thank you so much, D, for submitting that.
Great shot, D.
And also there we have the patch, of course. The patch is still there if you want to remember this flight and all of the other cool, like the metal prints. And I hope you just enjoy what you're seeing. There's some really cool stickers in there as well. Oh,
recording.
That.
Oh,
this is Dawson. This is Jason.
You're getting audio.
I'm standing right next to it, giggling.
Can you crowd cheer? Haha.
You will see how long it takes for that sound to reach.
It should reach now.
Is that my spotter camera? That might be my spotter camera on that one, Gene.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Jason's going to be more zoomed in.
There is the sound.
I'm going to say that's my spotter camera.
Okay. There.
That audio.
Was that crazy?
That was beautiful audio.
I warned you, and it just kept going and going. This giant rumbling sound. I knew it was going to happen. That's the weird thing. Like, you know it's going to happen. You know it's coming. But then when it just keeps going and going and going, it's
so
surreal.
deep. It's so deep. So yeah, it's like almost like it punches you in the stomach almost.
So, Josh, you said the first one was your tracking cam, and I'm sorry, spotting cam. Sorry, and which one is this one?
I'm not sure what that was.
Because it looks to be
that. It's got the sensor spot, so that's my tracking camera.
That's how we know.
You can tell that my watermark is the sensor spot in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah, it's DAS. Okay.
Sorry, I grabbed a headset and came over here to start talking.
Yeah, I call it over.
How's it going, DAS?
Hey, pretty good.
We're watching that. Look at that beautiful.
Wow.
Now, remember, he's doing this by remote. He's got a remote control. I'll let him tell you.
Yeah, this is the Xbox controller. And so I was using an Xbox controller to control the robotic tracking mount, and I had my rates on my triggers, so I could say, I just dumped the rate, and it jumped forward. So exactly how fast, like 50% stick is, I could control with the triggers. And I was getting used to it here. You can see every time I up the rate, I jump around something like that a little bit. But this was literally tracked with an Xbox controller.
And it's the first time you've tracked with this, right?
It's the first time I've tracked a rocket with this, yeah. So we will only get better than this.
That's cool. It looks so amazing in the air.
Well done.
And this is in, I recorded it in 4K, and so this is still the full frame, but if you punch it down to like 1080, you'll get double the zoom on this as well. And there's something I need to fix. See how the overexposed engines are sort of blurry? We'll fix that in the future. Hey, I kept it in frame the entire time, so that was a huge win this time.
How many hours did it take you to build this?
I don't know.
It's totally worth it.
Ask my wife. She was
totally
a lot.
Track.
Totally worth it.
She's like, "Are you working on that again?"
Look at that.
That's
gorgeous.
Here, where I'm like constantly going up a little bit, and then I have to switch over to start going down a little bit from the camera's perspective, and you saw it sort of get close to the edge of the frame, and then I got it back under control here. So this wasn't max zoom on the camera either. I had this backed off around 400, 500 millimeters. So we have more zoom on this camera too.
And yeah, so there's more. And then you got hot staging here coming up.
Yep.
In a little bit. And then I'm just going to stop.
Be any second now.
Yeah.
Das, this is the new tracker, Das?
Yeah, this is the robotic tracking mount with the Xbox controller.
Let's go.
Let's go.
We just need to put bigger lenses on it, like bigger optics.
Heck yeah. So that was pretty cool, huh?
That's engine, and then here comes hot stage. Boom, there it is.
There's the hot stage.
I always love these like flame rings during hot staging.
Look at that, the Boostback.
Oh, somewhere you can hear me say, "Staying with the booster."
Yep, we just heard it.
In the hot stage ring, you'll be able to see the hot stage ring falling next to the booster. For a good while, I had them both in frame.
Das, did you notice it did a curval in that the hot stage ring was beating the booster for a little bit, and then the booster was beating the hot stage ring, like they passed each other? It was hilarious. I thought that only happened in Looney Tunes.
No, you could see where the atmospheric, I guess the density, the drag to mass ratio flipped as the atmosphere got more dense. Like they were sort of falling by each other's side, like the hammer and the feather on the moon, right? But then as they got into the denser atmosphere, the booster had a lot more mass for the drag that it had than the hot staging ring had, and you could see a massive difference in the rates all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is.
And you got it perfectly.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I was very happy for the first outing with the rig. I was running the CNC in my garage like overtime trying to make parts for this to put it all together. And finally got enough of it done. Look at that.
DOS had it.
I heard DOS has it.
I'm
guess.
super happy right now, y'all.
Because at this point you were
Do
muted.
you think you have it, Das?
I think at some point I looked down and I unmuted myself in comms so that I could say, I've got it, I've still got it.
It's amazing.
Look at this.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think this should now be where the hot stage ring deploys, right?
I don't see it separate yet, so I'm watching. Is
There
that
it
it
is.
behind it?
Yeah, I think that's behind it, yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody's approaching the plume.
It is. Look at that. You can really see it now.
Yeah.
The hot stage ring and the booster all together.
It looks so tiny.
It is so tiny compared to the rest of everything else.
Yeah, it's just 2 meters tall.
And it's tough because it starts to tumble, and so it gets brighter and then dimmer and brighter and dimmer, and so it's sort of like, is it still there? I don't know if it's still there or not.
So you're tracking this with an Xbox controller right
with
now?
an Xbox controller, yeah. This is all an Xbox controller.
Fantastic, man. Fantastic. All that plane tracking paid off.
It really did. I tracked... yeah, there we go. I just realized that I could see the hot staging ring. I need a bigger monitor. I had it on a little tiny 5-inch field monitor, and I need like a 12-inch monitor to see exactly what I'm seeing there, because I couldn't see enough detail.
Wow.
Oh, it's just right there, tumbling along. And oh, here you go, Jack.
Yeah, it's taking over. It's like, goodbye.
Yeah, there it goes. Whee!
Like you could really see the dense atmosphere slowing down the hot staging ring, which isn't very heavy for the surface area the Dragon has. Yeah, look at this.
Ah, that's so cool.
And I got to get better at the rates, like smoothly changing the rates, like how much I pull the trigger, because it's all analog controls, right? I pull the trigger a little bit, it moves a little bit. I pull it a lot, it moves fast. So I just have to get more experience with how quickly I can change those rates. But look, you can see the atmosphere.
Landing burn should come up.
Yeah, because you can see there the sonic boom and the landing burn.
I love how you can see how it throttles up because you can see how it extends.
And watch at the end here, right? There's a treat at the end. I don't know if y'all saw live. Boop.
There goes.
Wait for it.
Is it the explosion?
Wait for it. You can see it fall over.
Boom.
Through the haze, you can actually see the booster fall over and timber into the ocean, and then the huge fireball.
And it's actually still half the booster is there and burned for about 1 more hour before it also exploded.
Yep, we got that on the robotic tracker too.
Yep. Wow. Good
Can
track,
we play it back
good track.
at the sort of like after the heat of the reentry? I don't know if that's too much of a backseating operator, I guess, but because you capture also the vapor cone of the, you know, the booster coming down and becoming subsonic.
I was like squinting down so I could see that tiny monitor. So I don't even know what all I captured, but we will definitely get this full quality. I think that the 8-minute flight is like 10 or 11 gigs or something like that. And we will get all of this downloaded in full quality, added into some videos, and we can zoom in and enhance it. I don't need to stabilize it too much, but we are not doing that footage. Yeah, that's not very much, I guess, huh?
my slow-mo of launch is like 75, and I'm sure D's is like even like way more. It's not about number of gigabytes though. I'm just giving you a hard time, buddy. I love you.
Dude, I'm so super happy, Jack, that I was able to keep it in frame the whole time.
Me too. I'm so happy for you. It's a big moment for this tracker, and this tracker has a big future ahead of it. This is just the very first step for it, and you.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very excited to see what you're able to do with it. I lost it. I mean, I almost had it the whole way down, but I'll confess, I was shaking, like just full on.
Oh, yeah.
Like my entire body was shaking, and one of those shakes caused me to lose it, and then I reacquired the booster right before right after landing burn started. So hooray for the Robo Tracker and the Xbox controller, because it doesn't get the shakes when it's had too much caffeine, and it is also riding the adrenaline wave.
It gets the wind shakes. Like, I think a big improvement for next time is to build a windscreen or something like that, because the wind blowing it around was the cause of some of it. And then just experience, like, this needs to make it down to the Cape so we can get lots of launches under our belt and learn how to manage those rates. Like, we need to move faster and faster and faster. We need to slow it down some. Whichever it is, I just need more experience with it.
Well, you came into the right place, buddy.
Right?
Man, that was so dang cool.
Wasn't it
we
cool?
got an explosion, and we didn't even hurt the launch site. Well, minus what happened at launch. You know.
It's like the best of both worlds. Like, got to see a huge fireball, didn't destroy the launch mount completely.
Not complaining.
And we said this. And we said this in the hours leading up to this, right? Like, if something looked off, and we will hopefully learn what looked off, they won't commit because they don't want to create at a launch site.
Yep.
So that's what they did. I'm not sure how much you saw from the reentry, Jack and Das, but that was also quite spectacular.
It was very spicy.
Yeah, I was watching it on the phone. We had a phone pulled up, and we were trying to get footage off SD cards and all that sort of stuff. But we were also watching on the phone, and we saw it sploosh down in broad daylight.
Yeah, Max, D, and I, and John Kraus were all at the outpost here in the little media hut, all rapidly editing all of our stuff so we can get it out as fast as possible while watching that. And I forget who pulled out their phone and recorded the video, but shall we say portions of that video should go somewhere at some point, because it's literally all of us just losing our minds at the fact that thing made it all the way down after experiencing all that wrinkling, all of that roasting from the plasma. Like, holy cow.
There's for sure a moment where you can see Alex and me instantly going when we both spot that wrinkling. It's like
yeah.
It made it all the way down though, didn't it?
Yeah, I think what you can see on some shots is that there's a row of tiles of more missing. I still wonder if it started to flex. And it started to maybe flex in the middle, and with that removed a whole right line of tiles. Because it started to look a bit shaky there. But I mean, overall, I would still say if you remove 2,000 tiles and you still make it to the ocean, quite good.
Oh, okay, time out. Is this the booster transport stand walk of shame?
It is.
Yeah, it's like okay.
Yeah, booster transport stand.
It's
back.
Yeah.
I guess they don't need me.
We still love you. We still love you.
Of course, we still love you.
Bye, booster transport stand.
Wow, you know what it's doing? It's going back to get the next booster.
Wait, what's
There
that?
you go. Listen to that.
This is Jay.
Oh, that's from Jay.
This is Jay's camera from the south side.
The shockwaves.
Wow.
Oh,
That's amazing.
I'm so glad that worked.
It's gorgeous.
I just switched to lens on this camera 24 hours before launch. We were out there getting it, I guess, set up and swapped.
Oh, you were the one that took care of that?
Yeah, I did. I got it taken care of. Yep.
Hey, thank you.
No problem.
So I've been able to listen to the stream very intermittently, but one of the moments where I was able to listen, Das, was where you said you can't get everything done. And you said something like that's okay, because if you did get everything done, then that would mean that you had time to do extra stuff. And I don't know, man. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever expressed that exact sentiment, at least to me before, or if I've heard it. But dude, that helped. That helped me a lot in the pre-launch run-up, because you can't do everything, and we really do push ourselves to be the very best that we possibly can. And it's tough. It's tough because we want to live up to our own expectations of what we can do. We know what we can do.
Yeah.
And you just got to bat for the fences sometimes. So I don't know. That helped. I wanted to bring that up. Thank you for saying that because we really do. We all try to do so much, and we're only human, and we can only do so much. But you know what? If we ever get to a point where we're doing everything we want to do, then that's bad. Because we should be constantly. Look at the shockwaves!
Waves coming out.
Oh wow!
Is this
is slow motion?
That's the slow mo.
Fantastic work from D.
Crazy.
Look at that.
Oh,
I'm telling you guys, the outpost. The outpost is the spot.
No kidding. Look at that.
Oh,
that is stunning.
Jack,
I mean,
you're absolutely right, Jack.
Wow.
If you have time left over, you could have done more stuff, right? Like if you're sitting there like, well, 2 days before launch, I don't have anything to do. Some people would say like, oh, well, good job. You did everything in advance. But on the flip side, you could have done even more cool stuff, right? You had extra time. So we will never run out of cool ideas. We will always run out of time to do them.
Right.
Right?
We'll do them next time.
We'll do that every time. Add a little bit more every time. Look at this shot.
Oh wow! I want this in a video. I wanna watch this all day.
Well, just you wait for tomorrow.
There you go.
I've stolen the headset.
Challenge accepted. There you go. There's
Oh, look at that.
The view from the Rocket Ranch outpost.
Yeah.
You were saying that like there's never enough time. There are always things to do to fill time, and it's like I was setting cameras at 3 a.m. still, and Dan is well aware of that, and so it's like it's just setting up cameras, so much prep work, making the way out here, prepping things for the stream. Like there's always more to do, other things to support, things to troubleshoot. Like there's always things to be done, but
look at that.
Days like today make it worth it.
You knocked it out of the park with this. Look at this. Look at these shots.
I mean,
brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
This is just candy for rocket nerds.
Yep.
And all the time and planning that you put in to get that.
Yep.
Well done. Just stunning.
And
I like.
We are working on videos for this. I just want to point this out.
Yeah.
Like there will be on our channel, there will be these replays. There will be videos where you can watch this over and over again, and I'm looking forward to that.
Oh yeah. Speaking of, Gene, I'm going to stand up real quick and go check on the video I had my computer working on. If you can hold down the fort here, I'm going to mute myself and step away.
I shall hold fort down. I've been instructed to do that. It's still going. This beautiful shot is still going. I love this. Yeah. I can't. My brain hurts. I just love this so much.
They're asking you something in chat.
Oh, what?
Are you gonna be contacting the FAA?
Yes, I will. Yes, everybody, I will contact the Federal Aviation Administration about if this will result in a mishap investigation.
Here comes hot staging in the slow-mo.
It's gonna. Oh God. That's
super slow-mo.
I mean, how?
Here it is. Oh.
Look at that.
You know,
oh my God.
The number of launches I have seen has made this a lot easier. I could not have done this sort of footage on my first or 10th or even like 50th launch. It's like there have been so many launches, so much time learning from other people in the area, other people who've done this sort of thing before me, and there is a huge team and a huge community in all of this where we all work together, whether it's making room for each other on top of the container here, whether it's lending hand warmers or MyOps cables or anything like that. It's a huge community that all works together, and it's such a wonderful group, and I'm really, really proud to be a part of it.
Well, you earned the accolades. Chat is lighting up, talking about how beautiful that shot was. Yeah, kings to you today. That is just so well done, and you're still tracking. I mean, it's still going.
My favorite bit is yet to come.
Yeah. Well, Guys, it's been a day, and Adrian, thank you so much. Alex, for all the insight. Doss and the rest of the team for this amazing, amazing opportunity to watch the Starship Flight 6. I mean, just really, really well done. The whole team, all the camera operators, everybody behind the scenes in the control room across the world.
Oh, there will be lots of thanks now.
Yeah. There's too many to list.
Yeah. You'll see all of their cards going through. There you go. That's
There
my
you go.
card.
Good,
across
Alex.
the top.
Yeah.
I gotta say, you gotta remember, like, this isn't a multi-million-dollar production that some huge company is backing. Like, we are space nerds,
The thumbnails.
and we've come together to make this sort of stuff work using our own passion, our own experience.
Carson,
right?
Couldn't do it without you.
Everybody that comes together. Carson's switching cameras in the background, right? Brady's making thumbnails.
VaporCon.
It's in.
VaporCon on display back.
Nice. Jackson's
Oh,
VaporCon.
true. It's in order, in alphabetical order, right? The tag.
I have no clue with that. Still, this is the same shot. We were still talking about the same footage.
It's still the slow-mo.
D, you outdid yourself. There's EJ. Hey guys,
EJ was. I think EJ was hosting 6 hours of the stakeout stream.
6 hours?
Yeah.
Alicia, the videos.
Yeah.
She had
Beautiful
recorded videos in the show there as well, and does This Week in Spaceflight.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Gage.
Gage.
Is a tracking operator running a bunch of the cameras,
Remotes.
handing presets and remote-controlled cameras that are all over the place.
Oh, that's me.
Hey, that's
Hi,
you.
everybody.
They need a picture. I mean, we have to put a picture
Come
on
on,
there.
Kevin. Look at the explosion. The one and only
yeah.
Jack Byer.
Mr.
Out of
Jack.
Rocket Ranch.
Who's
You
that
know,
guy?
Who's that
How
guy?
is this even real life? I
Right.
don't understand.
What a privilege.
What a blast.
Literally.
Jay, what a job he does.
Yeah. You don't hear from Jay. You don't hear Jay's
get-
voices on the stream, but the streams would not happen without Jay Keegan in the background,
Absolutely.
keeping all the servers and feeds in line.
The one and only
That
John.
guy, he just shows up. He just wanted to play with his robot.
He's
this
more
time.
than just a pretty face, everybody.
He's not even a pretty face.
Literally play because you used an Xbox controller, right?
He literally play with the robot. Yeah.
Oh, like that.
Oh,
job.
she's a good girl. Where's her picture?
Yeah.
Where's her picture?
You need to submit your picture. Mary.
Oh
Mary
my
as well.
goodness.
The original.
The OG.
Yeah. Out at Boca Chica. The original residents who sort of kicked all this off.
What a team.
Excellent.
What a team.
Still love to see her name down on the thumbnails.
Yeah.
You know?
Max with some amazing photography.
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
so talented.
Max was focusing on stills this time, so we brought in some extra help so Max could take still shots.
And if you love the patches,
The patch?
If you love the patch, there's
patch was
Pauline.
Pauline.
I cannot. I have to quickly add to something here because Pauline has the last 2 days has been crushing it with last minute things we got done and absolutely outstanding work, Pauline.
Yep.
Thank you so much. That was a lot. I know.
Now we're all waiting for the next one.
It's like, all right, what's that? Ryan?
The map man, Ryan. Great job with tracking flights, and
Hello.
he was doing it. This is
there.
Good job, Ryan.
The weather maps and stuff. Ryan, it's so cool, the whole rig you
Ryan
put together.
Weber.
Ryan
The other
Weber.
Ryan.
It's the other Ryan.
I love it. He's in the back channel giving us information, feeding it to us, and of course, he was on the
He was on the stakeout for a couple hours.
The one and
Sorry,
only
Rosenstein, yeah.
Did a great job. He was on the stakeout this morning.
Yep.
They
Yeah, I
got
think
a
also
This is my
video
slow-mo,
right
by the
now.
way.
Nice, Jack.
No.
No, no,
No.
no, 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 no,
That
no,
did
no,
not
no,
do
no, no, no.
anything
Get that
today.
off. Get that off.
Thank you, Ship 26. We love you. Trevor.
Trevor says
was
so.
on
Ryder.
stakeout.
He
Yeah.
was on the stakeout too.
The knowledge of the people that are coming up, it's just incredible.
Yep.
Tyler.
Tyler's
Also out
Yeah.
there taking
As a-
pictures as well.
taking pictures.
Yeah. As an amazing
Right.
shot in the story, by the way.
Look at that. Jack, this is you? Oh, great.
Oh,
That's
Kevin.
really good.
It's
Kevin
Great
Michael Reed.
KMR.
I have so
Yeah.
much more work to do on this shot too. There can be a lot of cleaning up that can be done, but I wanted to get a replay up fast as possible. My normal instinct is to hang on to it. Oh look, Kevin Michael Reed. Who's that?
the producer.
What kind of an amazing person is that?
So much work goes into that Kevin does, and the organization and everything. So thank you so much,
all the
Kevin.
socials.
And
We love you,
rolling with
Kevin.
the punches as well today. There were some significant hiccups caused by some of the conditions that exist in the area.
Yeah.
And Kevin absolutely rolling with the punches.
Yep. Absolutely. Kevin and the whole production team, like they pulled out miracles today, and absolutely amazing.
They were rebooting and restarting and all kinds of stuff. I don't know what they do. It's magic. Buttons or toys, right?
Yep. Y'all,
Yeah.
you know how to find us. We don't hide for a living. If you ever want to hang out with us again, you want to end up over on one of our streams, you want to watch a Falcon 9 launch out of the Cape, make sure you follow us on all the different socials we're on. Put the social command over in chat. We put content basically everywhere, so you can keep up with us everywhere we go. I'm hidden behind the merch pie, so I'm good.
We're behind the patch.
It's all good.
Okay.
I don't know how to look up right now. Somebody bought a patch and helped us. Yeah,
it leads us into shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
It does.
There's so much good stuff. Even and the design that we debuted today.
Yep. But you don't have to go home. You could stay here. You can keep watching Starbase Live 24/7. Wherever it is, we hope we see you on a future show. We love to hang out. We love to share this stuff with you. We're not totally professional. We sort of let it hang out a little bit, and we'll say some stuff that you wouldn't find on an official broadcast, but it's because we're real. We're rocket nerds. And we appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Gene, it was a pleasure.
Thank you, my friend.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Y'all dream big and keep your eyes on the stars.
Excellent. Folks, thank you so much for watching us. Catch you next time on wherever it is, Starbase Live, next launch, whatever. But for now, we will see you nerds later. Thanks for watching.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Water towers fly! Yes!
Echo Delta nominal.
Flight down to ST off. Bring in ST off. It's orange! 145! Décollage.
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go. Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.